Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had power of Fire Fist and had Harem? Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Fire Fist's Legacy by Stillwell03. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Monet Pav. I'm not going to ask a third time. Give me Baby 5 and Monet and I'll let you and your marines walk away with your lives. Damn it. We were so caught up with our own investigation that we didn't even think that Doflamingo would even attempt something so dangerous like come after us himself. This is bad. I clenched my fist in anger knowing that we were cornered. The only reason we haven't been found out yet is either luck or he's playing with us. If it's the later, he's then just trying to make up an excuse as to kill Smoker. I don't know where they are. I personally thought that Monet was dead when the Battle of Punk Hazard ended and Baby 5 was arrested alongside the rest of your family. Doflamingo's veins began to bulge on his head to show he was getting angry. You think I'm that stupid to not know you've had a part in hiding them away for the last few years? I know you're helping them. Why else would they sit by you in the sports festival? Smoker held his staff in hopes to be ready the second this became ugly. 2. Alright. I may have had a small part in this, but I don't know where they are right now. He. So that's the game you're playing. Alright, I'll give you until the count of 3 to tell me where they are. If you don't, the massacre you suffered at Punk Hazard is gonna be repeated. You honestly think I've been sitting around all the time since then? Both prepared for a fight with Smoker pulling his staff out. 1. Doflamingo's hands started to pull up and prepare for his own attack. 2. I felt suffocated in the fact this was happening because of the negligence on our end. I clenched snow of the mound we went to hide behind. Doflamingo was about to attack with all of us holding our breaths for Smoker's survival. 3. Wait. Everyone looked over to Baby 5 who stood up. Young master, you don't need to do this. Damn it. I stood up for Doflamingo to smile at us. There was no helping this. He. Baby 5. Monet. Lovely to see you two again. We walked down to meet in front of Doflamingo with him acting happy to see us. Now that this is done and over with, you can leave here with your lives. See? I'm not a bad guy. We were led to the Numancia Flamingo where the top executives put out a wooden stepping platform for us. We walked up the platform for both Baby 5 and myself to see over towards Smoker who was in a bit of disbelief. I'm sorry Izuku, but there wasn't another way to stop this. We were led towards the inside of the ship where the rest of the family was. So nice to have a family reunion. Alright. Now let's go over what you two know about Portgas de Izuku. His powers, abilities, everything. I was disgusted knowing that Doflamingo was trying to find all info he could about Izuku from us of all people. However, perhaps I can use this as a way to keep me and Baby 5 alive. Portgas has 2 powers. One is a strength enhancer and the other is his natural flame quirk. I'm not certain how he obtained the first, but I can tell that his power is only able to be held because of his unusual body. He was also trained by Smoker in the 6 powers and hockey. Interesting. What are his limits? Make up a lie to try and give false information to try and give Izuku some leverage. That is not completely certain yet. He has yet to give a full image of his power or where he stands completely. The best we can say is the power he had used in the sports festival and the fight most recently in Hosu as to where he stands. Fair enough. Alright then, let's get going. Wait, young master. Baby 5 spoke up with a chill going down my spine. Yes. Please let us stay with Portgas. Seeing that he's getting a little mad, Trable speaking up. Hey. What's wrong, Baby 5? You're a member of the Don Quixote family. So why are you questioning Doffy's decision? Damn it, Baby 5. Why did you have to speak up? Nobody had to die if you kept your mouth shut. I tried to think of a way to fix this and maybe avoid any problems for Izuku and us. Sir. If you allow us to remain with Portgas, we'll be more of an asset to you is what Baby 5 is saying. We could continue to give you information about him. We could even poise a trap in which you would be able to take him down with little resistance. As of right now, he has UA along with some pro-heroes and G5 on his side. If you also take in the fact he holds ties with the Straw Hat Pirates and the Chief of Staff to the Revolutionary Army, he's too dangerous to just go after him haphazardly. But if we were to remain in his inner circle, We could lure him somewhere. He trusts me as his head physician and baby 5 as a close home maid. It would be easier for us to do that and make plans to take him out that way. I just need to word it in a way that makes it look like we're still on Doflamingo's side and we're trying to think ahead. Interesting. You are posing a very good idea, Monet. He. I like it, but I think there should be a little punishment to the two of you. A chill ran down my spine before Doflamingo walked over to an area with hot coals on a metal rod. You two are executives, so that means your loyalty is the most important thing. So I need you to pledge your allegiance. Lift up your shirts to show your stomachs. Knowing we had no choice, me and baby 5 did that as he pulled out the metal rod. This will prove to everyone who you truly side with. Third person Pav. After baby 5 and Monet were taken on Doflamingo's ship, Tashigi came out of the hiding area with Itsuka and Sue somewhat worried. What should we do now, sir? Should we try and get back them? We try that and it just proves their lack of loyalty to Doflamingo. Smoker let out some smoke before continuing. I hate to think this, but we're going to have to. Ah. The sound of both Monet and baby 5 screaming cut the Vice Admiral off for everyone to turn towards the ship and see them be thrown off into the snow. They were holding their sides in pain for Tashigi and Sue to run towards and give some medical attention. Pulling their shirts up, both were met with a sinister burn mark on their friends' stomachs to tell what happened. What? Is this a burn? It's more than a burn. It's the Don Quixote family's crest. Tashigi informed Sue with Itsuka in disbelief. Who would do something so? I'll leave my cohorts to you for now, Vice Admiral. Make sure to treat them well. Doflamingo laughed at this a bit before his ship weighed anchor and set sail. And give Portgas d'Izuku my regards, will you? His father's death was quite entertaining at Marineford. The former warlord left the area with Itsuka fuming with rage. Smoker. Can I fire a cannonball at that? It wouldn't do any good. Even if we'd try to, I'd expect that's what Doflamingo wants us to do. He's egging us on to see if we'd resort to acting on emotion. Lucky for us, we're not that dumb. Not only that, but we have bigger problems. Smoker turned to look at both former executives of Doflamingo's crew holding the urge to scream and cry in pain. Smoker. Monet spoke up for the Vice Admiral to come closer to make it easier on her. Don't pant, don't tell Izuku about this. This is what Doflamingo wants him to respond to. What do you mean? Sue asked as she placed a burn lotion on baby 5's side. He knows Izuku can't be beaten so easily by him, so he's trying to egg him on in hopes he makes the first move. Since it would be out of anger for us, Izuku wouldn't ngh, he'd not think straight. So he'd catch Izuku off guard and maybe succeed in killing him. Monet nodded at this with the Marines around her panicking, trying to help alleviate the pain in both women's sides. Smoker. Tashigi. I agreed to spy on Izuku. Monet gripped the Marine captain's arm in anger towards herself. It made me sick to my stomach doing, but it was the only way all of us could live and Izuku wouldn't react in anger. I've done enough bad in my life to last my lifetime. I don't want Izuku getting hurt because he was angered by what happened to me added on top of that. Monet started to cry and pleading for Tashigi to look down and remember when she personally hurt Izuku as a child. You're nothing but a filthy pirate. What right do you have to say what's better for me when all your kind does is hurt others? Releasing a sigh out from her memories coming back of what she wished she would have never said, Tashigi agreed. Okay. But how are you going to hide this from Izuku? It's not like he isn't aware if you're hiding something. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Baby 5 answered as she got up still in a lot of pain. I don't recommend getting up yet. That burn is in a really bad spot on your. I appreciate the concern, Itsuka. But I need to get back to Izuku. Right now, he's recovering from a painful battle against Virgo and Caesar. He needs someone there to be of mental support. Baby 5 avoided any worries from the people around her to start heading off towards the ship. Men. Make sure we're ready to head out. Battle Fist. Stay with Baby 5 and make sure she takes it easy. Froppy. Same with you for Monet. Tashigi. Set our course back to Japan. We have a job we still need to do for the people of that country. All members of G5 stood in salute to their leader before speaking in unison, yes sir. With Izuku began waking up in a hospital bed with his head throbbing in pain. Ow. Where am I? In a hospital. He turned his head to see Shoko, Momo and Kyoka to his side, relieved to see him awake. You went out cold after beating Caesar and stopping his explosion. Izuku remembered the acts before to understand how he got where he is. Any injured or hurt civilian-wise? Nope. From what Sabo told us, you helped stop things from getting worse and that explosion could have killed a lot of people. Momo smiled at this, knowing her boyfriend did a great job stopping a dangerous situation. Want a cracker? Spoiling the moment, Izuku heard Sengoku's voice for him to be on the other side of him eating rice crackers. What? What are you doing here, Sengoku? I was told to help with the transport of Virgo and Caesar Clown. Since Garp's a friend of mine, I figured I'd also make sure you're okay too. These ladies of yours were giving me death glares the whole time though. Asterisk crunch crunch. Sengoku tossed a few crackers in his mouth with Izuku realizing this is the only time he'll most likely get to ask this. Sengoku. I have a question for you. For me? Well, this should be good. For years, Izuku's tried to understand this, but could never to now have the opportunity to be told the answer to something that's bugged him. Why? 1. Why what? Why did you make his execution public? Gripping the sheets over his legs, Izuku continued. The Marines were never going to look so high and mighty after this. You let your own people die along with several others from your decision. I know he did bad things and I don't care about that. I've made peace with knowing it was inevitable a long time ago, but... Izuku looked at the former fleet admiral in front of him with anger. Why did you make my father's execution publicly shown? All you did was show the Marines as monsters and Whitebeard as a man wanting to save his crewmate, so why? Sigh, I knew this was going to come into play soon. I guess you at least deserve an answer to that from me, kid. It's only fair. Sengoku swallowed what was in his mouth before continuing. Let's be first to say, this decision didn't fall on me. This judgment call was won by the 5 elders. Celestial dragons that really run the show behind closed doors for the world nobles. They wanted to make an example that those who dare defy the world government will have their lineage taken out alongside their existence. I knew Whitebeard wouldn't allow this, but I could only follow orders. Because of my failure to take down the entirety of the Whitebeard crew after the red-haired pirates came, I was forced into retirement. But in my last act of power, I made it certain that there were dangerous people let loose on the world. What do you mean? Kyoka asked for Sengoku to explain. During this battle, I'm sure you're aware of the breakout at Impel Down. I'm not counting the vagabonds that escaped though. I'm talking about ones in level 6. What are you talking about? Impel Down only has 5 levels. Actually, Ms. Todoroki, there are 6. The last level is when we put pirates and criminals we want the world to erase from existence. They took the title sociopaths to a new level and if freed, would cause far more chaos in the world. Thanks to Blackbeard though, these convicts escaped. Most in this level killed one another in hopes to become part of his crew, some joined that survived, while others escaped and went on the sea. Taking the actions of Marineford, I held much responsibility for its failure on the Marines' part, but I would be damned if I were to allow the world to have those criminals loose. So what happened? Izuku asked bluntly for the retired Marine to say. I denied orders from the 5 elders and set out a warning that there were dangerous criminals out. They wanted to pretend these were just pirates we didn't know about to save face and probably scoop them up after to make us look better. My concern at the time was how many people would be sacrificed after they'd be taken down again. If people knew who was out at least, it would make things less dangerous for the people. I didn't care anymore about credibility. I wanted to keep people safe at the end. I knew I was being demoted regardless, but I'd rather be demoted and do the right thing. Ain't that the truth? Everyone overheard a voice to look towards the door to see a tall man with sunglasses on and what looked like rags on. Been a long time, Sengoku. How ya been? I see you're doing well, Kuzan, 3rd person Pav. Alright. You wanna answer why you're here, Aokiji? Last time I checked, you're no longer part of the Marines. Izuku asked, somewhat irritated for Kyoka to lean towards Momo. You know who this guy is? Not a clue. He does have a cool prosthetic though. Shoko mentioned as she looked down at Aokiji's frozen leg. The door soon opened to Endeavor with Manuel, Iida and Bakugo. It seems we weren't the first here. Also, what's a former admiral of the Marines doing here? Shoko, Momo and Kyoka heard this to immediately shout. This guy was a Marine admiral. Huh, oh yeah. I guess I was a big shot in the Marines after I lost to Sakazuki. Aokiji remembered back a bit for Bakugo to speak up. Who the fuck is Sakazuki? Akainu. Izuku answered this to shock everyone. To make a long story short, both Aokiji and Akainu fought for 10 days to find out who was worthy of the title of Fleet Admiral, since Sengoku wanted Aokiji and the elders wanted Akainu. I don't know the exact details of what happened, but the two had enough power to turn one half of an island into a frozen wasteland and the other into literally an active volcanic site. Yeah, wasn't fond of that. Anyway, I came here to talk to you, Portgas. Let me guess, this has to do with your fat now boss, Blackbeard. Everyone was a bit shocked hearing someone for the law was now working for one of the worst of the worst. Sorta. But I'm not here on his orders. The former admiral looked around the room before turning back to Izuku. You mind if we get the room alone? Everyone looked at Izuku before he nodded. They took this as a reason to understand he's got the situation under control for them to walk out. The only one that didn't was Sengoku. You mind leaving too? I'm here as a request from a friend, but I'm still part of the Marines. Though I know you don't have any ill will. You're no longer a respected Marine and now work for a pirate. I hope you don't have any hard feelings for it. I get you. Not trying to be the bad guy, but also knowing that people like me can easily be them. Aokiji turned to Izuku again before starting up. Anyway, I'd like to talk to you about your recent claim to Blackbeard. Though he's not talking it seriously, that doesn't mean Blackbeard won't forget what y'all said, kid. As such, I came here to determine how truthful your words are. How truthful? That son of a bitch is responsible for my father's death just as much as Akainu. What part of that isn't truthful? Relax, kid. I just wanted to see where you stand. Now that I do, I'm willing to say this. Aokiji took a deep sigh before answering. Give up on Blackbeard. At least for now. What? You want me to let that fat tub of lard free? Like that's ever gonna happen? Think about it. Right now you've got Akainu and most of the Marines on your tail. Not only that, but now you have Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family to deal with. You don't need a third party wanting to kill you, at least for now. When you have enough allies knowing hockey, then that won't be as much of a problem to reclaim your declaration of war. However, you're not strong enough yet. Your own limits haven't been surpassed yet to the point you might stand a chance against the dark fruit and the tremor fruit. For now, avoiding a third faction as an enemy would help. So I'll say this again, let go of going after Blackbeard. You're not gonna win, and facing him angry is just what Doflamingo wants us to do. That way when things go downhill, you can avoid at least one harming you. Izuku looked down at his fists in anger as he clenched them, despising the thought of actually letting Blackbeard go. It felt like he was betraying his own father, since taking him down was something Ace strived to do and was willing to die for. This feels wrong to do. Then let me make it easier for you to understand. If Blackbeard is unable to bring you to his side or stop you from going after him, he'd send people like me and his division commanders to kill you. Trust me when I say this, kid. I plan to complete that assignment if I'm given it. Aokiji pulled his sunglasses off to show the level of seriousness he was explaining. But I personally don't want to go after you if I can avoid it. So what's it gonna be, kid? You gonna play it smart and avoid Blackbeard, or are you gonna play the part of a homicidal maniac and be shot down like a rabid dog? Outside the room, Kyoka had decided to listen in while explaining what was being said. What are they saying now? Momo asked for Kyoka to hold her head down. Aokiji. He said he'd be willing to kill Izuku if he doesn't agree to his demands of dropping Blackbeard off his radar. Like hell Deku's gonna fucking do that. The bastard is responsible for killing his father. He said before this that he couldn't because it felt like he was betraying his father. That's unfortunately rather accurate. Sabo pointed this out as he leaned on a wall listening. Ace went after Blackbeard because he killed another division commander. In the pirate world, this is deemed as the most unspoken and sacred rules in the Whitebeards. Never kill your own crewmate. They are your brothers. So Portgas D. Ace went after Blackbeard because of him breaking this rule. That's right, Specs. To Whitebeard, his crew was his family and had everyone that joined the crew to vow to never harm those he calls it. However, insubordination like Blackbeard's deserved death, and Ace as his division commander, felt it was his duty to do this. Sadly, this is where Ace met the defeat thanks to Blackbeard's underhandedness and the powers of the dark fruit. and thus started the war that took his life along with Whitebeard's. Sabo nodded, remembering the news of the War of the Best and how horrid things were. I failed to help my brother once, but I refuse to let the same happen to Izuku. So long as I have say in it, I'll make sure Izuku is safe. That's a promise I made to Ace's grave. Kyoka kept listening before overhearing Izuku's decision. He's gonna give up on Blackbeard for now. It also sounds like he's choked up about it. As I kinda expected he would be. This is something not anyone can accept. It's like saying, you want to punish someone for a crime and knowing what they did was wrong and having the means to stop them, but can't. The sound of a transponder snail ringing was heard for Sabo to get up. Kriti, Earphone Jack and Shoko. It's time we get going. Koala has been calling me non-stop and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get an earful when we meet her. The three got up to begin slowly heading out. They turned back to the door knowing that Izuku most likely would have problems accepting the decision on Blackbeard, but couldn't do anything about it to make it better. They left with the door opening soon after to have Aokiji and Sengoku walk out. Well, I guess I better be going. Try to stay alive, kid. Aokiji spoke into the room to Izuku to not get an answer. This is probably weighing on him lot. Rise above it. All you gotta do is handle the big threats you have right now before going after Blackbeard. Hopefully by then, you're strong enough to handle him. Aokiji went left and Sengoku went right for the four that were still in the halls to walk in. Portgas. Endeavor tried to talk with Izuku for him to feel extremely depressed. Kid, doing the right thing is never easy. Even though it doesn't feel like you did, you chose a smarter option. Then why does it feel like I wanna kick myself for making it? Izuku asked, clearly angry with himself. 1. I understand. Every fiber of your being is telling you to ignore what Aokiji said and go after Blackbeard regardless. When emotions get involved and counteract the decision, it doesn't make things easier. That's unfortunately one of the tough decisions you'll have to face. Portgas. Iida spoke up with a bit of regret in his voice. Izuku looked over to see Iida holding his head down before bowing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thought ill of you and abused the trust you had in me. I thought of you as a monster when I knew firsthand that you were the farthest thing from it. Izuku looked away somewhat in a sour mood. I probably didn't help with lying to you all. But my misguided lack of trust in you didn't help just as much, if not more. So if you need to, punch me. Excuse me. Izuku looked over to see Iida still bowing. The only way that I can at least make up for the problems I've caused is if you hit me with all you have. I'm not gonna hit you, Iida. That goes against what I believe in and that I shouldn't hit my friend. Please, I can't think we are anywhere near even until you hit me. So please, scald me and make certain I understand that you are a good person. Izuku thought about this before standing up and facing Iida. He pulled his arm back and swung it into Iida's jaw, nearly knocking him out from it. The force sent the engine quirk user barreling towards the far corner of the room for everyone to look shocked by this. You feel better now? TCH. A little. Can someone grab some ice for Iida? Izuku walked over towards his classmate and held his hand out. Need a hand? Iida accepted the offer and got up for Izuku to walk back to his bed and sit on the side. You weren't wrong for doubting me. My father was a pirate and they normally hurt people with a small minority knot. I've made peace with that. But you've also never seen him as a father to me. To the world, he was a dangerous pirate, but he never acted like a horrid, rude, monstrous warmonger that people think him as around me. In my eyes, he was a good father and I still stand by that. It might be different to you and his end wouldn't mark anything but just another dangerous criminal snuffed out by the Marines, but explain that to a 4-year-old who's his son. I get where you're coming from, Iida, but understand where I am and why I'm where I am. Iida took a deep breath in and let out a sigh. You're right, it's easy for me to say that he was a villain because I never knew him. But, sigh, I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions with you. If you hate me and don't wish to take back my friendship, I understand. If you do, I promise I'll stand by you as I should've. Izuku began laughing at this for everyone to look at him. You really are an idiot, Iida. You think I'm that bitter to hate you? Give me a little credit. Izuku smiled at his friend before turning to Endeavor. So how much longer before I can get out of here? Tomorrow afternoon. Monet will be here to give you your last examination since she said she wanted to see how much damage your fight did prolonged. Alright, guess I can start relaxing a little. Izuku turned to lay on his hospital bed and begin falling asleep instantly. You're sleeping. Everyone shouted for Iida to suddenly bust out laughing. Why the fuck are you laughing, Four Eyes? Because, I thought Portgas was dangerous, but it turns out, he's as simple as he's always been. Sigh, that gives a large strain on me a relief. The group continued talking with Aokiji listening by to the side and overhearing the conversation before looking down at a transponder snail. You know, asking for stuff off the black market isn't exactly good for your credibility and makes you look sketchy. What do you want with C-Prism stone bullets anyway, Smoker? The snail had looked like Smoker with a stern face before it exhaled to indicate the Vice Admiral was releasing smoke. Let's just say, I want them as a precautionary. Also, you're not exactly one that has much room to judge with your employer. Good point, but how many are you gonna need, cause they're not cheap or easy to get a hold of? I've seen the reports, I'm well aware of the price they fetch on the black market. Do you have a supplier? I do. It'll take a few weeks, but I'll contact you about the arrangements next month. Good. The transponder snail went to sleep with Aokiji letting his head fall backwards. Just how special is this kid's protection that you'd risk your rank if someone found out about a deal with us, Smoker? Did you go soft on me, or are you steeling yourself for the worst to happen? Izuku paused. Alright, let me take a look in your eyes now. The day after meeting up with Aokiji and Iida's apology, I was met by Monet who wanted to give me my final eval herself just to make sure nothing was overlooked. She made certain to grab blood samples from me, feel the areas where I had been hurt, and even check my vitals for her to say in her choice of words, find nothing dangerous. During the fight, were there any serious effects that caused you discomfort above what you were used to? Not that I can say outside of the normal feel of the rebound. She hummed to herself before placing down more information in her work. Any lingering joint or pains that are not going away. Just a stiffness from being in a hospital bed for most of the day. ICTCH. Monet held her side in pain for me to worry. Are you okay? I'll be fine. I just haven't gotten as much exercise lately to the point I think I should consider doing something more physical. I didn't know about Monet's lack of exercise to feel bad for her. You know, you could always join G5's training. It can be fun. I fail to see what would make Smoker's training fun. We both laughed a little before Monet put her tools away. Now that you're as healthy in my book as I can tell, we can move on to more pressing matters. I was about ready to ask before getting hit over the head by Monet. OW, what did you do that for? For you being an idiot. On what planet was it safe to take on Virgo and Caesar Clown at the same time? Okay, bad call on my end. But in my defense, none of us expected to go and run into both of them right off the bat. That hardly acts as a reason. You're lucky nobody got seriously hurt. She looked away from me clearly angry. Look Izuku, there's a lot of people that care for you. I need you to try and think with their feelings in mind. What you did was both stupid and dangerous. Though you may not have had much choice in the matter, that doesn't mean we want to see you fight and almost die. As both your doctor and someone that cares for you, it hurts me to see you fight to the point that you almost die regularly. You still weren't completely healed from CP0's attack and now you're facing off against a top executive of the Don Quixote family and Caesar Clown. Just, please, don't go over the top again and again in fights. I started seeing a small tear come down Monet's face to realize what I did in this fight to the girls. I reached over and hugged Monet for her to calm down a little. I'm sorry, I may not have had a lot of options for fighting, but this was without a doubt a bad move. I'm sorry, I know I'm doing a lot of that, but I'm really not trying. If I can avoid it, I promise I'll avoid fighting as much as possible. Though I can't do anything but fight. I will though try going forward to not make you and everyone worry when these fights happen. I know that's gonna be a lie. You and I both know you're not gonna stay to that. I winced hearing Monet tell me that. But I know you're not trying to get into these fights. Doesn't make me happy knowing you're still in them, but there's at least some solace knowing you're not openly looking to pick fights. I could feel her shake for some reason as I wrapped around her torso almost as if she was in pain. I didn't understand, but at least Monet was happier. "Hey, what do you think you're doing getting ahead of me and having a hug from Izuku?" Baby 5 opened the door visibly angry with Tashigi beside her showing a little passive aggressiveness to her. "Sorry, I guess I went a little ahead of everyone." Monet laughed a little before letting me go. "You're free to leave now. I've already had Endeavor clear the paperwork. Tomorrow though, we will have a meeting to discuss where to go next for our group and our ultimate objective of clearing any misgivings about you to the public." "Thank you." I grabbed what I had for things and began walking out. As I did, my stomach started to growl to feel really hungry. The cafeteria food was crap. I really hope there's nice food at Endeavor's agency or at least around it. The next day, after getting ready and heading to Endeavor's office, I was met by everyone in Smokers, Uncle Luffy's and Uncle Sabo's group in the room. "Good, we're all here. We can begin this discussion." Endeavor cleared his throat before starting. "As you all already know, we split up into different groups for your safety as well as to accomplish different things. However, Hosu had changed most of that where things began going downhill. Luckily, things were able to be stopped before going completely down. Thanks to a public speech of the Hosu incident, Endeavor was able to explain that I was able to legally defeat the hero killer as well as save Hosu from a suicidal villain wanting to destroy it by any means necessary. However, the Marines were able to cover up any information that led to Doflamingo by taking Virgo into their own custody and saying that one of their vice admirals was able to capture him. The main reason Endeavor didn't fight this from what I gathered was cause it would sound too convenient for me to take out someone the Marines already took credit for. Not that I blame them for that. Unfortunately, our job was handled unintentionally by Izuku during this attack. However, we were able to grab some information on where Caesar's lab was and destroy it. Sadly, it was raided long before we arrived, which means whoever is working with Doflamingo knew what they were looking for and took it with them. Uncle Sabo explained for us all to feel somewhat annoyed. "I'm with you on feeling you got played." Ms. Nami spoke with a defeated attitude. The fact we went so far away just to leave empty-handed felt irritating. On a positive note, we were successful in some information on our end. Monet tried to secure the situation a little better. Thanks to having some information on the original drug as well as Trigger, I was able to reverse engineer the Rampage drug and make a near-perfect copy. "So you made a drug the same as the one on the market?" "I don't get why you'd need to." Uncle Luffy asked, not exactly sure how this works for Mr. Chopper to explain. Reverse engineering is a process in how scientists and doctors learn about certain things. Now that we have something similar to the original drug, we can make antibodies and sedative for those using it. "Oh, why didn't she just say so?" "She did. You're just an idiot." Almost everyone spoke up, not fond of dealing with my uncle at the moment. Anyway, from the drugs in this, I should be able to make a couple sedatives in a very short time span. Few days at most, give or take a day. Once I have it and am certain it works, I'll hand the information over to the police board so they can handle the drug better and limit some damage to people who've already taken it. The problem though is what I've discovered as I was creating the makeshift. We all looked at Monet for Tashigi to explain. From what she's explained, if the drug is in the system too long, it can result in organ failure of many as well as if you haven't yet and you're a strong user, you could face permanent damage that could lead to insulin problems, lung damage, rupturing of the stomach as well as kidney failure. Whoa, that's a lot of problems. Mr. Sanji spoke for all of us to realize the gravity of the drug more. So if we can get the sedative done, we'll be able to help more people. Ochako asked for Monet to nod. Okay, anyway we can help. I'll need blood samples of emitter, mutation and enhancement quirks. The more I have, the better. This will allow me to make certain the sedative I make will affect everyone equally. Does anyone else wish to offer their blood in hopes to help? A couple of people raised their hands for Monet to pull out some tools and try to extract some blood. The ones that offered were beginning to sit down one at a time for Monet to handle her work as Ms. Robin continued from her side. Since we have a sedative going forward, perhaps if we add more pro-heroes to this mission. If we do, we can increase our network of distribution and avoid as much significant damage as humanly possible. I've actually asked for a few pro-heroes to join us in this crusade while Ace was in the hospital. Currently, we have a large number of the top-ranked pro-heroes helping as well. Right now, We have Hawks, Genist, Yukyu, Orca, Selkie, Fatgum and Night-Eye. Hawks, Genist and Yukyu for the most part are for a way to gain notoriety for Ace. Fatgum and Night-Eye are both knowledgeable on the black market and can help us curb the influx of this drug into Japan. Gang Orca and Selkie can also help us with the sea routes to avoid any illegal products to produce it into the country. This would leave only those that would illegally offer product for Doflamingo's group to make. It doesn't make it foolproof, but it at least will hinder the production and mass distribution to get us as close to even with the sedatives. Endeavor then turned to my uncles. Perhaps we can also use the Straw Hats and the Revolutionary Army to help. If you two join this from the underworld's side, we can limit its production more. Look, I really don't care all that much about some drug thing. All I wanna do is kick Mingo's ass. Think for a second, Luffy. Uncle Sabo tried to explain it in the best way he could. If we stop the flow of drugs, we don't have to worry about finding Doflamingo since he'll find us. Chances are, he's also very angry about what Izuku did and is now most likely trying to get a step ahead to gain some leverage on him. Keep in mind also that Doflamingo won't underestimate you or me going forward. He's done that once already and unfortunately paid the price for it. We aren't dealing with any normal person. We're dealing with a man that knows how to play the game. I tried to think of a good way to handle this before Endeavor spoke up. For now, try and focus on getting stronger. If there is a break in the case or anything, we'll explain it to you. Monet, please inform me when your sedative will be at optimal efficiency so we can distribute it as fast as possible. If we can overflow the police with a treatment before we get overrun with rampage, we can avoid not only civilian damage, but political damage as a majority as well. We were dismissed soon after this for the girls to grab my arms and drag me towards an empty room. Once there, I was put in a chair with my girlfriends looking like they were about to kill me. Is this about what happened at Hosu? You're damned right it is. Everyone shouted for Ochako to take the lead. We read in the newspaper that you were in a fight with people and we then find out that you're in a hospital. How do you think we're supposed to feel? Ochako's right. You should have thought this out more. Itsuka continued with Momo trying to be a voice of reason. Now, Izuku did succeed in stopping two major problems. Without Caesar around, there should be less ability to create the drug. Not only that, but Virgo is a huge drop down as well. Says the people that couldn't do anything. Baby 5 retorted back in anger for Shoko to glare at her. What? I didn't see you try to fight a sociopath scientist who was threatening to destroy half of Hosu and a bamboo-wielding psycho. The two began bickering for it to annoy me. Alright, I screwed up. What more do you want me to say about it right now? Monet already gave me an earful in the hospital yesterday, so I understand how you all feel. If anything, I'll try not to. We all know you're not gonna avoid these fights if you're thrown into them. Everyone responded with little to no hesitation. Am I really that bad with keeping my word on things like this? The girls nodded for me to let out a sigh. I really need to work on that. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Ochako remembered something for her to smile again. Rebecca said hello in the kingdom of Dressrosa. She also wanted me to thank you for what you did back then to put her grandfather back on the throne and what you did in the Colosseum. Oh yeah, the gladiator girl that everyone hated her guts and wanted them spilled. How she's doing? Great actually. She also was going to come to UA to see about a college to enhance her knowledge. I also heard she'll be coming to tour the school in a little bit with her father. Kairos, that guy was one badass son of a bitch even as a toy. I started to remember the weird toy soldier that I saw running from the cops and scaring kids away from the Colosseum. Well, they both owe a great deal of debt to you. Flare. Quote. They told you about the alias, didn't they? I let out a sigh knowing now I have my own problems to deal with. Why do I feel like that's gonna be a new nickname soon? Flashback about 15 years ago, third-person POV. In a marine base of G5, Smoker could be seen in his office looking at a file. First name Tashigi. You don't have a last name due to being orphaned at a young age. Orphanage you were with was destroyed by pirates, and you're a troublemaker. Sounds like you'll fit in nicely. He looked over the paper to see Tashigi as a child with a notable amount of bandages on her face and a large scowl. Just so you know, this little rebellious phase you have won't make me go easy on you in training. I have a kid a few years younger than you training here that's just as much of a troublemaker as you. Not only that, but this entire base is filled with Marines that don't fit the common mold of the image. You're not anything special here. Like I care about that. Also, stop with the smoke. You smell like an ashtray. Tashigi states this with a little arrogance for Smoker to only scowl. Head down to the mess hall and see what you can do to help make lunch. After lunch, you'll start cleaning. If you have enough spine to badmouth your superior, you have enough spine to handle a little manual labor. Present time, Kyoka Pav. Alright, kid, time to get back into training. Once we were done with the meeting, Endeavor asked for all of us to stay in his agency's living quarters as a precautionary move. Right now, most of us are watching Izuku train with Smoker. Earlier, he was training with Tashigi to show us he has no mercy for anyone even if you're a woman to push her until she couldn't stand. Smoker really knows how to push his training on you, doesn't he? It's just a matter of how hard you work, Kendo. All of the girls in our little group were watching as Izuku and Smoker were going blow for blow with one another in just base skill before soon ramping it up in using fire and smoke. Izuku's always been a hard-headed idiot growing up, so it's understandable that he's not one to back down and take the training as is. Oh yeah, you said something about growing up with Izuku basically a while back. Baby 5 asked for Tashigi to smile. What were you two like growing up? We wanted to kill each other on a regular basis. Wow, not so subtle. That seems a little heavy for you. Also not that all subtle. Ochako commented exactly what most of us were thinking for Tashigi to go into her pocket and pull out a picture. When she gave it to us, it showed her, Smoker, Izuku and G5 in a picture from what it looked like, over 10 years ago. Why are you both in bandages and looking like you're angry? To make it simple, Yaoyorozu. Izuku and I. Well, we didn't get along well when we first met. If we're being completely honest, I was regularly coming at him with a practice sword and him punching me in the face. It got to the point where most of the G5 Marines would just let it play out, not wanting to bother themselves since it won't make a difference. Hard to see you of all people act out since you're very straight-laced. I wasn't always so strong with rules, Juro. To be honest, I grew up in an orphanage until pirates attacked it when I was about 6. For 2 years, I was sent from Marine base to base due to my unruly behavior. Everyone stared at her before she responded. When you grow up without a family in somewhere like an orphanage and then go into the Marines, you learn to be tough. This now had me thinking with everyone else for Ochako to ask. So what was it like when you first met Izuku? That was a fun day. You see, it was probably the second day. Flashback about 15 years ago, Tashigi Pav. Hey kid, these potatoes aren't completely peeled. You gotta get the small bits off. Like I care what you think. I wasn't exactly fond of the men at the base yet for them to kinda anger me. Most of them didn't fit my ideal image of a Marine for me to not care for them. A little bit of skin isn't going to kill anyone. So suck it the heck up. Peel the potatoes completely. That's your job. Make me. I was stopped that day by Izuku punching me in the head to turn towards him. Who are you and why did you punch me? You're being annoying. He walked over to the convert to pull out 2 apples. I'm taking 2 apples. Yeah, just don't let Smokey see you with them and you won't get lumps. Why are you letting him steal from us? He's not even in uniform. The Marine cook turned to me and remembered I haven't met Izuku yet. Oh yeah, you haven't met Izuku yet. This is Izuku Midoriya. On weekends, he comes to the base for Smokey to train him. As long as you don't give him problems, he won't make some for you. You make it sound like I'm nothing but a delinquent like this one here. Chomp munch munch shoshwesha nwew rekutve. Yeah, this is Tashigi. She's a few years older than you, so try and treat her with respect. Izuku stared at me for a solid 10 seconds before walking away. I'll give her respect when she does something worth it. 1. What was that? In my own anger, I grabbed Izuku's hand with the apple he didn't bite into yet to keep him in the room. Who the heck do you think you are barging in here, acting like that to me and walking away thinking you're some kind of hot shot? I stopped when I felt something hot on my hand to see Izuku's arm turn into fire and burn me. Hot hot hot. I fell to the ground with him walking away, not exactly impressed. Word of advice, girl. Get out of the Marines. Unless you're ready to steel yourself to do the unthinkable, this group is gonna become a prison for you. I didn't fully understand his words at that point, with the fact I was touching actual fire when his hand turned into what it was processing in my mind. Did he eat a devil fruit or something? A few weeks passed with the Marines and Izuku still annoying me. On occasion, I'd see him train with Smoker to try and ignore it. One thing though still remained in my head. Exactly why is Izuku in the base when he's not a Marine nor has any desire to be one? This though was found out to me one night by some of the Marines sitting around and drinking on their off time. So did you see the Vice Admiral and Izuku's training session today? Looks like he's learning the 6 powers. Yeah, what's Smokey doing teaching that stuff to him of all people? Yeah, the fact he's the Fire Fist's son is more than enough reason to question that. Hearing that comment, Izuku's ability made sense. Shut up. You want the world to know who Izuku is related to. Keep in mind we're supposed to keep that a secret. Who's gonna hear that doesn't already know? Come to think about it, I don't think Tashigi knows yet. Probably better she doesn't. She's enough of a troublemaker as is where this'll be more annoying than anything. Yeah, both her and Izuku are problem children as is. I don't want another issue to deal with. I walked away from the room they were in to go outside. There, I found Izuku laying on his back making circles with his flames. You're a pirate, I immediately shouted at him for it to annoy Izuku. What makes you think that? Throwing accusations like that around is an easy way to get you into a lot of trouble. You're the son of the Fire Fist. The biological son of the worst criminal in the Marines. You wanna shut up? All you do is shout and yell at me, and now it's getting really annoying. Izuku got up at this point to glare at me. Out of everyone here, you're the only one that seems to have a problem with me and my lineage. So I suggest you back off. And why should I? He walked up towards me and pulled my uniform collar to look him in the eyes. Tell me something. What is your goal in the Marines? Just like any other. Stop all pirates and keep peace. Stop all pirates. Ahahaha. You want to stop all pirates and keep peace. How stupid can you be? What's wrong with my goal? It's just stupid is all it is. You're never going to make that a reality because peace is something you can't claim by the Marines alone. He kept laughing for me to now get mad. Izuku then went back to a serious face before continuing. Peace is something that is categorized by many things. There is absolute peace and there is harmonic peace. Harmonic peace allows evil to happen in the world somewhat, but as a majority, the world tries to handle the evil in a way that normal life can overshadow it. It's not ideal, and you can have a majority of people's ideals for what peace is happen, but what is perfect. However, what you're describing is absolute peace. I don't get why that's bad. Let me ask you this. In your logic, all Marines are good and all pirates are evil. Yeah, 'cause that's true. Izuku rolled his eyes at this before continuing. There is a long history of pirates and Marines being the opposite with isolated incidents. You don't hear about these as often because they're not the norm, and people try to avoid painting a different narrative because it would cause chaos. But let's say in theory your way is put into motion. What happens if the one ideal power faction that peace follows is corrupt? What if the very people you think are good turn out to be no better than the scumbags you call evil? What will happen? That will never happen. What makes you so certain? Marines are still human, which means they can make mistakes just as easily as they solve them. Marines have harassed the innocent. Marines have imprisoned those who may or may not have anything to do with pirates they hunt. Marines have killed innocent people and hunt down those who have no damn decision in how they are brought up or who they're born to. What makes them the ultimate justice if that is what they resort to? Izuku let me go and started walking away. Let me give you one bit of advice. Change your opinion and avoid being narrow-minded, or get out of the Marines. The Marines doesn't need another cold-blooded sociopathic killer like Akainu. It needs people that understand what protecting the people really is. Your idea of what is needed for the world is just gonna bring bad news. Hearing this from Izuku of all people irritated me to no end, to the point I pulled away and began to say something today I can never live down for as long as I live. Why should I listen to a damn thing that you say? You're nothing but a filthy pirate. What right do you have to say what's better for me when all your kind does is hurt others? Izuku lost his nerve at this point to turn around and punch me right in my face. I fell to the ground and saw absolute rage in him. Something that I haven't truly seen yet that even today made me fearful to my very core. And what makes you think you're above me in saying I'm no different than a pirate that hurts and murders people? Question mark. You have no idea what I go through every day. You have no idea what I go through just to stay alive. You have no right to tell me that the Marines are good people when I watched my own father protect someone he called family and get a fucking hole put in his chest as the same sociopath tried to do the same for a Marine that tried to save the little humanity the Marines had left that day. The two of us parted ways soon after he said these words. I refused to take his suggestions to heart and thus ignored almost everything he said. Unfortunately, someone was listening in on us. Someone that would push us to know that our strength is better together than split like we've been doing. Tashigi Pav. Several months had passed since that little argument I had with Izuku. Looking back at it, it wasn't exactly fair of me to call him a villain now, but I was too stubborn back then to admit I was wrong. It now got extremely violent between us where whenever we'd cross paths, most would expect a fight to break out. We regularly gave one another beatings while also getting a fair share of lumps from Smoker. One day, we were standing in his office holding several bruises on us from our own fight as well as him. I'm done dealing with this now. You both better find a way to work together soon or else. There is no way I'm working with this trash pirate flunky. I don't care if you think that way about one another. Midoriya, you're here under special privilege due to your situation, but I can pull that just as easily. Tashigi, you're here because you're a troublemaker of the Marines. I can just as easily expel you from this group if I have to. I don't care how you do it, just work together to find common ground somewhere to stop making this base into your own personal arena. It's getting difficult to handle my job when you two are making a mess of everything. We were kicked out of his office soon after to glare at one another. Both of us knew that working through our differences was never going to happen, but didn't want to even attempt it either. 1. In my adolescent's mind, I spoke rather brazenly after this argument. Leave this base now and never come back and we can handle this problem. Why do I have to leave? I've been here longer than you. And I'm the oldest among us. What's your point? Well, I'm more skilled than you. And I'm more willing to go up the ranks than. Shut up, the both of you. None of you are leaving unless I give the order. So suck it up. Smoker shouted from in his office for both of us to stomp our separate ways. I stayed to my guns and ignored Izuku as much as possible. However, one day I was out on a shopping errand to see a bunch of kids playing at a playground. When I looked closer, I saw that they were kids his age and they were picking on someone. I was just about to jump in before seeing it was Izuku to know he had everything handled. He's most likely waiting for them to let their guard down before attacking. I waited to the side to see his true nature to only see him constantly be harassed and picked on to the point it was borderline assault. When the group of kids finally stopped picking on Izuku, he was on the ground covered in bruises to make me walk over and find out why he let it happen as well as if he's okay. Hey, I shouted for him with Izuku just standing up and brushing off as many of the attacks as he could. Why didn't you fight back? You have the power. Having the power and using the power are two different things. The world thinks I'm quirkless and that's how things will stay for now on. He walked away for me to think just what made Izuku want to admit he didn't have a quirk. Since there was only one person who actually knew about him, I had to go to Smoker who wasn't exactly so fond of the idea of me snooping into something I don't belong. You wanna know why Midoriya pretends to be quirkless? Yes. It struck me as odd he didn't act like he normally does here outside of the base. Do you happen to have a form of understanding of this? Smoker blew out some of the smoke in his lungs before answering. To keep him safe. You probably don't get it, but the fight at Marineford about a year back wasn't a great thing. Not only that, but the Marines would be more than willing to put Izuku down if they learned of his true origins. But why are we keeping him here? Wouldn't it just be easier to just throw him to a Kainu or another Marine? Let me ask you something, Tashigi. Do you honestly think Fire Fist was evil in what he did? He was a pirate. Why wouldn't I? That's not what I'm asking. In the acts he committed that were around piracy, Did you think Fire Fist Ace was evil? I didn't understand what he meant as Smoker read off a list of acts. Attacking of warships we sent after him, destruction of pirate crews that attacked him and the Whitebeard fleet. Torching a pirate-ridden town that was slaughtering the men and taking the women captive. When you hear these outside of context, they do sound evil, but when you hear the full story, it's not as evil as you'd think. You and I both know that the Marines are just doing their job, and what happened at Marineford was no different in his death. But to Midoriya, how do you explain to a child that us murdering his own father is justified? How do you explain to someone who hates us and deems us bloodthirsty monsters that us taking the life of someone he held dear was an act of good? I held my tongue, not wanting to argue any more about this, knowing Smoker had a point. Good and evil aren't as simple as you want them to be. Midoriya and our fleet admiral are perfect examples of that. I left the office and began thinking deep into thought what I was told. Akainu was evil and Izuku was good. That was absolute idiocy in my mind. I was so caught up in my own thought that I didn't realize I left the G5 base and was out in the middle of the city. Damn it, I wasn't thinking where I was going. Where's the base now? Looks like you're a little lost there, kitty. I glanced to my side and saw a bunch of fat stupid guys that looked like they were drunk. Ya know, you look really cute for a kid. What say you and us get a little friendly? Single quote ... There is no way this guy is hitting on me. Is this person just that drunk where he's willing to hit on anything with legs? I have no time for this. I need to find my way back to the Marine base. I started walking away with one of the two grabbing me. Get your hand off me. Come on, sweetie. Don't you know not to treat a captain like that? The guy pulled an ID that showed he was a Marine captain. Why don't you just come with us and you'll be nice and happy with Hikar hospitality? Get off me, you damned pedofile. I was immediately slapped across the face after this happened by the Marine captain for him to glare at me. Don't think you're hot shit just cause you're part of G5. To be honest, I've known you for a while, Tashigi the delinquent cadet. I made quite a few Marine officers angry with me before going to G5 to lose track of how many people actually wouldn't give a damn if I died. Let's face it, you're a mouthy brat who doesn't respect authority. Who's gonna miss you if you die? Smoker. G5, chances are, you pissed them off enough where you'd be better off dead to them. Nobody's gonna come looking for ya, and nobody would even care if you disappeared off the face of the planet. So shut up and maybe you'll get away safely. The two began hovering over me with the unease of what's about to happen sinking in. They were right about one thing at the time though. Chances are, more people would prefer if I'd die than if I'd live. But in truth, this was the first time I actually feared for my life. Someone, anyone, please help me. As if an answer to my prayers came, one of the guys was punched off and the Marine captain kneed in the face to be tossed to his back. What the? Don't you know it's not right to gang up on a girl? Even a stupid Marine like you should know that much. I glanced up from my fear to see Izuku wearing a hat similar to Ace's on his head. Am I? Midoriya, why did you? Don't get me wrong, I still hate you, Marine girl. But if I let you die and I could have stopped it, I'd not be able to live with myself. I'm just saving you to avoid losing more sleep than I already do. You, who the heck are you? The Marine captain got up and glared at Izuku. Your worst nightmare. Izuku ran towards the captain with the other guy coming at him with a metal pipe. Shave. In a flash, he disappeared and came back above the fat man for Izuku to reel his leg back. Take this. The hit was hard enough to kick out a few teeth and send the drunken man unconscious. Now I remember you. You're that other brat that Smoker has running around. The captain got himself back up while holding a broken nose. Tell me something, kid, you're not a Marine cadet, right? Never had a reason to think of being a yes sir dog of your group. Alright then, so why does Smoker keep you around? Are you some kind of charity work for him? Did he knock up your mommy and not take responsibility until she dropped you on his doorstep? Or maybe he killed your mommy and daddy and now has to help raise you because he feels bad for you. Izuku's hands gripped tightly for blood to come out of them. Oh, did I hit that last one on the head? If your parents were as much of a fucking reject like you are, then the chances are they deserve to die. What right do you have to say things like that? Izuku ran at him for the captain to smirk. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Dumbass. Iron body. Izuku hit the Marine as hard as he could for him to slide back and hold no damage. When the shock of the lack of reaction came, he was then grabbed and slammed into the ground. You should have expected a Marine to know the 6 powers. Dumbass. 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 He continually stomped on Izuku's head before he was grabbed and brought up to eye level. Let me give you a taste of reality here, kid. I'm one of the good guys here. I'm a Marine. Nobody's gonna see me as a bad guy when stupid snot-nosed shit rags like you and the bitch over there are around. So why don't you just sit down and enjoy the show? If you play nice, I'll even let you have what's left over of her to play with. That's enough. I couldn't take it anymore to speak my mind. I don't know what to think of whether the Marines are good or evil entirely yet, but the mantle is without a doubt wasted on the likes of you. No self-respecting Marine would ever stoop so low as to hurt a child. So leave Midoriya alone right now. The Marine captain glared at me with annoyance before dropping Izuku to the ground. You know something, Tashigi. That little mouth of yours has gotten you into a lot of trouble. So I'm gonna do you a favor. I'll cut out your tongue and then use your mouth how I see fit. He pulled a knife out with a sadistic smile on his face. Sound like a deal? Before he could do anything, a strange glow was happening where Izuku was to turn our attention to him. His hand turned to fire with his hair covering his face. Let me make 2 things clear to you, Marine bastard. 1. I know Smoker didn't have to bring me under his wing, and I don't care that I do. All I know is that he's helped me achieve goals that I can never achieve myself in such a short time span. And the second, I will not ever let you lay a hand on Tashigi or any of the other G5 members for as long as I live. Fire. FSSSSSTTTTT. He shot a blast directly at the Marine for him to go flying the opposite way and go right into a fire hydrant. This caused it to break open and cause a geyser to flow. Hey, you okay? Why yeah, but what about that guy? He saw you use your power. Maybe. But what are the chances he'll squeal before we get him court-martialed? He smirked at me before a question came to my head. What are you doing here anyway? Were you following me? Actually, I was working on a job Smokey offered me. He wanted evidence that the guy over there was abusing his power as a Marine and well, you kinda gave me the proof we were looking for. Nice job on your end, ha ha ha. Don't laugh like this was all a ploy. I could have been hurt. Relax. I knew you'd be able to make it out okay. You're a tough girl. He smiled at me before frowning a moment. Look, I'm not happy I'm related to who I am either with knowing what bad they did by Marine standard, but I can't change that. I wanna do right by me. But because of who I am related to, I can't. It hurts. I can't even show that I'm ashamed of what Akainu did to my dad and just accept it. Sniffle, it hurts and the pain never goes away and I don't know how to make it. Looking at Izuku crying, I started to realize what Smoker meant. Sometimes, the acts the Marines do that we think are good are actually evil and only bring pain. To Izuku, he isn't evil, but because of his own family, he is deemed evil by the Marines. But looking at him at that moment, he was just a kid who wanted his dad back and can't even properly grieve for him. I walked over towards Izuku to hug him and let him let out all his pain. It's okay. I don't have the right to say it's okay. Nothing about this is okay. I should have been a better person to you. To the rest of G5. But I promise, I'll try to become a Marine that even you can admire and respect. If you'll just keep going, maybe me and the rest of G5 could be your family too. He began to wrap around me to sob a little louder for me to hug him back. Hard to believe under the facade he's a crybaby. But that's okay. Back to the present. After that, we started to become a little less violent towards each other to the point when I received my captain's rank, Izuku was extremely happy for me. He even got me a hairband for me to put my hair up as a congratulations gift. I smiled thinking back at our fond memories with everyone still staring at me. Wow, didn't expect you to be a rebel. Jiro was shocked at this as I just held a defeated look. It's not a part of my past I like to remember. I was a very rude child back then. You're still kinda rude. Izuku came over to bluntly state this for me to glare at him. I've been trying to get your attention for half your story. Lunch is almost ready. Let's get some food. Right. I got up with the rest of the girls to start walking in the house. Oh, by the way, please don't tell Kachin, Kirishima or Ojiro that I cried during that incident. I won't live it down. Lips are sealed. Izuku Pav. After the internships were over and done with, school started back up first with the incident in Hosu giving me a little bit more of a reputation. Most people that heard about it now questioned if I was actually as bad as the Marines say I was for the goal of it to work out how it was supposed to for us. As this happened, Monet was working diligently on an antidote to those who had taken Rampage. I understood it was important, but Monet would regularly be in the middle of the common space passed out with her work under her on trying to reverse the effects as well as sedate it. I walked down from the boys' side to see her in a normal position. I've been seeing her into place my zip-up hoodie I had on me over her and went towards the kitchen. She seems to be working quite hard. Tell me about it. I continued going for coffee before I stopped and turned towards the voice. When I did, I noticed a face I thought I'd never see again. Captain Kairos. Or would you prefer Commander? Just Kairos is fine. It's nice to see you're doing well, Flare. I smiled remembering my old alias. Things were easier when I was Flare. Nobody thought I was Dad's son to want me dead. So what do I owe the pleasure? Also, want something to drink? If you have any juice, I'll take a little. I brought out a mug for me to have some coffee while giving Kairos a cup of orange juice we had. He drank a little before answering. I am actually here to act as a bodyguard. Bodyguard. Yes. You see, Rebecca has seemed to take quite a liking to you in your endeavors to decide to broaden her horizon. With the agreement of her grandfather, she'll be doing a small exchange program where she will see what training with you all in UA will do. And Nezu allowed this? I questioned while taking a sip of coffee. He honestly thought it was a good thing to do. It's not every day you have members of the royal family wish to be part of your school. Dad, please stop calling me that. I chose to deny being part of the royal family and willingly stood by you as a member of the common mass. I glanced to the side to see Rebecca come in from the doorframe to notice me. Her face lit up with a smile before running over to hug me. Flare, it's great to see you again. Hot coffee, hot coffee. I spoke up a little to avoid her burning herself from me spilling. In the doorframe behind her though, Kyoka seemed shocked and immediately went to a misunderstanding. What the heck do you think you're doing? Kyoka, please, I can explain. You better have a good one for why some bimbo here is feeling you up shirtless while some musclehead over here is watching. That girl you called what you did is my daughter. Could you kindly refrain from calling her such things in front of me? Kairos spoke up while calmly sitting in his chair as I tried to explain. Kyoka, this is Rebecca Doldo. She's someone I met when I was in Dressrosa some years back. I played a big part in helping her and this hug is more just her being happy to see me again. Okay, so why is she feeling your abs? I glanced down to notice Rebecca not even paying attention to us and focusing on my abs. As rough and solid as they looked all those years ago. I doubt Flare skipped any part of his training while holding these. Truly a marvel of all marvels. She glanced up to see me stare at her to realize what she was doing. I'm sorry. She pulled away with her hands up to try and turn towards Kyoka to apologize. I am very sorry if I had acted rude during our first meeting. My name is Rebecca and I actually owe a great deal of debt to Flare and his actions in saving my grandfather, aunt, father and kingdom. I hope you can forgive me. She bowed to Kyoka with her somewhat embarrassed by this. Why yeah, just don't let it happen again or me and the rest of his girlfriends aren't gonna be so mellow about it. I did not know you were Flare's girlfriend. Now I feel even worse for the rudeness I've done. I hope you don't hold it against me. The sincerity she was showing was without a doubt causing problems for Kyoka for her to turn around and hold back a blush. Jay, just don't do it again. Also, put a damned shirt on, Izuku. The moron has more common sense to put a shirt on in the common space. I heard that. Kaminari shouted for me and Kyoka to respond back. Not an inaccurate statement though. Few hours later. After Rebecca and Kairos's arrival at the dorms, everyone in Class A was met with the same pink-haired gladiator standing in front of our class introducing herself. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Rebecca Doldo. You might know of my grandfather, King Riku Doldo III of Dressrosa. It's an honor to meet you and I hope that I will learn much by spending time with you all. Mr. Aizawa stood in front of her while explaining the situation from his perspective. To make a long story short, Nezu believed it would be a good show of faith to have a possible exchange student do a few months of learning in this school. During the morning, Ms. Doldo will be taking remedial lessons with Midnight on hero laws as well as any studies she would be behind on in this program. However, she'll be training with the rest of you during the afternoon. Any questions? Iida immediately raised his hand in concern. Sir, though I do not wish to judge UA's decision, is it ideally wise for someone with no background in fighting as far as we know to train alongside us? Mr. Aizawa looked at me for me to explain. Rebecca was a gladiator in the Corrida Coliseum in Dressrosa. For those of you that don't actually know what the Coliseum is, it's a way to have people who have committed crimes unredeemable to serve their sentence in a way the people can watch and enjoy. Those who have won 100 consecutive matches earn their freedom and exit the arena a free man. Rebecca's time was however during the reign of Doflamingo, which made the matches in the Coliseum more bloody to the point people died. The normally dull blades to prevent serious injuries were sharpened and each match was deemed a bloodbath. Of course, Rebecca stood true to the original ideals and never harmed anyone. This surprised everyone as Rebecca explained herself. Flair is correct. My time as a member of the arena is quite knowledgeable. This puts me in a situation where I understand the heat of battle facing someone who wished to kill you to place me ahead of most here. Rebecca smiled for me to smirk back. Wait, why are you calling Portgas Flair? Iida asked for me to explain bluntly. Because it was an alias I went under. I was in the Coliseum when Doflamingo was putting my father's devil fruit up for a reward. But why would you want it? Don't you already have fire powers similar to the fruit? Kaminari asked for me to explain. Because I didn't want my father's legacy to be abused. Even if it wouldn't do anything for me, I'd rather eat the fruit and have no ability boost rather than it would go to someone who didn't deserve it. I didn't want his legacy to be sullied like that. I sullied it enough hiding for so many years. Rebecca walked over towards me and bowed towards me. I'm sorry if your hard work to obtain the fruit was destroyed just to help me. It all worked out in the end. I'm not complaining who got it since it was given to the best person I could think. All right, Ms. Doldo, you'll be heading off with Midnight to take remedial lessons. The rest of you, class will begin. Everyone said goodbye to Rebecca before starting class. Later that afternoon, hero classes started with all of us standing out in the training field. Class B came towards us with Monoma starting up with his rants. Well, if it isn't the useless Class A scum. How pathetic you must be to need us to make you better. Ahahahaha. Is this person always like this? Rebecca asked while coming towards us with her gladiator armor on. She glanced towards me in my new hero outfit and smiled. You look very much like your father Portgas. Thank you. Holy crap, she's got a rocking body. What I would do to be able to get close to that skin-tight metal bikini. Please refrain from speaking about my daughter in such a fashion, little boy. Mineta was stopped in his comment with Kairos standing right behind him in his guard outfit holding a prosthetic similar to ectoplasms on his stubble to move around. Ah, who is this guy? He will be a temporary teacher as well as Doldo's legal guardian. Smoker said this is him. Tashigi and Endeavor walked up towards the front. Starting today, both myself and Endeavor will be part of your hero training and will be helping set you all up to fight people that can use powers beyond that of hockey. You will call me Vice Admiral Smoker or Smoker. You call me anything less in respect than that, and you'll suffer the consequences. Do I make myself clear? Everyone was silent in this for a vein to show up on Smokey's head. I said, do I make myself clear? Yes, Smoker, sir. Everyone shouted for the Vice Admiral to point at me. Portgas, Doldo, you're going to be needed for this example. I was tossed a dulled version of my father's blade with Rebecca given a dull sword. You two are going to fight and use hockey. From what I've heard, Rebecca's quite skilled in observation. A good match against you, kid. Lovely. I smiled at this as Tashigi set up a circle for us. After, Tashigi began an explanation for Class B what exactly hockey was as well as the fact it is an endangered art being known since very few are even looking into using it due to the awakening of quirks and the lack of effort between the two that has to be put in with them. I stood in the ring and smiled at Rebecca. You know, I never got to see how good your fighting was against myself. You actually are a really impressive fighter from what I've seen though. Thank you very much. Rebecca smiled before holding her sword in a readied position. Begin. Smoker shouted this for me to immediately close the gap between us and start giving slashes to Rebecca. She was able to dodge them and use her style to move my center of gravity off balance. Before she could though, I peered into her next attack, which was to make my right foot's stability to get shaken up and blocked it. I went for a knee towards her stomach to have it be seen by her and dodged by jumping back and giving some distance. Third person POV. As Izuku and Rebecca continued their fight, the way they battled one another somewhat surprised everyone. Izuku's attacks were being blocked and redirected, while Rebecca was also using a style that focused more with using her opponent's own power against them. What a foolish match. One can't hit the other and the other refuses to give an actual blow. Sad, really. Monoma spoke in an arrogant manner while Itsuka watched closer. It's not that they aren't able to land another attack. Both are seeing the attacks coming and countering them as if they're being told what's coming. It's almost as if they're aware what is happening and changing their style to fit it. But Rebecca's doing something different. It kinda reminds me of judo a bit. You're actually not that wrong in your assumption. Smoker walked up towards them while explaining. Doldo's using a style where she's forcing the momentum and lack of balance of her opponent against them. Similar to how Jujutsu would do the same. But hers, from what I'm told, is a little more special due to her training. It is a style called back to the water. Kairos spoke up while watching his daughter narrowly miss knocking Izuku out of the ring with getting behind him and trying to use his small moment of imbalance against him. Just like myself, Rebecca has trained and fought as a gladiator. However, she has never once spilled a drop of blood. Inside her, she holds the blood of a true saint among saints, in my opinion. A woman that, just like Rebecca's grandfather, never desired any violence and was disgusted by even the thought of using it. Sounds like you remember this woman a lot. What was she, an ex-girlfriend or somehow? Kaminari was stabbed in the eyes by Kyoka as Kairos said who she was. The woman I'm talking about is Scarlet, Rebecca's mother and my former wife. A bit of regret came to Kairos's voice as he said this. Former, Shoko asked as Kairos looked at his own hands, remembering his wife's final moments. I couldn't save her. I failed my vow to always protect her mother. But I made a vow on that day that I would fight for Rebecca and protect her no matter what. He gripped his hands in anger as Rebecca and Izuku clashed blades to smirk at each other. And even though I cannot change the past, I will not give up on my daughter and look over her just like how her mother would always have wanted. The group continued to watch this with Endeavor speaking up. If you ask me, Doldo has a good father. I read the report of Dressrosa and the freedom from Doflamingo. You took on the top executive Diamante who had also taken your wife from you. If anything, I think your wife is resting in peace knowing the kingdom she once knew and loved has returned and the happiness of the people and your child have returned. Thank you for the kind words, sir. I hope that she is at least proud of the woman her daughter has grown into. Smoker called the match with the girls from Class A and B rushing up to talk with Rebecca and congratulate her on her hard work, knowing Izuku was someone that nobody could easily win against. Meanwhile, Kairos watched the smile that was on his daughter's face to feel some satisfaction seeing it. As always, I'll watch over you. I will never leave you alone in this world so long as I can prevent it. I promise you that, Rebecca. Tashigi POV. A few days had passed since UA had started back up their hero course students on their work. As they did, I had done what I could for Smoker to help him adjust to being a teacher while also managing the work that we needed to as Marines. Thankfully, some of the G5 members were able to help out after being showed how to manage things. They may not be the ideal image of Marines, but they are good people deep down that want the best for the average person. Right now, I'm heading towards Monet in the nurse's office to see how her work has been going on the Rampage countermeasure. Monet, it's Tashigi. Can I come in? I didn't hear an answer for me to open the door. Monet, looking in the office, I noticed Recovery Girl point towards a room. I walked towards the door to open it and see Monet typing on a computer while talking to herself as well as write down notes now and then. How is it going? If I increase this amount by 3 milligrams, the amount will be able to be more potent, but the general weight of the patient must be at least 185. No, that's 195. Monet. I spoke up again for Monet to finally come out of her work to glance at me with her glasses on. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you come in. What can I do for you, Tashigi? I looked at the desk to notice several energy drinks as well as what looked like instant bento boxes scattered around the ground. I knew she was giving it her all from what Izuku said, but this seemed a little. Monet, when did you last get away from this work? I use the restroom and get food from the convenience store every now and then. Okay. But when did you do something that wasn't necessary and relaxed a little? I'll handle it when I'm done with my work. She pulled her glasses off to show large sacs under her eyes. I think you're starting to overwork yourself. Every second I waste, the more of the drug is put on the street and the more dangers come to those that take it. My goal is to try and reduce that number as close to zero as possible, so a little sleeplessness won't kill me. But you shouldn't have to make a claim like that. Yes, your job is to make a sedative and possibly something to reverse the damage, but that doesn't mean you need to work yourself to death. Let me handle my job, and I'll let you handle yours. Stop bugging me if you don't have anything important such as Doflamingo's location so we can create a counter-attack with the Revolutionary Army, Straw Hats and G5. I was somewhat irritated with this to walk away and shut the door. I'll tell Smoker that you're still in the process of working on the sedative. I walked out in anger as Monet's statement made me enraged. Granted, she wasn't wrong. The issue right now is more time than anything. I should probably head back and apologize later. Monet Pav. After Tashigi left, I continued my work for a little longer with my mind having difficulties keeping focus. Damn it, keep focused. This isn't the time to relax. I kept working before a knock on the door came with Recovery Girl walking in. How's it going in here, sweetie? I keep trying to get this percentage right with the sedative, but it keeps coming off wrong when I start using it on a digital scale replica of a human being. I tried once more for the formula I made for it not to work again and enrage me. Son of a bitch. I slammed my fists on the table to have some cans fall off with Recovery Girl trying to pat my shoulder. You're trying very hard, sweetie. I think it's best you take a little time to yourself. Sleep, relax and maybe spend a little time with Portgas. You've been cooped up in this room for several days now and it's starting to take a toll on your mental health. Maybe you and Tashigi are right. A little rest should help me focus more and maybe see something I'm not. Good. Now, I have a meeting I must go to. When I come back, I hope I don't find you in front of this computer like you've been. Recovery Girl left for me to look at my notes one final time before saving and shutting everything off. Once I did, I opened the door and started taking a few steps outside. However, something felt off with my body as if the world was spinning. What's happening? My breath began to stagger as I started to cough up a little blood. When this happened, my chest felt like it was on fire. I rushed to Recovery Girl's desk to get her phone and tried to call for help. However, my vision was so blurry at this point that I couldn't see the numbers clearly with everything starting to go black. I fell backwards onto the floor with the thought of this being my final moments being possible. Is this how I'm going to die? Failing to fix a mistake I made. With Izuku Pav. Thanks for the help, Kendo. I hope Monet likes this. I smiled at Kendo as I held a box of food hoping to hand it to Monet for all her hard work. Don't worry. Also, you can call me Itsuka. I nodded as we came in front of the door to Recovery Girl's office. So, how's the sedative coming along for Monet? Easier said than done. She's having a lot of problems. I'm worried she'll end up doing something she'll regret from working so much. Monet's a tough woman. She won't fall that easily. I held out this hope with a large thud being heard from inside. What was that? I don't know. I opened the door immediately to make sure nobody was hurt to see Monet on the ground face up with blood down her mouth struggling to breathe. Monet. I ran towards her with her senses being extremely off for some reason. Monet. Stay with me. I listened for her breathing to see that it stopped. She's not breathing. I started to do what I could to administer CPR with Itsuka immediately calling for help. I ripped her shirt open a bit to try and help with doing chest compressions before breathing air into her. Come on, Monet. Stay with me. I continued the process with her still not breathing and not feeling a heartbeat. Damn it. I glanced at Recovery Girl's medical equipment to run over and start rummaging through it. What are you doing? I found a defibrillator to bring it towards Monet and adjust the shock. Clear. I shocked her chest in order to help while trying to hear for anything. One more time. I adjusted the shock a bit more before pressing the tool to her chest again. Clear. I shocked her one more time for Monet to sit up again and take a deep breath in before coughing up a bit of blood. What? Cough cough. What happened? You suffered from a heart attack. Are you okay? I tried to ask with Monet standing up and walking to a door and opening it. I think. Glancing in her room, I noticed several things of instant food and energy drinks to get irritated a bit. I got up and shut the door and melted the door shut with my fire. What are you doing? You're not going into that room for the rest of the day. You understand me. Izuku, I need to work on the sedative. You had a heart attack because you're overworking yourself and focusing with the use of energy drinks. Those are fine here and there, but they can cause serious problems if you use them as a way to deter your body's natural need for rest. And how else do you expect me to get the work I need done for the sedative? It's work I was part of that made rampage, so it's just as much my responsibility being the creator how it's used. It's not your fault someone wanted to use it. It's not all your responsibility. Look what almost happened. You almost worked yourself into a grave. What do you think we'll feel like knowing you died trying to make this? Monet backed off a little as I explained more. You have a life that you can enjoy. Please don't abuse it. I didn't save you so you can just throw away your life again. You deserve a happy and long life as much as anyone else here. Monet gripped her fists in anger before answering. I just want to avoid more people getting hurt because of my mistake. I helped make the drugs base. That means I'm one of the reasons someone could make it. Don't you understand how I feel? I feel like I'm being remembered for one of the worst mistakes I ever made. I did horrible things in my past, but I had no choice in some of them. But the drug that I helped give to children, I didn't have to. Doflamingo gave me the option to. Don't you understand? I didn't understand the damage I caused and how horrible I was. I'm suffering now because I can't fix that problem or let the sleeping dog lie. I need to finish that in order to. I cut Monet off by hugging her. I'm sorry. I didn't know you're hurting so much. If I could do anything to fix it, I would. But please, I want you to avoid working yourself to death. I care about you, so I don't want you to die for this. I love you, Monet. Monet's face went red at this before hiding her face in my chest. Why, you're an idiot, you know that. You always say stupid things like this and expect me to fall for them. But you know something. I want them to be true right now. I could hear her crying for me to smile and pet her head knowing she needed this. In Doflamingo's faction, she needed to be ready for him to say, kill yourself. She knew she didn't have to with me, but knowing I'd rather her rest and work on it more later on than force herself to meet a deadline with the threat of her own life at stake. Izuku, I came as fast as I could when I heard from Recovery Girl that. Tashigi ran into the room with her staring at both me and Monet. Her face immediately went red before steam started to come out. What? Don't just. What? Me? Why is Monet's top half barely covered? Is she trying to seduce you or something? I glanced over to realize Monet's shirt was torn as well as her bra in my fear of what was happening. I went red right there with the snow woman smirking at me. Oh my, I didn't know you were quite fond of how my body looked. Izuku, maybe I should tell Baby 5 about this and see if she wants us to compare to each other who's far better to stroke your needs. I jumped back at this with Itsuka and Tashigi immediately going red before the later was pushed to the side by Recovery Girl. Alright, all of you, settle down. Monet, I'd like to take a bit of an examination on you. From what I've been told, you need some rest in order to avoid any possible threats of your heart giving out on you again. That might be for the best. Wouldn't want the heart that Izuku worked so hard in making for me breaking on us, now would we? Monet turned her arm into a bird wing before brushing it under my chin to make me blush a little more. She sat on the patient bed with Recovery Girl taking out a few tools to help find out if she's alright while Itsuka pulls my arm close to her looking as if she was extremely jealous. Itsuka, Just let me have this. It's kinda mean that I can't have the same amount of time everyone else does. I allowed this as we waited for Recovery Girl to finish her work to check out Monet. This took probably a half an hour with the older pro pulling away with her pinching the bridge of her nose. You're very lucky, you know that. If Portgas wasn't coming through here when what happened to you happened, you might not be alive. I also should say that whoever actually made your prosthetic heart is an amazing person. It held up rather amazingly after this. Who designed it? Actually, this credit goes to Izuku. Thanks to him, I was able to live again. It wasn't that special, most of it was touch and go since I was trying to handle the dimensions of the op-op fruit. Well, you certainly did a great deal of work and helped make her a good heart as a replacement. With that in mind, you really should treat yourself with more care. Recovery Girl immediately gave Monet a stern talking to after her praise for me. You're lucky that Portgas was coming here when he did. If he was a minute later, you may not have survived. Take what happened here and consider taking some personal time to yourself to rest and enjoy yourself. It's not healthy to be cooped up here all day, and your incident is a perfect example why. I guess I should. Recovery Girl turned to me next and pointed at me. You're responsible for making sure she doesn't work. Take her out of campus, relax, do something that isn't going to have her work. Why yes ma'am. I nodded before we were all pushed out of the nurse's office with the door shutting behind us. I glanced at Monet before asking her a question. So what do you wanna do? Come to think of it, there was a movie I'd like to see if you wouldn't mind coming with me. As long as it keeps you from working right now, done. Itsuka stopped a second in her thoughts along with Tashigi when they heard this and both shouted in unison. Did you just get a date with Izuku? I stopped when I heard this to realize that this might actually be one. Something tells me that this will bite me in the ass if Baby 5 finds out. Izuku pav. Okay, you wanna tell us one more time what the heck is going on? Kyoka asked as I made sure I had everything I needed. I'm going to see a movie and enjoy some time, probably getting dinner with Monet so she doesn't work today. Is there something wrong with it? You're damned right there is. Baby 5 gave an immediate argument for this as she started explaining in her logic what was the problem. What if this is a ploy to take your chastity, Izuku? I mean, you're so sweet and innocent that any hussy off the street would just love to get their thieving grubby hands on you, take you to a love motel or the nearest enclosed space and defile your manhood with their disgusting uncleaned hole. Are you suggesting that I'm some kind of slut that sleeps around with men? Monet stopped this, walking down in a rather nice shirt that came down her shoulders and showed her bra straps along with a skin-tight pair of jeans. I could tell she was kinda annoyed with this comment to try and walk her out. It's not worth the argument. Come on or we'll miss the next airing of the movie you wanna see. We'll try and not stay out too long. We walked out with Rebecca coming in to see us leave. We greeted her before heading out towards the town with the feeling of eyes on me. So, what was the movie you wanted to see? Well, it's a kinda naughty one. She smiled at me before a thought of Monet planning something like this might have crossed my mind and forced my face to go red. Relax, it's probably just going to be a boring one for you, mostly. We continued out of campus with some people we passed looking at me with jealousy or anger, having Recovery Girl's assistant on my arm. Seems you have a fan club. The amount of people coming to Recovery Girl's office increased when I was officially her assistant. It was rather annoying since I could smell the testosterone coming off of the men. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that bit. In town, third person pav. As Izuku and Monet walked into town, several people began looking at them due to the snow woman holding Izuku's arm very closely. Monet, do you mind possibly letting go of my arm? People are starting to stare. But I like the feel of your arm. It makes me feel safe and happy. Get a room. Some random person shouted at them with it mildly irritating Izuku. Would you rather me hug your side? I feel much happier doing that. He glanced around to see some older women on the street make comments about them before pinching the bridge of his nose and responding. You can hang on my arm for now. Just try not to overdo it. But it's your job to keep me from overdoing things today. That also takes out half the fun. Izuku could feel steam coming out of his head for Monet to smile. This is kinda fun. I wonder what else I can get away with before he draws a line. They finally came to the movies with Izuku buying the tickets. 2 please 4. He glanced at Monet before she spoke up. Intimacy. Izuku did a spit-take for the ticket vendor to look at Monet and then at Izuku with envy before he gave them the tickets. Enjoy the show, I guess. They took the tickets and walked in, but unaware to them, Izuku and Monet were being followed by the girls in the harem as well as Rebecca. I'm not against you all wishing to know if they will do something bad, but isn't this borderline stalking? Rebecca asked with Baby 5 gripping the side of a wall and cracking it. She's taking him to see a smut movie. She's trying to get his hormones set up so she can. A thought of what Baby 5 could think is happening in the movie theaters right now came to her head before shouting in anger. You shouldn't use the movie theaters as a love motel. There's also so many people there that you need to be some kind of pervert to enjoy the attention. Rebecca moved towards Shoko to whisper to her a question. Is she always like this? Sorta. I don't wanna hear that from a woman that sleeps in Izuku's bed naked almost every night. Everyone around them stopped when they heard this for Shoko to have a light blush on her face. Let's just get the movie tickets and make sure nothing goes wrong. Now we're on the same page. They walked up with Ochako, Rebecca, Tashigi and Momo feeling a little guilty doing this, but willingly went in with the later paying a ticket for everyone. The group of girls sat in the back watching Monet and Izuku who were a bit to the right of the center. As far as they could tell, nothing bad was happening with the lights of the theater dimming and shutting off. Now what's your plan? We can hardly see anything. Itsuka asked with the movie starting and it being for the most part quiet and simple for the next 15 minutes. Some of the girls in Izuku's group decided just to accept that they weren't getting anything done for them to just sit back and try to enjoy the movie. However, once a rather obscene scene on the movie showed up, Baby 5 began noticing strange movements between the two in front of them. They're up to something. Kyoka, you're the slimmest out of all of us. Go under the seats and find out what they're up to. Why do I have to go? You wanted to spy on them. Kyoka argued this silently for the weapon fruit user to respond back. Because if I get up and start walking down, it looks fishy and my chest keeps me from getting under the seats. Is that a crack about me being flat? 1. Will you stop? I'm trying to watch. Momo commented back for Kyoka to admit defeat and get on her stomach to slide under the seats and head towards the group. Why are movie theater floors so disgusting? Kyoka groaned at this as it felt like every movement she made, she was crawling through dried syrup and hydrogenated fake butter. Once she got towards the set of seats she glanced up to feel something warm and wet hit her face. I swear to God this better be warm soda or else I'm gonna. She stopped when she saw something she shouldn't to turn her head down and crawl back where she was. Once she got to her seat, the aux cord quirk user didn't say anything and just silently sat in her seat. Well, what did you see? Kyoka remained silent with no real emotion to have Baby 5 turn her to face her face. Quote. I never thought Izuku was that bold to do it in a movie theater. Quote. Quote. Everyone stopped paying attention to the movie when they heard this. They glanced at Kyoka who looked like she was ready to freak out at any second. Are you sure that's what they're doing? That seems a little outside what Deku would do. Ochako tried to ask with Kyoka facing back towards the movie. I don't want to make sure after what I saw. Baby 5 was enraged by this to try reaching for a cigarette before her hand was grabbed by Tashigi. No smoking in a movie theater. Killjoy. As they sat tacking in the reality of what Izuku and Monet were possibly doing, the said duo were actually farther down enjoying the movie. So how much do you think they're going to want to kill us for sitting behind the exhibitionists? Quite a bit. You may actually be tackled by Baby 5 for her to have her way with you. Monet snickered at this as they knew for a bit of time that they were being followed. Monet purposefully chose a rather mature movie primarily to play a joke on them as well as sit in front of a couple that when they walked into the theater already had in their mind to do some unsightly things in the dark. As they continued watching, Monet began yawning a bit to show she was still rather exhausted. If you want, you can sleep on my shoulder until the movie is done. I may take you up on that offer. Monet leaned her head down to sleep on Izuku's shoulder. As she did, a smile was shown on the snow woman's face as she relaxed into a deep slumber. She must still be really exhausted. I should probably try and let her sleep more after the movie's done. The movie went on for another hour until the credits were shown. Once they did, the girls in the back had noticed that the seat in front of them were definitely not Izuku and Monet when the lights came up to make Kyoka even more disgusted now. Wait, did I just get some random chick's fluids dropped on me? Wait, you had what drop on you? Momo asked for Kyoka now to be enraged before Shoko and Ochako glanced to the side and noticed Izuku carry Monet out on his back. I think they're leaving with Monet asleep on Izuku. Everyone looked towards the exit to get a quick glimpse of Izuku grabbing Monet's butt to make Baby 5 now enraged. That damned hussy. Izuku hasn't even touched my butt like that. Would it be bad if I said he has in his sleep touched me in spots that aren't appropriate? Shoko asked Rebecca for her to place a finger to her lips to try and avoid adding more fuel to the already lit bonfire that was Baby 5's anger. The group ran out of the theater and out of the building to see Izuku bringing Monet down towards a motel. They followed them inside to see them take a room and go upstairs. We're going to need to get in there. You can't unless you buy a room. Momo pointed this out for everyone to look at her. What? They gave her a deadpan look until she walked over and bought a room and came back. You owe me for this one. Would having the second taste of Izuku's manhood work for you? Baby 5 asked for her to swipe the key and run up the stairs in hopes to find Izuku. You know, I have this uncontrollable feeling that we are being played for fools right now. Rebecca spoke up with Itsuka to start putting 2 and 2 together. You know, that does sound like a good possibility. I just want to use the room we have to wash my body off. I feel like I crawled through a candy shop right now in the middle of August. Kyoka walked up calmly with everyone following her now just wanting to see the end result of this day if they actually were being taken for a ride. With Izuku opened the door to the room he was given to see a rather large bed with some not so pleasant looking objects around. Geez, I asked for a room for someone to sleep in without much care what it was. I didn't expect them to put me in a masochist's paradise. 1. MNN. Monet continued sleeping on Izuku's shoulder for him to try not to speak up as much and walk towards the bed. He pulled the covers back and placed Monet on the bed making sure she was comfy before covering her back up and letting her rest more. As he walked around the room, he looked at some of the things in the room to try and pass the time a bit. Who the heck is going to use all of these? He found a small box with a remote and some orbs inside to pull them out. Is this supposed to be put in your shoes or something to pull out smell? 1. They go into an entrance or get strapped on a woman's chest. Izuku turned to the bed to see Monet waking up with a smirk on her face. I will admit, I never thought you'd be so open enough to bring me to a place like this. If I slept longer, would I be met with you on top of me trying to defile me? And no, I was just on. Izuku was cut off by someone in another room shouting for him to go red. I just wanted you to sleep a little more, that's it. I didn't even know we were being put in this type of room until I saw it. Relax, I'm only teasing, but I do understand what you mean by wanting me to sleep more. I still feel very tired. Monet turned her back to Izuku and pulled her shirt off as well as take off her jeans for Izuku to panic and turn around. Your feet to look if you'd like. I have nothing to hide from you. That's a bit inappropriate. Come on, you know you'd love to see a beautiful woman sleeping in a bed. I may even be as bold as to pull off what's left of my clothing. I'm sure you're no longer a stranger to what the female body looks like with how many times you've seen Shoko in your bed. Monet continued to play with Izuku for him to turn around and ask a serious question. If you say there's no secrets, why are you hiding a burn of the Don Quixote crest on your stomach? He realized he turned and saw Monet in her underwear before turning his head away. Sorry. Monet held her stomach in a bit of shame. You saw it, didn't you? I had a glance at it during the incident in the nurse's office and again when I was putting you in the bed. You and Baby 5 started acting a little strange after the internship. Did something happen? Monet was uneasy answering for Izuku to move and sit on the bed to hug her. Look. I promise I won't do anything about it. I just want to avoid there being a problem if there is. I care for you and Baby 5 like my own family. Because in a way, you kinda are. Accepting the fact she should come clean, Monet explained everything that happened with Doflamingo and what happened on Punk Hazard to her and Baby 5. To say Izuku was disgusted with this was an understatement for him to hold back the urge to go find and rip the heavenly demon a new one himself. I honestly wanted this kept from you primarily because I knew Doflamingo did this to get you mad and that you'd be angry if this happened. I've done a lot of bad in my life that I'm not particularly proud of. I didn't want you getting hurt because of me to be added to that list. You're right. I right now want to force feed Doflamingo his own entrails with what you said. Sigh, but I'll keep it as is since it would just hurt you and Baby 5 more. But keep in mind, I will never stop caring for the two of you. Even if you hate me for it, I won't stop wanting the best for you and all the girls. Monet laughed at this before turning to wrap her arms around Izuku's neck. You're lucky that I'm not the type to pounce on you so easily, or you may end up already enjoying the sex tools in the corner. Ehehe. Yeah. Monet leaned in and pressed her lips on Izuku. The softness and warmth made Izuku follow suit for it to slowly start getting a little more heated. Before it could go outside of this though, the door was kicked open to show Baby 5 and the girls, who glared at the two with some irritation and envy. Looking at what they were doing and remembering Monet's state of attire, Izuku held his hands up while parting from the snow woman. I know this looks bad, but it's not what you think. You're lucky that we've made peace with the fact that we're all with you, or you may end up getting stabbed or shot by me. Baby 5's statement reminded Izuku of what he knew of Dressrosa and the women there being rather passionate about the men they date. Sorry if this looks bad, but this isn't what it looks like. Monet spoke up while trying to de-escalate the situation on her end. As a way to show good faith, why don't you pop Izuku's cherry tonight at the dorms, Baby 5? The weapon woman's face lit up with excitement as she heard this. Really, I get to have some fun with my husband? Oh, I should prepare. Wouldn't want you to have our first night together give a horrible memory. Momo, can you help me find some very nice scented candles as well as something nice to wear for Izuku to rip off me and take me where I stand for tempting him? Wait, I never agreed to. Before he could say anything, Baby 5 dragged Momo with her out of the building to make him somewhat ashamed of how things were happening. Cheer up, Izuku. You'll get to have an amazing first with one of us, and who knows, we might all want a piece of the action after Baby 5. Monet blew in Izuku's ear for him to shout to the roof. Why is this happening to me? Izuku Pav. After returning to UA from the Little Endeavor, I was told by Baby 5 to wait in the common space until I was texted otherwise. As I sat, Toshigi waited across from me looking a little passive-aggressive. So this is really happening? Yep. She didn't speak to me much after this to remain silent. I never did anything like this before. Do you mind explaining to me if there's something I should avoid? Just don't do anything stupid like get anyone pregnant, use contraceptive. Did I tick her off? I cleared my throat before hearing Toshigi sigh out. Sorry, it's just that. I guess I'm just jealous of Baby 5 right now. This surprised me a bit since Toshigi wasn't the type to be jealous of Baby 5 at all. If it means anything, here. She tossed me a set of condoms for it to surprise me. I glanced at her with her face going red. I asked the men of G5. I'm not some kind of pervert that knows your size. She squeaked out the last part with the box being taken out of my hands. Huh, I guess you're finally manning up and fucking someone. Is it icy hot, bird woman or yes girl? I blushed at Kachan's nickname for Baby 5 for him to get his answer. That chick I swear won't stop being fucking thirsty until you fuck her brains out and show her who's boss. I got a text shortly after this from Baby 5 to say she was ready for me in my room for me to get up and grab the box of condoms. Something tells me you're enjoying seeing me suffer. Kachan smirked before answering. In a way, yes. I hate you sometimes. I walked up the steps and towards my room. Once there, I stood in front of it with me knocking on the door. Baby 5, it's Izuku. Please come in. I did as she asked to open the door. When I did, a strange scent of vanilla came to my nose to see the lights shut off and probably about 8 dozen candles lit. On the bed, Baby 5 laid back in jet black lingerie with what looked like a garter belt connected to thigh-high stockings. So Izuku, do you like what you see? I only knew one thing after seeing what I was, and that was that I was going to hell for thinking what I wanted to do to Baby 5. Please God, don't wake me up if this is a dream. Next morning, Izuku Pav. I began walking out of my room towards the common area with my body feeling like a sack of bricks are weighing it down. Once I got to the ground floor, I noticed Baby 5 in the kitchen smiling while making breakfast. It'll be ready in a little bit, sweetie. Why don't you have a little coffee and relax while I finish up? I honestly wanted nothing more than to relax after the whole ordeal last night with the girls. To make things simple, they made smokers training feel like a morning workout stretch compared to last night. I sat at the table before slamming my head to the ground. All I keep hearing is Shoko continually calling me daddy now, as well as Momo screaming for me to call her a dirty bitch. Seems you had quite the night. I glanced up to see Kairos looking like he wanted to forget something and Rebecca next to him going beet red. I must say, you are quite resilient even for your age. How much of last night did you hear and or see? Saw nothing, but heard enough to know you have quite a large amount of stamina. Rebecca continued to hold a beet red face as she commented. And I thought Dressrosa had passionate people in it. You have my utmost respect, Flair. 1. I wouldn't call that something to boast about, Rebecca. I leaned my head down on the table again, not enjoying the remembrance of last night as much due to the problems I'm having today. So enjoying sex with 2 former pirates, a Marine captain, and 5 college students with assets to brag over isn't something to boast about in your opinion? Kyoka came over and wrapped her arms around me to have my head come up and see her in one of my shirts and have no bra underneath, from what I can tell, to have me glance at her with a deadpan look. I said the stamina wasn't something to boast about. I never said anything to make you girls think you're not worth praise. That's good to hear. Ochako came over and sat on my lap with another shirt of mine and only underwear on. Maybe we can do this again sometime. Can we please not talk about this in front of Kairos and Rebecca? I feel like the respect they have for me is dwindling the more we talk about this. Neither wanted to speak with Baby 5 placing a plate in front of me to show an omelet with ketchup making a heart on it. At least things are back to normal. Somewhat. Sabo Pav. Sabo. 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 Get up. Ow. I was forced up by Koala pulling my cheeks and glaring at me. I'm up. I'm up. What the hell do I have to do for you to listen to me? Get a bullhorn and blow it in your ear when you don't listen. This seemed to be a normal thing with this for her to let go. Sorry. Anyway, what did you need? She tossed me the morning paper to show something on it. It was an article about Izuku. No way. They gave him a bounty. That's awesome. How is that awesome? Look at the article and his bounty. I read the article out loud a bit to understand what Koala was talking about. Son of Fire Fist. Hero or sociopath. Portgas D. Izuku, son of the late Portgas D. Ace has been discovered. As such, the world government had been needing to take action, yada yada yada. Assaulted a CP0 agent. Calling bull. Destruction of property in Hosu, cause of. I stopped when I saw the part about Virgo and Caesar. They're trying to pin the blame of Virgo and Caesar clown being pulled from prison on Izuku. Are they serious? Who's going to buy something so stupid? All Endeavor has to say is they were causing the damage, and that makes this whole article a piece of trash. That wouldn't make things as easy. If he did and needs to give viable adult testimonies, only we knew exactly what was going on by sight alone. And since we're part of the Revolutionary Army, that goes out the gutter. I sighed while knowing this is probably going to annoy him a bit. Well, at least they're making his bounty worth the effort. Right off the bat, first bounty is 700 million. I'd say that's a great number to start with. If he wanted to be a pirate. Koala groaned at this as I smiled and got up. I walked towards the cupboard we had in the hiding spot. We had to grab a bottle of nice alcohol. What are you doing? I'm going to share the good news about the bounty with Izuku. Wait, but he might not like this and find it more problematic being a person with a bounty. He'll get over it. He's Ace's son after all. He's probably over the moon for the bounty. I smiled while leaving the house. I swear, you and him are without a doubt brothers with how ridiculous you sound half the time and how you say he is. Meanwhile, Izuku Pav. Sweet. I get a bounty. I smiled as I read this morning's paper with everyone looking at me like an idiot. How are you not annoyed by what they're putting about you? Momo, Kyoka and Ochako shouted in anger. Look at what they're talking about during the sports festival. They're saying you assaulted the Cypher poll member. Aren't you mad at what they're lying about? I put my feet up while Momo explained this. People already put their opinion on me before this. People in this class are already skeptical about me with this article not the best for my image being irrelevant. I will say though, they did do a great picture for my wanted poster. I held up the wanted poster with a smile to show when I fought Lucci with the firm look I had. Really shows my badass side. This isn't the time to be appreciative of the badass look. He's got a point though of it looking badass. Really manly if you ask me. Kirishima sided with me on this with Ojiro coming over. And the bounty's nothing to sneeze at too. I mean, 700 million is a lot for a starting bounty. Half of that might be more because you're Ace's son. Sue gave a good point with this to smirk. Soon enough, the door opened for Mr. Aizawa to walk in. Alright everyone. Let's get started. We all got in our seats for him to begin our first class. To start things off, final exams are coming up. You'll have a written half and a physical half. Ordinarily it would be robots, but the world government has other plans. I heard this to know they're trying to mess with my life more. Thanks to this, they will revamp the final to have you all face off against specific opponents. Thanks to the situation with Portgas, he will be facing someone around a vice admiral to an admiral rank. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Just how much of a fucking hate boner do the Marines have for Deku? Kachin shouted out from his seat with it. Honestly, something we're all thinking to some degree. Honestly, I kinda agreed it was crap, but I have no grounds to argue. 1. We'll be working with Vice Admiral Smoker and Admiral Fujitora for what the exam's guidelines will be. Otherwise, make certain you all train and study hard for this. Adding on, you all will be required to enroll in a summer camp the school does for Hero Course students. During this, you will be training in hopes to attain a provisional license. I'll go over this more when we get closer, so make sure you study and train hard. The rest of the day continued with lunch coming up shortly after. Thanks to Mr. Aizawa, we were able to have off of hero training so we can prepare for the finals. As the school day ended for us, Kaminari and Ishido started shouting. I haven't studied at all. I stared at them a little unsurprised, mainly since they scored the lowest out of everyone. I also heard about Kaminari leaving almost half the questions blank to well. Let's just say it didn't shock me that he's panicking right now. After everything that's happened so far, I haven't been able to do anything. I started getting up and walking towards my group of friends and girlfriends and talked about some things we could do to help get ready. So anyone want to make a study session? I think that would be a good idea. Maybe we can also do a training session afterwards. Momo mentioned this for it to make me happy. You do whatever the fuck you want. Kachin walked off for it to confuse me a bit. Once he left, the rest of us agreed to head out and talk about what we need to do. We came into the cafeteria and met up with Itsuka for everyone's eyes to be on me. I heard everyone talk quietly to themselves about the whole newspaper thing this morning. I honestly ignored this with everyone sitting down and enjoying lunch the best we could. As we did, someone came behind and tried to bump me in the head before I turned my body into fire and have him fall down on the table. He would have went right into my food if I didn't lift my bento box from Baby 5 up. Ow. What the heck? What the heck yourself, Monoma? Izuku didn't do anything to deserve that. Itsuka started shouting for the guy to get back up and shout at me. You're nothing but a villain. I can't believe you had Kendo become corrupted. It's only a matter of time you try and sully her more to have your disgusting child to renew your horrid legacy by your filthy grandfather and horrid father smack. There was a loud slap heard for everyone to try and turn to where it came from to see Rebecca with her hand beat red from slapping Monoma's cheek. How dare you? You have no right to judge someone based on their father's actions. If you think it's fair to judge someone, then why don't you judge me as well? This had now forced everyone to stay quiet and hear this out. My father had killed a man before. Technically speaking, he was tried as a murderer in Dressrosa. If you dare judge Flare for being the son of the Fire Fist and grandson of the King of the Pirates, then feel free to give your best accusation to me. I was very surprised by how quick this came out for me to look at everyone. Sorry to say this, but maybe we should leave and go somewhere else for lunch. Rebecca kept glaring at Monoma for him to now get enraged. You damned bitch. He tried to lay a hand on her for me to grab his wrist in anger. So this is how far you're willing to go? Harm someone who is basically trying to stand up for something they think is right, and when you're in the wrong? You sicken me. He glared at me for my grip to not loosen until everyone was ready to head out. I let go and stayed behind everyone to make sure Monoma didn't try to do something. We left the cafeteria with Itsuka now enraged. I can't believe he tried to raise a hand to Rebecca and actually tried to hit Izuku. It's not your fault. He wanted to do this. What he did doesn't relate to you unless you actually told him to do it. Rebecca explained while scowling a bit. I am surprised you were so calm and level during that, Flare. If anything, I would have lost my patience with him. Everyone looks at what my father was without knowing anything and called him a villain or someone that deserved to die. I for the most part kinda ignore it. What they think doesn't matter to me and it won't keep me up at night if they don't like me. Now if they go after someone I care for, that changes stuff. Damn, kid. You're probably as savage as your old man. We all heard this to turn and see some guy with his head having a chunk of hair on his head with the sides shaved and a relatively calm and content aura around him. If I had to put a mental image of what his head looked like, it would have to relate closer to a pineapple if anything. Those of us knowing of the Whitebeards actually knew him far too well. What's up? Marco the Phoenix. Yo. Mind if we talk? I was rather excited when I saw him. He followed us to the roof to sit down with us while we were having the rest of our lunch. He pulled out a pineapple for him to eat while leaning on the guard railing. So you're Ace's kid. He told me he found an awesome woman and made a kid with her. You're definitely a lot like him. Thanks. But why are you here? I asked for Marco to show some papers. I was trying to help out with something your girlfriend is working with. Gotta admit though, doing a hot scientist like Monet. Nice work, man. I blushed a little at this as he looked around in our little group. I can also tell that you've got some good friends. Yeah man. Portgas is my bro. I'm willing to stand with him. He's given me no reason why not to treat him as a friend to what I can tell, so why wouldn't I stand with him? Kirishima and Ojiro gave this remark back to make me smile a bit. But Iida began holding some shame in how he answered. I'm sorry, sir. But I had believed he wasn't a safe person to be around before. However, I now understand my initial decision was wrong and for that I am greatly sorry for it. He bowed for it to somewhat make Marco smirk. It takes a real man to accept his own mistakes. That's something Pops had instilled in us. Knowing that Marco was with the Whitebeards when my father was part of it, this was probably my only chance to ask this. Hey, Marco. If it's not a problem, you mind telling me a little about my dad and your interactions with him? Tell you about your dad, huh? Well, what do you want to know about him? Well, I honestly don't know as much about him personally, but I know he's the type of guy that would try and live his life without regret. But as a whole, I just want to know what type of person my father was to the people that actually cared about him. Marco finished his pineapple before looking up at the sky. Ace was kinda a pain in our necks. When we were first introduced, he tried to attack and kill Pops on a number of occasions. Since Whitebeard was Roger's old nemesis, he wanted to prove himself. Fortunately he never succeeded. Even after joining the crew, he was a pain in our asses. Always doing stuff so reckless. He never thought stuff all the way through. Sounds like someone we know. Everyone said this while turning to me. But if there's one thing that I knew about Ace well, he had your back if you needed it. I remember this one incident with our 4th Division commander at the time Thatch being in a bind. God, your father was crazy and went literally used his devil fruit in order to get to the scene just to help. He was able to save him, but it's just funny how quick he was able to drop everything and go alone to save one of us. Marco started to laugh and cry a bit to pull his glasses up some. Oh, he was a character like us. But he definitely treated our rules and objectives seriously. He even thought to invade Wano as a way to help our former 2nd Division commander's dream to come true and open their borders. He began shaking in grief while asking a serious question. You were what, 5 or 6 when he died? Somewhere around there. Kid, I just want to say that I'm sorry we couldn't bring him back to you and your mother. We genuinely did everything we could, and if it wasn't for Akainu doing an underhanded thing, Marco froze a bit while trying to avoid crying. This should have never happened. A kid like you shouldn't have to deal with what he did and have the Marines parade around they destroyed a monster. If you're mad at me, you have all the right to. I stayed quiet for a few minutes before answering. You have no reason to be angry. My dad did what he thought was right. I saw him protect my uncle because he needed help. There's no reason why I'd feel any resentment to people who my father deemed his family. If anything, I'd rather think of the good times with my father instead of that day. Sniffle, you're too much like your father, kid. It's almost hard to tell the difference. Everyone smiled at this with us continuing our meal. Toshigi POV. Smoker sir. Why did you ask Marco to come to Ua? Both Smoker and I stood by the opening to the roof to overhear everything Marco and Izuku had been talking about for Smoker to calmly stand up and walk away. I thought it would look less suspicious on our end. He went down the steps for it to confuse me before getting an idea what he wanted to do. You wanted Izuku to have some kind of good memory to his father to help keep his mental image of Fire Fist. Tashigi, hurry up, we need to get some work done. Yes sir. I went to follow Smoker while also glancing back at the door. I hope Izuku feels better after this. Izuku Pav. The week before the finals passed by as if it was nothing. Momo had made a study session for our group with those that were still not exactly certain I was, okay, to be around not invited. As such, people like Kaminari and Ashido were given caution to ask. I don't know what he did, but I regularly saw them panicking and trying to study as hard as they could while also smelling what I thought was burned bacon coming from where they studied from. Honestly, I didn't care as much since my main concern was what they planned to do during the physical part. It scared me more because Akainu had it changed last minute because of his grudge against me. I just hoped it wasn't something like he did during the sports festival. Pencils down. The written part of the exam finally ended first with Mr. Aizawa explaining what was next. Get your hero costumes on and meet me by the buses for your physical half. Damn it, why do we have to face something besides robots? It's Portgas they have a problem with, so why are we dealing with this? I'm with you there, Kaminari. I'd rather him just leave so I can enjoy Baby Five's delicious body with her failing to understand what's right and wrong to just follow my command. Momo stopped this with a book hitting the little perv over the head and Kyoka using her jacks to puncture Kaminari's eyes. I wasn't exactly okay with them going to violence, but I was also not angry they did due to what was being said about Baby Five. Shut up and get your fucking costumes, losers. If you wanna complain, then that just means you're not gonna succeed in life. So shut the hell up and just do what you're supposed to do. Kachin tossed me my costume first to walk out along with the rest of our class in tow. So, did you hear that Braided Princess is gonna be doing the final exam with us? Braided Princess? You mean Rebecca? I heard that they're doing this as part of her pre-college credits to hopefully get her up to speed. I heard she was told to because of the shit they're putting you through. Something about trying to level the field a little more or something. I stopped for a second while thinking about this. They told Rebecca to do this because of something they were throwing me into. Why not make my life feel more threatened? Why don't you? I walked towards the changing room to start getting ready, afraid of what the final exam was going to hold for our physical half. Near the buses. As we arrived at the buses, we noticed Rebecca and Kairos sitting down near them. Hey, Izuku, Momo, Ochako, everyone. Rebecca noticed us to run up and talk with us. So how did your final exams go for the written half? I can't say I scored a perfect grade, but I don't think I'll have to worry about failing. Same here. Yeah, Yaomomo's teachings really helped. Everyone started laughing a little before I felt something to jump out of the way and see Great-Grandpa Garp punch the ground and make an indent. 1. What the heck? Haha, your senses are as sharp as they should be. Nice job on your end, Izuku. Sharp my ass, you just tried to turn my head into paste. Ah, come on, you think I'm that dumb enough to knock my own great-grandson's skull in? We all stared at him knowing his antics and how that wouldn't be so far off. 2. Okay, so why are you here? I'm helping with the exams, kiddo. I froze a second hearing this with the UA staff coming out. Garp is right. Nezu popped out of Mr. Aizawa's capture gear and spoke up. Thanks to the Marines giving us some hassle, we decided to ramp up our final exams. A lot of people looked at me with a thought that this was my fault before our principal continued. Before any of you go into this mindset, Portgas was only a final deciding factor. Due to the events that have happened thus far this year and the aspect of heroes as of lately, we as the staff of UA have thought you facing robots would be far too easy. So as such, we decided that you all will be facing the teachers. Isn't that exciting? And you'll be facing me, Izuku. Don't worry, I'm not gonna kill ya. But I'm also not gonna go easy on you just cause you're my great-grandson. Ha ha ha, I was afraid now with Principal Nezu explaining the confines of the test. Long and the short, we were going to all be first responders to a villain attack with the teachers as villains. We were placed in teams that were hand-picked already and told to either subdue the teacher we were fighting, or flee from the designated area. To help with this, Everyone was given a set of weights to slow them down about halfway to make passing a little more realistic. After the information was told, the teams were made. Hiroshima and Sato vs Cementos. Asui and Tokiyami vs Ectoplasm. Iida and Ojiro vs Powerloader. Ashido and Kaminari vs Nezu. Mineta and Zero vs Midnight. Jiro and Kota vs Present Mike. Uraraka and Aoyama vs 13. Shoji and Hagakure vs Snipe. Rebecca and Bakugo vs Kairos. Portgas, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki vs Garp. Father, you're helping too. Rebecca was shocked with her father nodding. This is a way for you to become strong, Rebecca. You do wish to help others, but that does not mean you can be kind-hearted to everyone. One day you will have to fight someone, and when you do, you will have to handle them in a way that is needed. I was scared. I was facing off against the hero of the Marines with Shoko and Momo. All right, everyone get on the bus. Mr. Aizawa mentioned this first to all head off where we needed to. While sitting, Garp pulled out a bag of rice crackers to open up. Hey, creation girl, any chance you can make me some tea to go with my crackers? Ha ha ha, he started shoving a handful in his mouth for this to somewhat annoy Momo. Ah, come on, I was only kidding. You don't gotta be angry for that. Who wouldn't be angry for you saying something so crappy to them? We continued to sit in the bus with us trying to go over a plan. Unfortunately, what we did come up with would go right out the window when we saw where the exam was being held. Alright, kids, your job is gonna be to get to the center of the battle area and get past this gate you came in from. Piece of cake sounding, right? How the heck are we supposed to get to the middle when we're literally on a giant lake with next to nothing to get there with? Easy. Garp grabbed my head and got into a throwing stance. Fire 1. I went flying into the sky before falling right on a boat a notable distance away. 1. OW. What the hell is wrong with that GUOPH? I was cut off by Momo going head first into my gut and Shoko doing a similar thing when Momo moved. Well, that wasn't the highlight of my day. I genuinely don't wish to think this way about someone like Vice Admiral Garp, but is he senile in his old age? Momo shouted with some anger for Shoko to glance back towards where we came from as well as smell the water. This is sea water. Huh, she splashed a bit on me to have a little weakness come to my body. The water, it's salt water. But why? Probably the Marine's way to possibly kill Izuku. Since his powers by nature are derived from a devil fruit, it's only natural that salt water would weaken him. That's most likely why. It's no surprise that I'm weak to it. If it was fresh water, it wouldn't have as much effect if I were to dive in. The buzzer rang for us to begin with, it now making me think how we can work with the situation. Shoko, can you make a incoming? I glanced up with Momo's shout to see a cannonball. Shoko made a glacier of ice to make it explode above us before it could destroy the boat we were on. What the heck was that? 1. Yeah, my great-grandfather throws cannonballs as a hobby. That's messed up. Shoko looks up to go pale before making more ice to cover us for a bombardment of cannonballs to come at us. This isn't going to work forever. We need a way to go on a counter-attack. I tried to find a way to help Shoko before remembering we're on the middle of the water. Shoko, can you freeze the water? On it. She froze the water before all of us ran on it to see the ice we had for cover get destroyed alongside the boat we were on. That was insane. Not bad thinking, kid. Garp came over to us with him cracking his knuckles. Now, who wants to have their skulls beat in first? What's the plan? Shoko asked for Garp to come at us for me to activate OFA and try to give a punch with my hockey infused. This was by far my worst decision. My fist felt like I was smashing solid metal without hockey active or any form of protection. 1. You ain't bad at hockey, but you're not anywhere near some of the top users. And this is the example. He went back at me to use my flame powers to push him back. Izuku, the ice isn't that solid. Don't use your fire abilities as much ORESLE, you'll destroy what we have to stand on. Realizing this, I shut off my powers for Garp to come at me again and force me to jump away and see a large crack happen and nearly destroy the ice on top of the water. Shoko fortunately stopped this from turning south by using her ice powers to solidify it again. Third person POV. What are you gonna do now? Your power ain't strong enough to beat me and you can't use your fire to fight me. However, Garp turned towards Shoko before jumping from the ice towards her. I take her down, then the ice won't be able to get repaired anymore. Don't you dare touch her. Izuku went towards Garp to punch him into the ice. This failed as Garp prepared for this with grabbing Izuku's head and slammed it into the ice. Sorry about this, kid. But I gotta do my job. A blast of fire came at Garp for him to deflect it with Haki and see Shoko holding her left hand out. Leave him alone. Hey, not bad, kid, but this little pain in the neck is more powerful with his fire than you. Garp got up to attack Shoko with Izuku using Shave to jump towards Garp and attack him. However, the former Vice Admiral slammed him into Shoko to send them flying towards the ice and shatter it. Shoko, Izuku, Momo ran towards them with Garp turning towards them and crossing his arms at her. Stay back. She created a staff to point it at the man. I'm warning you. Garp didn't do anything and allowed her to go past him and get into the water. She dove down to see Shoko struggling to move while Izuku was sinking down with only the white of his eyes seen. She swam down quickly to get Izuku while also helping Shoko get towards the surface and help get air for them. Gasp **** pant Shoko. You okay? Cough cough yeah. How's Izuku? Momo turned to Izuku to see him still looking unconscious before struggling to wake up again. He looks like he's okay. But let's get him out of the water. They got out of the water and onto the ice with the cold feeling of it making them shiver a bit. When they placed him on the ice, Izuku turned to go on his hands and knees and vomit out a notable amount of seawater. That's disgusting. Hack thanks. Seems you're a tough one. Not bad for my great-grandchild. Izuku pulled his head up and glared at Garp. Who the hell tries to drown their grandchildren? 2. I had no plan to drown you. I let the girl save you knowing that you couldn't survive and the girl was probably struggling as well. It's not that I wanted to drown you, I just need to handle you seriously in a way that won't kill you or possibly hurt you to a point it's irreversible. Izuku got up and let out a sigh. He glanced at his great-grandfather and cracked his neck. I guess we're going to have to take him on before doing anything. Momo, Shoko, I'm gonna take him on. Can you keep the ice stable while I use my fire while also looking for a way to take him down or incapacitate him long enough for us to beat him? Shoko nodded at this while keeping her ice going with Izuku activating his flame quirk. Meanwhile, Momo looked at the situation and prepared to figure out what was going to be the best route for this. I guess you're all going to try and take me on seriously. Then the gloves are gonna come off now then. This is gonna be a serious fight right now. We're facing someone that went toe-to-toe with my grandfather and Whitebeard himself. He's not someone to be taken lightly even if the situation is different than normal. Third-person POV. As Garp was fighting Izuku, Shoko and Momo, Smoker was watching the events unfold with King Riku next to him. Seems Izuku's going to have some trouble. Indeed, Riku turned to the other screens to notice the other members of Class A fighting. It seems Flare has quite a few notable allies on his side. A lot of the class is still hesitant to stand beside him. Unfortunately, this is half due to what Akainu's done. Monet explained this while doing some work in her hands. There was nothing we could do to argue having a Marine handle his final exam. We were able to coerce not having an active member of the Marines handle this in hopes to avoid something bad happening. As such, we had to also put our foot down with saying we are abiding by their rules, but they must allow us to choose which one. Recovery Girl drank from some tea she had while continuing. Out of every Marine that is retired and able to be picked from, Monkey D. Garp was by far one of the only few that I do not believe we would have had many problems suggesting. Adding to that, Vice Admiral Garp we can guarantee won't do anything to kill Izuku. Tashigi points this out with Riku turning over towards a screen showing Rebecca and Bakugo on it. I can tell that there are people put together for reasons, but why exactly is Rebecca fighting her father with this aggressive-looking man? It's to help her learn a lesson. Not every conflict in the world can be resolved through peaceful means. Riku turned towards the elderly hero before turning back towards the screen. With Rebecca and Bakugo, so how tough is your old man? Bakugo began talking with Rebecca to get something to gauge with the former guard captain. My father has been in the Colosseum of Dressrosa, he has won 300 consecutive wins in a row before becoming the captain of the Dressrosa Guards. He was able to battle also one of the top executives of the Don Quixote family. Even without 2 legs, he has mastered the art of being a gladiator to hold notable respect for me and all of our country. Sounds tough. Bakugo smirked at this before something caught his ear. Get down. Bakugo grabbed Rebecca's head to shove her down to the ground and narrowly get hit in the head by a sword. Your reflexes are respectable. Nicely done, boy. Kairos stood up to show a mechanical prosthetic, where his one stub was. I will admit, you are quite a strong fighter from what I have seen of your hero classes. I hope I shall be able to help you grow as a warrior through this. Bakugo smiled at this before blasting explosions before trying to give a right hook. Die. Kairos dodged this to his left before slamming his sword into Bakugo's stomach. This shocked everyone before seeing him go flying into a building. Gah, what the fuck? I made certain the sword is dull enough where I will not cut someone with it but strong enough though to cause physical harm if needed. Kairos looked back at Rebecca holding her sword prepared to fight. The older man simply walked towards the direction the gate was and stood in front of both. If you wish to win, you must fight me as if you are ready to harm me in order to achieve your dream. If not, then you shall stay here and you shall not pass. He placed his sword's tip on the ground and rested his hands on it while waiting for Bakugo or Rebecca to make a move. What is he trying to do here? Is he trying to say I won't be able to defeat him? Rebecca tried to find a reason while thinking back to her time being trained in swordsmanship. I'm well aware that I was not able to beat my father when he was a toy rusting in rain. However, we are both now stronger. Is this him still saying I am not strong enough? The clock is ticking. You have a time slot you must achieve victory in. Are you going to stand there and wait for me, or are you going to attain what must be attained through combat yourself? Kairos shouted for a blast to be seen to the side with Bakugo coming at him. Go to hell. Bakugo tried again with a blast for Kairos to dodge it and slash at the ash blonde. He saw this coming to use an explosion to get out of the way and aim at Kairos's back. Die. Don't hurt him. Rebecca panicked and ran towards Bakugo to get in his line of fire. Get out of the way, oof. Kairos came at Bakugo with this free moment to slam him back into a wall and turn to Rebecca. Unlike before when he'd look at her with calm and caring eyes, he stared at her with eyes similar to if he was looking at an enemy. Sincerity on the battlefield is good to have when you are fighting between becoming a beast and remaining a human. However, when your opponent will not show the same compassion you have, there is no merit to it and will ultimately harm others near you. In the state you are not worth my time and you are not deemed a threat in my opinion. Rebecca froze when she heard these words with Bakugo getting back up again. Hey, braided princess. Rebecca turned to Bakugo as he struggled to get out of the rubble. The old man there's right. What you're doing is just being a pain in my ass. If all you can do is complain, then why the fuck are you in a school for heroes? He continued walking towards them while explaining the main thing about villains and why heroes have to fight them. Villains won't give a damn about who they hurt. All they care about is what they want to achieve. If you can't take on someone like that isn't afraid of killing you, then why the fuck should you be here? In the observation room, seems he's being violent. Smoker mentioned this as Recovery Girl turned her attention to the screen. Rebecca does a nice job avoiding violence. However, not every villain will look to avoid harming others. Some will make it their goal to, and as such, violence will have to be the only way to stop them. So why pair her with Bakugo then? To give her a fighting chance. Recovery faced the screen without looking while taking a sip of her tea watching the battle. Bakugo is the type of person that isn't afraid to throw a punch, however he does have a lot to learn about working as a team. Unlike many, Kairos has shown he is capable of standing against even pro heroes now that he holds the prosthetic where his right leg once was. He won't be so easily taken down as many would think of a man with no quirk. With Bakugo and Rebecca, Bakugo continued to attack Kairos with him evading and knocking him back. Rebecca was uneasy as she saw the explosions and Bakugo being beaten to a pulp. Her mind wandered back onto the days she spent in the Colosseum and how everyone despised her. They all wanted her to drop dead or just accept her fate and die. During this, her memory went back to Izuku's words as he hid under the hood he had on that day of the tournament. What right do you all have to judge this girl? Saying that she should die for something she has absolutely nothing to do with is bullshit. If any of you even had a shred of respect for this kingdom, then you'd allow her to fight in the Colosseum without fear of Persecution. If you cannot, then pick up a weapon and get the hell down here. If you have the balls to say you want to see her die, then prove it yourself. She didn't know at the time what was happening in Izuku's life to hear him shout these words. However, they inspired her to work harder, knowing someone in the Colosseum wasn't hellbent to kill her. Flare, no, Izuku, you have fought through personal retribution having to hide yourself. Even now, you are fighting in your own way. Rebecca gripped her blade in anger before preparing to fight. If Izuku has the will to fight and battle the odds, then it's only fair that I battle the odds put against me as well. Rebecca charged at Kairos with her sword coming down for a swing. This forced the older man to block it with his own, with Bakugo coming back with an explosion for Kairos's face. He evaded this and noticed Rebecca sliding down between his legs before kicking the back of his actual one to make him stumble. This created an opportunity for Bakugo to come at the man and force him to jump away. Damn it, we almost had him. Bakugo, I have an idea, however, it requires your expertise with explosives. Rebecca went close to Bakugo's ear to whisper the plan to him, with him listening carefully. He smirked at this when she pulled away and held her sword in a fighting stance. You sure about this? Deku did say you hate fighting. My mother always told me that harming others is wrong. However, if we are able to handle this without physically harming someone, then I am content with that as an argument for this. Fine by me. Bakugo blasted off once again to Kairos for him to prepare for his next blast. Stun grenade. He sent a large flash out to temporarily blind the soldier, with him regaining his sight to see Rebecca charging at him with her arms pulled back behind her head. Ha! He prepared to block her before feeling a tug behind him to see the cloak he was wearing being tethered down into the ground by Rebecca's sword. Wait, but if she has her sword behind me, then what's in her? Bakugo. Now, alright, AP shot. Bakugo sent a condensed blast at Kairos to destroy the dulled sword he had, with Rebecca's hands swinging down to show the cuffs in them clicking onto one of Kairos's hands. A bell rang shortly after, with a mechanical voice speaking up to announce their victory. We won. Rebecca looked at Bakugo, who held an irritated scowl. Of course we won. Did you honestly think I'd allow us to lose that easily? When did you tether me down? Kairos asked, with Bakugo and Rebecca looking at him. She didn't. When the flash I made went off, Braided Princess here threw me her sword to tether you down. Once your eyes readjusted, your focus was on the immediate threat you saw and put me at the back of your mind to use an attack to disarm you and make a free shot to your arm. Very clever. You both have done well. It fills me with great pride to know there are respectable members of the next generation such as yourselves part of it. Kairos smiled at the two, with Rebecca happy knowing her father thought so highly of her to smile happily. Thank you, soldier. Kairos smirked at this as Rebecca began to silently sing to herself the song her father did to her as a child as the tree went back towards the exit. This toy soldier is brave and true. In the rain or in the snow, he will stay with you. Weird family. Bakugo ignored this and kept on walking with a smirk on his face. With Izuku's group, Izuku began a full-on assault on his great-grandfather, with Shoko constantly trying to use her ice to keep the platform they were on stable from the constant assault from Garp's punches and Izuku's flames melting it. You honestly think you're tough enough to beat me? Garp gave a solid punch to Izuku's stomach to make the wind get knocked out of him before being flown towards a boat. A hole is punctured in the boat for the young green-haired man to notice and jump off in just enough time to avoid a strong punch from Garp. The ice soon cracked around for him to run towards a safer area, with Shoko freezing it to avoid everyone falling into the water. I gotta admit, Izuku, you really are a tough one. Garp walked out of the area unscathed while cracking his knuckles. Smoker trained you well. You're insane. Izuku got back into a sprinting stance, prepared to charge at Garp, with Momo and Shoko staying in the background. There's gotta be more I can do for Izuku and Shoko. But what? Momo thought about this before understanding that the goal was free for her to run for. That's it. Momo ran for the goal, with Garp noticing this. Where do you think you're going? Garp punched the ice for a massive shock to happen and make the ice shatter underneath her. Ah, Momo. Izuku ran as fast as he could to grab her and use moonwalk to get up into the sky above the ice to help both of them. Helping your woman to avoid her from getting hurt. Well, you just left someone else open for an attack. Garp went for Shoko next for this to enrage Izuku beyond belief. Get away from her. Coating his fist in haki, Izuku used his flame powers to give a punch to Garp and forced him to attack Izuku with his hand coated in haki. Red Hawk. The two fists collided with Garp smiling at this. You really are a man worth your while, Izuku. No wonder a lot of women like you. Let's get one thing straight, old man. Your opponent is me. If you even so much as touch Shoko or Momo, I'll kill you. I don't care if you are my great-grandpa. Is that right? Then you better prove that to me. Third person Pav. Izuku continued to attack Garp with his attacks not exactly doing any effect. To aid in avoiding attacks and try to get the upper hand, Izuku had used Shave to get behind the former Vice Admiral and unleashed an attack at him. This did next to nothing as Garp's control over haki outmatched his. That the best you got? I thought higher of you. Garp gave a solid punch to Izuku to send him flying back and into the ice. Luckily, Shoko prepared for the worst and made the area near where he hit stronger to avoid Izuku going into the water. Once the dust settled, Izuku's face was shown to be covered in haki with blood coming out his nose. If I didn't use both iron body and armament combined, I probably would have died. You think that's the end of it? You're just only beginning to feel my seriousness. Garp came at Izuku again for him to jump back and use moonwalk to add more distance. Oh no you don't. He grabbed Izuku's leg with Shoko trying to avoid him getting hurt by freezing Garp's leg. He smiled at this before throwing Izuku into the half-and-half quirk user and sending them into a boat. Ow. Both struggled to get up with Momo in shock. Just what type of enemy are we facing? She turned back to see Garp coming at them again to shake violently. What should I do? Raw power won't work on him. He seems to be able to block anything. Not only that, but we're facing an advanced level of haki that not even Izuku can fight against. What should I do? What should I do? Out of the way, girl. You're not even worth my time. The fact someone like you is trying to stop me is kinda ridiculous. These words struck Momo hard as she held her head down. If only I could be able to use haki better. Maybe I could be worth more. She gripped her fist in anger before remembering something Ivankov told her. Power and strength aren't the same thing. Power is a type of strength, but strength isn't always power. Learning how to be strong is something everyone struggles with. But you can never get better if you don't get stronger and push yourself. Remembering this, Momo turned over towards Garp and activated her quirk to create a gauntlet to sock the former Vice Admiral in the face. This failed as he turned to take the hit and have it shatter without even a scratch on him. Was that your attempt to hurt me? Pathetic. Garp pulled his fist back for Momo to have several Russian nesting dolls come out of her with flash grenades. Izuku, Shoko. She shouted for them to shield their eyes as the bright flash temporarily blinded Garp. Flame Commandment. Taking advantage of the confusion, Izuku trapped Garp in a tornado of fire as his eyes slowly recovered from the attack. You're trying to encase me in fire in hopes that I give up. Now you're just trying to get punishment. A fist came from the tornado for Garp to dodge it and punch the side for Izuku to feel notable pain from it. He tried a second time with Garp repeating the process. On the outside though, Shoko and Momo came next to one another with the half-and-half quirk user uneasy. This isn't going to end well. If Izuku continues to do this, he's going to fail without much of a chance. Shoko looked at the ice to nice it starting to melt a bit from where Izuku was engulfing Garp. Even if he's able to outlast long enough, the ice isn't going to hold out. Looking at their options, Momo had an idea. Shoko, I think we can help Izuku stop Garp, but it requires us being precise and not hesitate even for a second. I don't have a better idea, so I'm all ears. Momo explained it for Shoko to think about this before looking at her. Do you think it's going to work? We don't have another option if it does or doesn't. I'm pretty certain Izuku thinks if he holds Garp back, we'll take the initiative to pass for all of us at the cost of him. The one thing I refuse to do is let Izuku do this. I won't let anyone think they have to sacrifice themselves in order to succeed. Shoko understood and prepared for the act they had in mind. Izuku continued to try and attack Garp with him not exactly having difficulties handling him. You really are stubborn, I'll give you that. Garp jumped up to grab Izuku's actual body and knee him in the stomach. This forced him to stop the fire and reform in his normal form. But you're still weak. Izuku gripped Garp's hand while shaking. This confused the former vice admiral as he glared up at him. Even if I can't pass myself, even if I have to lose this, I won't let you harm anyone. I'll even accept the defeat if it means Shoko and Momo can pass. You're determined for a kamikaze-style fight here. I can't blame you wanting to help those close to you. Garp sent Izuku down towards the ice while smirking. But the one flaw in your logic is that you don't have a way to beat me with this and nobody's able to save you from drowning. Izuku glanced down to see the ice and prepare for the worst. Flaming frost dragon breath. Shoko shouts this as a massive wind pressure happens under her to confuse and force Garp and Izuku to separate. The green-haired man looks down to see Shoko and Momo a bit shocked. If you think we'd be willing to leave Izuku behind to win on our own, you don't know us in the least, Marine. What the hell do you think you're doing? You had a chance to pass on your own. Izuku shouted in anger for Momo to pull a catapult lever with some kind of cloth being tossed into the air towards Garp. If we used this as an opportunity to pass and left you, neither of us would be able to face you after this. Now light the binds. Shoko heard this to send fire towards the binds and have them wrap around Garp. What the hell? I'm not completely sure about what Mr. Aizawa's capture gear is made of, but considering carbon depending on how it's heated and formed can change shape and act as a strong alloy that's difficult to break, it's safe to say that what I made was close enough to the real thing. Hey, these two were pretty smart. Peppermint Head pushed me and Izuku away while Ms. Showgirl made something worthwhile. Nice try. But this won't hold me for long. We didn't make this plan for you to be held indefinitely. Shoko stood up and smirked. We only did this plan to keep you busy long enough for him to finish this. Momo pointed behind Garp for Izuku to come behind him with electricity and green fire turning blue coming off him. I guess I should have guessed they'd not have the guts to do that. Can't say I don't like that though. This just proves they have the guts to stand when the going gets tough. Izuku smiled at this before turning to Garp with a serious face. This ends now. Blue Hawk. Izuku gave a hockey-coated attack to Garp's face with the heat from his attack and OFA coursing through his body to be just enough to push back the former Vice Admiral's defenses and send him flying a distance into the ice. Taking advantage of the situation, Shoko froze Garp into the ice and made it next to impossible for him to budge an inch. Shoko Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu and Portgas D. Izuku have passed the final exam. A buzzer came with these words being said for Izuku to smile at this as he began falling down from the exhaustion he had. He made impact with the ice for it to crack around him and force both Shoko and Momo to run over and make sure he was okay. Izuku. They came over to see him smiling and laughing while looking like a bloody mess. Hey, he, we won. Don't look so worried. Hearing him say this, Momo grabbed him by the neck and began shouting at the flame quirk user. Are you an idiot? WHO told you you had to do this. You nearly gave me and Shoko a heart attack. Stop thinking you're the one-man show already, you moron. Shoko blankly stared at this before turning to walk towards Garp, who was simply waiting patiently with only his head above the frozen water's surface. Tell me something, Vice Admiral. Why did you agree to do this exam for Izuku? Shoko knelt down to have Garp look at her a little more eye level. He glanced up at her while answering. Because I want Izuku to be strong. Strong enough where he can stand on his own. That's a funny way of showing it. Half the exam, you made it seem like you wanted to kill him. That was the point. Ha ha ha. Shoko didn't get the logic or how it was funny before Garp continued to explain. Izuku's going to face opponents going forward that won't hesitate to play dirty tricks in order to get his head. You and I can say that we'd be there for him. However, that doesn't always mean he'll have the upper hand. Though you and the rest of my great-grandson's little harem or whatever you wanna call it are reasons for him to be strong, you are also weaknesses to him. I don't think I follow your logic. Garp sighed while explaining. Izuku will do anything to keep you all safe, right? Yes. And you all are for the most part willing to try and do the same. More or less. Therein lays the problem. If someone really wants to get Izuku in a corner, they'd trap you or one of his lovers and force Izuku to come alone. This means, he needs to be prepared to face anyone in hopes to fulfill his desire to protect all of you. If he isn't, he loses everything, and that includes his own life. You all might not realize this as much, but you're more to Izuku than just women he loves. You're like the family Izuku wanted growing up. People he'd get into fights with, but will never want the unthinkable to happen. He reminds me a lot of Ace when he was an ankle-biter. So rambunctious and full of trouble. It was only when Luffy and Sabo came into his life as a whole that he felt at least some sort of acceptance. Shoko looked back at Izuku, who began falling asleep with Momo pinching the bridge of her nose while laughing a little. He does seem to be extremely at ease with all of us. That's proof that he can trust you wholeheartedly. I just wish Ace could have seen the type of man his son was. I still regret that everything had to play out the way it did. Maybe if things were different, Izuku would at least have had the father he needed in his life. I tried to have Smoker go with him because he was the type of guy that I think could be a strong male role model for that boy, but a father isn't something you can just replace. Shoko let out a sigh before lighting her left hand on fire. Do you need help out? Nope, I got it. Garp broke the ice with little to no problem to walk out as if nothing happened, with the only proof the fight they had happened was a swollen cheek from where Izuku punched him and a bit of blood on his lower lip and chin. There, see. ... Why didn't you do that when we trapped you? You seem to not have problems. Cause you all needed a way to pass. And I thought Izuku didn't think stuff through. Ha ha ha. Garp walked away with Shoko notably irritated. Old pain in the ass fart. With Monet. After hearing that Izuku won his final exam, Monet went back to her work and continued writing down reactions on her virtual model in her computer. She stopped, however, when she noticed a reaction to have her eyes widen. ... That's it. I think I got it. What was that? Smoker turned to her with a large smile coming across Monet's face. I finally got the sedative right. With this, we can fix a lot of damage done by Rampage. Good thing that's done now. We have over a dozen villains already suffering from side effects of the drug being in their system. Aizawa walked in, overhearing her cheer for this to worry everyone. The drug's recently been working its way in the underground strangely faster. The part that makes this more irritating is that the League is helping out with this. It could imply one of two things, with the latter being more realistic due to us not having much to go on outside of this. Either one, the League of Villains is trying to get success under the ruse of the Don Quixote family. Or two, they formed some kind of alliance. Tashigi finished Aizawa's explanation for him to nod. Considering the fact that Caesar Clown is in custody by the police, as well as the area the drug was made as far as the Revolutionary Army's search was aware showed it was cleaned out, they shouldn't be able to have the drug flow on the market so easily. However, this just proves the worst possible case. Smoker pinched the bridge of his nose while hearing this. So we've got no information on the League outside of what we already know of them being an underground organization wanting to kill All Might, and they've now joined forces with Doflamingo. Could this get any worse? It can. Aizawa pulled out a set of papers to hand them to Smoker. He glanced them down to have an even more serious look on his face from what had been seen. Seems even Blackbeard's on the move. He's gaining backing with the underworld as well, with it seeming as if he may have connections to the Yakuza. 1. What's the Yakuza? Baby 5 asked for Monet to explain. An underground organization similar to what the Don Quixote family was. You knew that they were dirty, but you had no physical way to prove it. As such, they controlled the underworld during the pre-Quirk era. However, thanks to Quirks showing up and making the normal means of killing people less effective, they for the most part lost their control and began fizzling out. They still exist, but barely. If they get backing from someone like Blackbeard, this can only spell trouble for all of us. Smoker sighed while hearing this, knowing that Izuku won't like the sounds of the man who taunted that he was responsible for his father's capture that led to his execution was now gaining allies in Japan. I just hope you take this news well, kid. Third person Pav. At a bar unknown to most of Japan, Shigaraki sat at a bar with Doflamingo sitting in a seat beside him. So Master wants to bring you in. Just who the heck do you think you are walking into my league and thinking you can do what you want? 1. Come now, Shigaraki. The heavenly demon is a valuable ally to both our league and the master. With the influx of Rampage, we're able to control the underground more. He. I'd listen to your bartender. The knowledge of producing Rampage was given to me by Caesar and Virgo. Thanks to us as well, your master doesn't have to waste your precious factories recreating it to produce it and just needs to give up space for my tools. Doflamingo was given a drink before continuing. Besides, this'll give more flow into your group. When they find out you're partially responsible for the production and distribution, people wanting change will search for you. People that want the status quo to topple over and change in their favor. In short, you'll get the glory while helping make an opening to get my job done. And what might that be? Doflamingo began laughing at this while answering. To kill Izuku Midoriya, or better known as Portgas D. Izuku. Ha 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 ha. Fair enough. A TV to the side reading, audio only, spoke up for the three to pay attention. For the attack that I have in mind, I have something made specifically for you to handle the son of the Fire Fist. Something that you can find rather comical personally, Doflamingo. Oh, and what do you have in mind? The screen began to show a room with all three villains somewhat surprised after seeing something specific to indicate what they were looking at. Oh my, just what might the boy think when he sees this? Will he be willing to fight, or will he quiver in fear? The excitement is killing me from the inside. Tell me something, when will this happen? When can I see that pitiful and prideful face of his wallow in fear and agony? 1. The attack shall happen upon a training camp that they will have. We have reason to believe there will be a possible change in the last minute as a way to avoid someone finding out. However, we have our methods of finding out. During this, we have a specific group of villains set to handle our own objectives. Meanwhile, I'll allow you to do as you please to isolate Portgas D. Izuku and handle your business. Lovely. However, I do have a request. Before I kill him, I want to have a little fun. Doflamingo began to have veins bulge out of his forehead. That little brat and his family have been nothing but pains in my ass since Straw had entered the new world. From kidnapping Caesar and destroying my sad factory on Punk Hazard, to dethroning me and destroying my Smile factory. Now I find out that the boy has been a part of both situations in his own was as well as now taking away two valuable pawns of mine. Adding to this, he was able to turn two members of my family against me. It's safe to say I want him to know the full extent of my irritation to him. I'll bind him, torture him, pull the bodies of the people he holds dear in front of him and sever them so their dying sight will be the boy to understand this is his fault, this is happening before going to the afterlife. And then, only when he's mentally broken, will I slice his still beating heart out of his body and watch him die like that. Ha ha ha, maybe I'll even have Monet or Baby 5 do it before I end them. Poetic irony at its finest, don't you agree? All for one. A small chuckle came from the TV for the man now known as AFO to speak up. Oh my, I didn't know you were that sadistic in nature, Doflamingo. I truly admire it. I'll leave the information to Kurogiri for you both to plan this out after. Enjoy the time leading up to this. The screen went black for Doflamingo to finish his drink and look at Shigaraki. So, tell me, why exactly do you want this society to crumble and turn to ash? Shigaraki grunted before answering. This world is disgusting. People all around claim that everything will be alright because the heroes of this society think they are all powerful. And at the top of those arrogant heroes, it's all might. I want to destroy the foundation they brought up and turn it into my own version of what society should be. Nothing but ash with nobody to tell me otherwise. You sound like a dictator. Your word is final and nobody will tell you otherwise nor have a right to, and if they try, they get killed or ridiculed for it. I enjoy that line of thinking. Something tells me you and I will get along well. Doflamingo looked at Shigaraki with his eyes showing something he greatly enjoyed. A look of hatred for society and desire for its downfall. People like him are always the ones that dream big and become known to the people as those that change the world. Whether it's for better or worse isn't the issue here. The real point to get across is he's the type of person that will burn the framework of this world to ash and dance upon the remains and desecrate those that stood for its memory. In an underground facility. Zahahaha. So y'all got a deal, little man. I help y'all with money, while you keep workin' magic with that fancy medicine makin'. Blackbeard laughed while looking at a man with dark hair that was around his 30s in a suit. The more notable part about this man was a plague mask he was wearing. Good to know you're on our side with this. Perhaps with a little bit more research, we can also be able to reset the body of a power holder to a pre-existing time in their life. But in accordance with that, I'd need some assistance from you. Blackbeard looked at the man and smiled. Whatcha need from me? 2 things. First, I need a power holder of a devil fruit. Second, I'd need to obtain a devil fruit of a similar type of the man you give me. In short, I would need 2 of either a zone, paramesha or logia type. Considering the rarity of them, I doubt you'll be able to offer me a logia, and a zone seems to be more diverse where the paramesha will have to be the object of choice. You could have just started with saying you needed 2 paramesha types and saved the speech. I'm not for some fancy talk. Understandable. However, I did want to put the offer out there that if you are capable in offering it, I'd be more than willing to take it, but not holding my breath knowing the abnormality. Blackbeard thought of this while asking a more serious question. That makes sense with a logia, but why's the zone a problem? Considering the fact that some zone-type fruits are extremely unusual and go into subcategories such as different models of a specific species, ancient types or mythical types, this could produce some difficulties all on its own. With paramesha types that though are able to have categories of their own, they follow specific rules of either your body alters to fit its properties, or you can produce and manipulate a type of object. Though this could produce more problems, the differences aren't as obvious as the sub-properties and species alterations of the zone types. So to make a long story short, we're gonna get better results with a paramesha than everyone else. Great, zihaha. But one last question, will this be torture for the power holder? The masked man stared at Blackbeard in his face before responding. It might be better if you give me a captured enemy of yours with a power. If not, I can't guarantee your subordinate's safety. Fair enough. I hope to work with ya more in the future, Overhaul. The man known as Overhaul smirked under his mask before Blackbeard got up and started walking out. When he was gone, Overhaul glanced at his notes with some interest. Power holders though can't let the fruit die with them and aren't able to have more than just one power in their body, some are able to offer an offspring with powers similar to a fruit. This was quite the oddity. Perhaps if I were to get my hands on Portgas D. Izuku, maybe I can learn a little more and find out just what makes him so special. Overhaul flipped through his papers to notice Izuku's face on it. You by far are the strangest of all the people in this world. It's almost as if you ruin natural logic. With Izuku. So, they're making moves. Izuku spoke up while eating a large platter of meat, trying to recover the strength he pulled from the fight with his great-grandfather. From what it appears, it's safe to say you're a top priority target for both the League and the Don Quixote family. Sabo explained as he sat in the common area with everyone else in Izuku's group. The question we need to ask is not how they'll strike, but when and where. I honestly don't think Doflamingo will let you have a quick and painless death either, knowing he's the type of person to keep a grudge. Wait, but why is Doflamingo wanting to torture Portgas bro? He didn't do anything to him. Actually, I did, Kirishima. Izuku explained while finishing what was in his mouth. Doflamingo is the type that wants absolute control over everything. This goes back to his upbringing as a celestial dragon. He was taught that everything in life is rightfully his, and if somebody gets in his way, they should be destroyed for defying a god their birthright. I've already done something along this line before he even realized in Punk Hazard. I helped destroy the factory as well as help take down the framework he sullied and built in Dressrosa. Though I wasn't the exact person responsible, Doflamingo's petty enough to want revenge on those that did him wrong, if they were the bigger component or the smaller one. Adding to this, we also have the fact Izuku has taken 2 members of his executives prior to Hosu. Monet adds this factor to understand why exactly the heavenly demon would want to go after them more. The bastard killed my other 8 fiancés. I'm not exactly shocked at this. Baby 5 scowled at this thought, with everyone looking at her a little uneasy that haven't gotten the chance to hear her story. Did she just say 8 fiancés? And unfortunately, the list goes on with parts you all most likely already know about, possibly being ordered by Akainu to go after me, Caesar and Virgo being taken by the Hosu police, yada 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 snore. Izuku immediately fell asleep for everyone to shout. Don't just fall asleep, Bakugo. Momo and Kyoka shouted this for Izuku to wake up and look at everyone before eating like there's no issue at all. Don't just pretend nothing happened. *PFFT*** ha 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 ha. Iida began laughing to make everyone look at him confused for a moment. To think I honestly thought you were dangerous, ha ha ha. Iida kept laughing for everyone to look at him confused even more. The fuck are you laughing at, Four Eyes? Are you some kind of dumbass or something? It's just strange how we all wanted to put the belief you were dangerous when you're honestly as carefree and innocent as the day we met you. Iida began to calm down a little with Sue speaking up. You're one of the only few in this group right now that actually thought that in the beginning. The rest of us actually knew he wasn't bad. Some of the other students started to laugh with Mineta coming down holding a pair of underwear. I finally got it. I got one of Baby 5 Feet's panties. Everyone stared at him with Baby 5's face being hidden by her hair. Mineta didn't care as he held the pair up to his nose and began sniffing it. Sniff oh that smells so. You bastard. That's the same underwear I used to take Izuku's virginity. I haven't gotten to wash them yet either. Everyone stared at Mineta as he peeled them away to see stains near the top part. Gross. I just sniffed another man's milk. Dumbass. Baby 5 kicked Mineta to send him flying into a window with it shattering and forcing him into a tree. Little pervert, the only man that has authority to sniff my underwear is Izuku. Ever heard of fucking TMI, gun woman? Bakugo shouted at this for Baby 5 to calmly pick up her underwear and sit next to Izuku. She placed them in his pocket to gain some questions. If you ever want to, you can enjoy the smell of my panties here. Can we not talk about this while I'm eating? Izuku stopped her before it went even worse. Meanwhile, Rebecca was watching the ordeal go on with some interest. I wonder how kind Izuku truly is to have so many women be interested with him. Izuku paw. The next day of class started first with those that passed their physical exam being at least a little more relaxed. Those that failed such as Kirishima, Ashido, Shiro, Sato and Kaminari, were kinda zombies in the best term. We failed. No summer camp for us. I glanced at them shocked how down they were to lean towards Kyoka to quietly whisper to her. Are they depressed they failed, or depressed they can't go on the summer camp trip? Both probably. She didn't give much of a statement other than that for it to kinda make sense. Shortly after, Mr. Aizawa came in for all of us to go towards our seats. Alright, so first off, I'll address the elephant in the room. There were some of you that didn't pass the final exams. I've already warned you what would happen if you failed. Everyone's head went down that failed the practical for Aizawa to smirk. However, you all will be attending the summer camp. What? Everyone was shocked by this while our teacher explained it. It was just another logical ruse for you all to work hard during the practical. But sir, wouldn't this be a little hard to trust you the more you make these claims? Iida gave a valid point towards this for Mr. Aizawa to counter him. To make things simple, do you expect to always be told the truth? You'll be lied to in the real world, so it's best to take everything you hear with a grain of salt unless you can guarantee otherwise. It's also not a total lie since if you did not pass the written, you'd be denied the camp. Fortunately, everyone passed the written and this camp is to increase your quirks. So to those that failed the physical exam, this would be something they need more than everyone else. However, there will be consequences to those that failed and they will need to take remedial lessons alongside the camp. When we're done, you'll regret the fact you failed more with this. Those that began smiling knowing they could go began to grimace knowing that they were possibly going to face hell. Knowing our teacher, he's not wrong. Anyway, I'll be sending out a list of things you'll all need in order to attend this trip. Make sure you have it within a week and we'll be heading off towards camp without any problems. We were all given sheets of paper with the list being somewhat normal for the outdoors. Hiking shoes, bug spray, outdoors attire, it all seems simple enough in the grand scheme. Also, we'll be having Monet and Baby 5 join us for this trip due to personal reasons that are not necessary to explain. Anyway, classes will be dismissed soon, so just hang out here and don't try to make a lot of noise. He left with all of us talking amongst each other for what we needed. Apparently, we all were at least missing one or two things for Hagakure to speak up. Hey, why don't we all go and pick up what we need together? Make a day out of it as a group. There's an idea I can get behind. Kirishima was interested in this, with all of us agreeing for the most part. As we agreed, the door opened up to show Monet walking in with some papers in her hand and a boxed lunch in the other. Hey, everybody, she smiled at all of us before walking up to me and placing the lunch box on my desk. Baby 5 wanted me to give this to you. You woke up late and forgot it. Oh, thanks. I opened the box to see everything was made cutesy with the rice having seaweed cut to say, "Enjoy honey," on it. Mineta looked over my shoulder to make us all feel his animosity without any real need to focus hard. You bastard, I should be the one getting a hot chick's homemade lunch. It's not fair that you get a sexy housewife and a seductive bird woman as women, but you also have Yaoyorozu's huge rack, Uraraka's fat ass, Asui's bubble butt, Shoko's strangely erotic stoic look and figure, Class B's huge-titted yank, and the new girl that looks like a hooker in her costume. The only chick I actually don't care you have is Jiro's washboard. He was cut off by Momo making a wooden bat to hit him over the head. 5. I was waiting to do that the second he opened his mouth. I think we were all waiting for someone to do that to shut him up. I pointed this out with nobody really feeling bad. Mineta was punished the way he was. However, he was about to snark back with another comment before Monet pinched a nerve in his neck to knock him out. Hopefully that calms him down enough. Doubtful, but a man can dream. My stomach started to growl for me to open my lunch box and begin eating it. I do though have to say Baby 5's cooking today is better than normal. She really outdid herself this time. Everyone looked at me with a bit of confusion and envy for the guys just cause I was eating. What? Everything started with that lunch box and you're just acting like it didn't. Hey, it's good food, Ciro. Don't judge me. I pointed a sausage cut like an octopus at him before going to shove it in my mouth. She doesn't have to make it so cutesy like a child though. As long as it tastes good, it really doesn't matter if it looks like something for a kid. 1. Later that afternoon, after getting approval from the school, we were able to leave the campus and head off towards the shopping district. To say it was huge was an understatement, as everywhere we looked, there was a shop with something else to offer. I'm pretty sure I even saw a roller coaster as I was coming in the directory. Alright everyone, find a partner and begin heading off towards where you must. We shall reunite here at 5. Iida, just let people do what they want. You don't have to do this. I explained this for him to freeze as I started heading off towards where I needed to. As I did, some people started to stare at me with a bit of unease. Isn't that the Fire Fist's son? I heard in the news, he was responsible for the incident in Hosu. Seriously, why don't they just lock him up? I'd rather he get put down. People kept commenting this for it to annoy me a little. Everything they were fed about me was a lie publicized by the media. I heard he assaulted a member of Cypher Pole too. Seriously, I thought the Marines were doing that as a test for him. Apparently it was that, but he took it too far where the agent had to treat him hostile. The only reason Ua didn't get involved was because the agent explained this was in self-defense and the Fire Fist's son wasn't making it safe for anyone. I kept hearing people say this for it to start getting me down. I knew the words that were going to be spoken here were horrible, but I didn't expect them to be like this. It was as if everyone just accepted everything that was said and didn't try and hold any possible benefit over the doubt or be skeptical about it at all. Flare. I glanced over to see Rebecca coming towards me to hug my arm. Do you mind if I join you? You might be better off just pretending like you don't know me right now. Probably gonna save you a lot of trouble. Rebecca smiled at me before moving closer to me. I don't care that much. Besides, you aren't as bad as these people claim you to be. Everyone continued to glare at us with it feeling kinda crappy that I'm pulling Rebecca into this. She has no reason to be connected with me, but chooses to anyway. It makes me wonder just why she's willing to do this. 1. Hey, Izuku, mind if we join? I glance up to see Sue and Ochako walking over holding a few things. I don't think that's a good idea knowing how. Take this you fucking crook. I was cut off by some guy throwing an egg at me and hitting me in the head. Aggressive people are right now going after me. I pulled the egg out of my hair for the three girls to look at me worried. It's just egg. There's worse things it could be. Even so, that's not right to do. You didn't do anything wrong. Tell that to Akainu. I pointed this out for Ochako to pout at me. People have bad-mouthed my father since I was a kid. I'm used to it. Unlike me though, you don't have to show yourself to it out. I was smacked by Sue's tongue for her to make my attention turn to her. You might be used to it, but we'd feel guilty if we left you to deal with it. We love you, even Rebecca here, and it's because of that love that we'd be willing to take some of the blame you have for being the son of the Fire Fist. You were able to take it alone and we all respect you knowing you can, but that doesn't mean you have to. I smiled at this before patting Sue's head and hugging her. Thanks, I needed that. I turned to Rebecca next for her to be blushing red. That bit she said about you loving me is true, isn't it? Well I mean, sorta. It's just more of I respect you a lot and I think you're a great person at heart, so who wouldn't love someone like that? Wait, that came out wrong. She held her face in her hands trying to avoid looking at me. I looked over to Ochako and Sue to ask a question. Did Baby 5, Tashigi and Monet find out about this? Yep, Ochako answered happily. And did they agree to it? They're fine since they have no room to judge, Ribbit. I laughed at this before turning to Rebecca. Guess that means you're free to date me. But can you call me Izuku when we're alone? It's hard for me to see you as my girlfriend while you're doing that. Deal. We began walking into a store and started probing around. I wasn't exactly needing anything in particular for the trip, but I could go for a few snacks to eat on the road while also maybe getting a few new shirts to wear. Unfortunately, everyone still glared daggers at me expecting me to snap with it not particularly being out of the norm. We kept going through a few more stores as Rebecca needed probably the most out of us not having much on the list. Considering we kinda made it official, I was stuck carrying everyone's bags for the next hour before we took a break on a bench. There, we all sat calmly to enjoy the moment of peace before I felt nature calling me. I'll be right back. I just need to find a bathroom. All right, take your time. The girls smiled at me before I walked off. When I did, I went right for a restroom to relieve myself before stepping out and washing my hands. When I looked down, I was the only person in the restroom. But when I came up to look in the mirror, I saw probably the worst person to actually have behind me. Doflamingo, what do you want? 1. I just came to say hello. So, you're Portgas D. Izuku. I guess I should say it's nice to meet you, but I'd be lying. Good to know we're on the same page. Doflamingo laughed at me a bit before I tried to get him to the point. So what are you doing here anyway? I doubt it's to be friends. Well, it's quite a fun little reason why. You see, I wanted to talk with you and explain something I thought was worthwhile. So I'll give you a warning and a proposition from me personally. I was shocked by his response as Doflamingo went on to explain what he was doing. You see, you took my family members from me. I want them back, and since I'm a nice guy, I'll let only yours and your mother's heads roll. I've got no actual reason why to kill anyone else. So what you say? Sound like a fair deal? I glared at Doflamingo from through the mirror as he said this. You think I'm so stupid not to understand your games? I know for a fact that's how you connived and sank your horrid fangs into not only Dressrosa but the world government. You insistently pick at the one thing everyone wants to do. Protect those that are close to them. Hate to break it to you though, your grip on Baby 5 and Monet is non-existent now. So you can take your deal and shove it so far up your... Now, no need for such words. He started laughing at me before holding an even bigger smile. Just so you know, I gave you a way out with the least amount of bloodshed. What happens next isn't my fault, but your own. And I'll make this as clear as I can to you. My friends won't go down as easily as you think. We aren't going to be scared by your intimidation methods. Now get out of here before I have reason to cause a scene with you. I continued to glare at him until he walked out of the bathroom. When he did, my body began shaking in unease. He fucking got to me. I knew I couldn't stop him at this point in time knowing where we were, but I didn't want to admit it. Fortunately, he played with my bluff. But his comment about what would happen next was what scared me more. I know Doflamingo doesn't give empty threats, so now the threat of what is next will scare me more. I need to get back. Izuku Pav. After the incident with Doflamingo in the mall, I went back to everyone and explained the situation. To try and avoid anyone getting hurt, we unanimously decided to call the cops. This was pointless in a sense because he was already long gone before they got there. I was pulled in for questioning about this for it just to be me saying everything he said. The police couldn't do much but pass on this information to UA since this was a direct declaration of violent antics to their students. As a way to help show this is taken seriously, they added Tashigi and Kairos on the training camp and moved the location entirely. The only reason I know is mainly due to Monet saying the situation the morning of to me. Right now, we're all waiting outside the school for the bus to arrive to bring us to the camp. So any thoughts what the camp is gonna be like? Hiroshima questioned me with the two of us relaxing on a railing. Not sure. If it's a training camp, they'll either try and boost our training with quirks only or give an offer to boost possible hockey use entirely. I wasn't paying much attention as Kirishima noticed. You still messed up with what Doflamingo said. I nodded at this. He doesn't give empty threats. Even though we moved the training camp, he may still find us somehow. But the issue is more, what does he have to fight us with? We're screwed if it's too much for the pros we're working with along with Kairos and Tashigi. I'm sure you'll be able to handle yourself, man. I'm not sure about that with Doflamingo of all people. On Dressrosa, my uncle got lucky he had a bunch of people wanting to help him. Here, I don't have much I can rely on. We're going into this blind and that's a terrible thing in a fight. That's not even counting if Doflamingo tries something sneaky. There's reasons nobody was able to succeed messing with him. Flair is correct. We turned to see Kairos walking towards us. Doflamingo is not a man to underestimate. Luffy was a great asset in freeing Dressrosa, but he was not the only person that stopped him. Adding to him, we may have to face the executives of the Don Quixote family, which would force all of us in a corner. Next, we'd need to worry about the alliance that we've discovered with the League if they do anything. I fear that Flair's concerns about this camp, if he does find it, would be correct. 1. Crap. If we thought about all that, wouldn't it be safer if we added more pros and staff? It was debated with Principal Nezu from what I am told, but they could not extend more faculty, and something this long we couldn't get any other pro heroes involved. We tried to put in a formal request for more Marines such as Smoker and Garp or even Admiral Fujitora, but we could only get Tashigi as they said they could not give us more. I scowled at this, knowing this was probably Akainu's doing. Give us a captain in response to an admiral level threat. Realistic in how they'd go about this for a group holding public enemy number 1. The bus soon came for us to end this conversation and start heading on the bus. However, Monoma decided to open his mouth like he normally does and brags how some people from Class A failed the final exam. This kept going on until he was abruptly knocking him out and dragging him by his shirt collar. Sorry about that. I'll make sure he stays quiet and avoids saying more rude things. Man, I hate that guy. Alright, listen up. Mr. Aizawa spoke up with everyone from UA standing beside him. Due to the ordeals that are happening, we'll be taking a larger bus to hold everyone inside it. It'll be a little more cramped, but it'll work. Adding to this, we'd like you all to hand in your cell phones when we get to the camp. This is for your own safety. Vlad King explains this for all of us to feel a bit confused and somewhat protest. You can't take our phones. What if something happens and we need to call someone? Kaminari shouted this for his argument to make sense. Unfortunately, we need to take every and all precautions due to the fact there is an open declaration of war against Portgas. This isn't his fault, but we do need to treat the situation as serious as possible. The area we changed to is unknown to all of you. And though we do not believe any of you would willingly give information to damn the rest, you can also indirectly. Social media is a dangerous tool if you know how to make it one. As such, I'd rather take the precautions for this, and if any of you wish to complain this later, you are free to do so when the training camp is over. But for now, our objective is to make sure all of you are safe and away from harm. Any questions? Nobody said anything after Mr. Aizawa's remark for him to nod. Good. Now on the bus. We packed onto the bus with everyone sitting kinda with their class, but some of us avoided this more or less because of the groups they were in. Once we started moving, Everyone kinda was a bit bored to do whatever they wanted. This went on for a while until Ochako tapped my shoulder. "Hey, Deku, you mind if I ask you something?" "Go ahead." You know anything about how your great-grandfather became the hero of the Marines?" "That's a strange question. Actually, I do. It's also a long story and one he didn't want to explain more than once, so if I'm fuzzy on stuff, that's more why." Everyone started to turn towards me hearing the story of how Garp became the hero they called him as I went into some detail. "Okay, so you all know about the Rocks Pirates to some degree, right?" "The Rocks Pirates, I've heard of them." Momo raised her hand up a little while explaining. "From what I was told, the crew was made with several pirates who wanted absolute control over the world. Their captain Rox D. Zebek took several pirates and went to accomplish this goal. This was however thwarted single-handedly thanks to Monkey D. Garp. For the most part, you have the information of Rox right. But everything else is kinda cut up a bit. What, did the hero have help from Sengoku or something?" Ashido asked, more interested in this. "No, he had help from Gal D. Roger and the Roger Pirates." Everyone went pale hearing this. Two bits are kept out from the common masses that know of this incident. One was the addition of Roger in the fight. Basically, the incident was so dangerous that even the Marines knew this wasn't going to be handled so well with just their help. Of course, it looks bad if a pirate who was notorious helps the Marines, so they kept this part separate. Along with this, Garp was protecting celestial dragons at the time for some reason. Since he hates them, this would surprise anyone why he would. The second is why Garp and Roger were able to win. As a crew, the Rocks Pirates were strong enough to handle any obstacle, but that doesn't mean they're compatible and able to fight together. Thanks to the abnormal capability of teamwork done by Roger and Garp, they were able to break apart the paper-thin compatibility the Rocks Pirates had with one another. But from what I'm told, they were ruthless even to themselves. Killing crewmen were a regular thing for them, so readying themselves to kill one another every day just to live wasn't an unnatural thing. They sound like monsters. Mineta started shaking a bit as I explained just how dangerous the Rocks Pirates were. In every example, however, the crew members didn't all fall during this time. Some you already know, like the captain of the Big Mom Pirates Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Beast Pirates Kaido, and the former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Edward Newgate. So Whitebeard was part of this crew. Not only him, but Kaido and Big Mom. Sounds like a dangerous bunch. Hiroshima points this out for me to explain an important bit. Keep in mind, the time frame this was happening, Kaido was about 20 at the time and Big Mom was like 21. So in short, they could have been the weaker of the group. Everyone went pale hearing this as I mentioned two Yankos were weak in a group of monsters. 3. That's just scary of a thought I never thought I'd think. Big Mom and Kaido, not even the strongest of the crew they were on. Two girls from Class B who looked like they hardly got sunlight and a rather plain-looking girl with no notable features to point out said this for Tetsu to ask a question. Any chance one of them could come back to take revenge on you for what your grandfather and great-grandfather did? Doubt it. As I said, they're not the best at agreeing with one another and most are already in the grave for reasons of their own. However, my great-grandfather said to out of everything, avoid a woman by the name of Buckingham Stussy. I don't know why, but he said she was part of the Rocks Pirates and is a dangerous woman if I had to face her. 2. To think someone who's probably old enough to be your grandmother still wanting revenge. I was a bit confused at Kyoka's comment for me to ask. What are you talking about? The picture I saw of Stussy has her at best in her 30s. Yeah, no way that's possible. I'm not joking. Here's a picture of the woman. I pulled up a list of pictures in a folder called Never Piss Off, to bring up Stussy's face. Everyone stared at the picture with Mineta speaking up. She's hot. And psychotic from what I'm told. Baby 5 stands up and walks over to look at the picture before giving a bit of a fearful look at her image. Does she know her? Her makeup is better than mine. I blankly stared at her for a moment as she continues. Her eyelashes are perfect. Also, I love the lipstick she has on. It matches her skin in the delicateness of the shade. I hate how great she is at this. So this was all just her wanting to rant about a woman. Kinda normal women being spiteful towards other women over petty things antics. I didn't put much into this before Tashigi got up and looked at the picture herself. I know her from somewhere. I just don't know where. Maybe a cipher pole agent I ran into, maybe a pirate in a group. I can't say offhand. Wait, but I don't get it. If she's a member of the Rocks Pirates crew, how does she look so young? That logic doesn't make sense. Hiroshima questioned this with it being understood why. It's because she's a clone of the original. Monet spoke up while going over some notes she had. She looked at us while explaining. I'm sure you all are aware of how ingenious Vegapunk is. Technically speaking, this was by far one of his best creations. Even the smile fruit that Doflamingo once helped manufacture was his own invention mimicking Kaido's fruit. Of course, it wasn't a total success. The current smile fruit is a mass-produced lower grade of the original, but still effective in how it works. Adding to this, the gigantification serum I was part of helping Cesar with was another failed experiment. Caesar failed to accept he was lower than Vegapunk to decide attempting his already failed experiments, which ended in methods you already are aware of. So Buckingham Stussy's a clone of the original. I wonder what would happen if I ever had to face her. What would she be like? Third person Pav. Unknown to the group, there was a tiny snail located under the seat. Izuku was on recording everything they were talking about. Deep in the woods, a woman wearing a shite sleeveless suit and a coat that was resting on her shoulders listened with a smile. Oh my, he knows quite a bit. Knowledge is dangerous to have at times. As she spoke, a snail began ringing in her pocket. She pulled it out and answered the call. Stussy, status report. I'll be able to tell where the training camp is soon. Once I can tell where it is, I shall do as we agreed on. Just remember the objective. Our job is to determine the outcome of what we overheard from the staff about Doflamingo's antic. If we can get ahead of this, we may have to take out Doflamingo as well as the Fire Fist if needed. I'll leave that judgment call in your hands. Understood. Stussy shut off the call and pulled out a thick pair of glasses to hold over her eyes. I guess it's time to get moving. Wouldn't want to keep everyone waiting. Izuku Pav. After about a couple hours on the road, the bus stopped in a side area with Mr. Aizawa standing up. All right, everyone off the bus. We did as he asked for us to look out and see. We were basically in the middle of nowhere. I mean, the view was nice and all, but we literally had nothing around us to the point I questioned why we chose here to take a rest stop. I need to find a toilet. Mineta began running around like an idiot for all of us to watch him, with Baby 5 strangely having satisfaction with his torment. Something tells me there's more going on here. Shy, do you think that? Rebecca asked me for me to explain. Our teacher doesn't do things without meaning behind it. Whatever he's planning, I can almost guarantee it's going to nip us in the butt in the process. What do you think he's going to do? Throw us off a cliff? I glanced at her, with Momo, who was walking near us, doing the same when she heard the comment said. He may throw us off a cliff. From what I know of our teacher, that isn't something I put against him doing. Rebecca shuddered at this remark before Mr. Aizawa started to speak up. All right, listen up. For this camp, we'll be gaining assistance from some pro heroes. Now it's time to introduce them. As he said this, a car that was parked to the side opened up. Heya, Eraser. Been a while. Wait, are we going to be trained by who I think we are? I was getting hyped up with Sue walking over towards us. You know them. As she said this, two women wearing cat-themed costumes came out, with one having dark brown hair and a light red costume, while the other wore a light blue costume copy of the others with blonde hair. Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow. Perfectly cute and cat-like girls. You can call us the Wild Pussycats. The two posed in a unique fashion for my excitement to go through the roof. Yes, everyone stared at me to make it all the more confusing. None of you know who the Pussycats are, do you? Yeah, not so much. Kyoka admitted the truth for everyone for me to calmly explain. The Pussycats are a 4-person rescue team. The brown-haired one is Mandalay, the blonde is Pixie Bob, and the other two are Ragdoll and Tiger. They specialize in mountain rescue and have saved many lives because of their teamwork and quirks that specialize in the field. On the hero board, all 4 of them rank within the top 40 to let you know they may not be the best, but are without a doubt no slouches when it comes to their job. Meow meow meow. Thank you for the introduction, little kitten. Pixie Bob began thanking me before I added one more important bit. They're also a group that was founded when we were children, with this year marking their 12th year in. I'm pretty sure your math is wrong. Pixie Bob immediately grabbed my head with her claws, slowly digging into my head. I'm 18 at heart. Okay, guess she can use hockey. I should be careful what I say with Pixie Bob around. I was let go with Mandalay starting up an explanation. Your training camp will be done on forest area we own. Our camp is at the bottom of those mountains over there. She points towards a mountain for this to immediately make a red flag with me. It's currently 9, and it should take you about 3 hours to get there. Anyone that doesn't get to base camp by 12 won't get lunch. It's a shame, but I'm also forced to deny you no matter how much I want to. Forgive me if that happens and I say no, Izuku. Baby 5 began crying a bit for some reason, with all of us starting to worry and start running towards the bus. Get to the bus. Sorry to break it to you all. Pixie Bob came in front of the bus and used her earth quirk to create a massive wave of earth. But the training camp has officially begun. We were all thrown off the side of the cliff, with everyone beginning to panic. Fortunately for me, I began using moonwalk to get up towards the top, to only be met with Baby 5 holding her missile launcher in front of me. Understand this, Izuku. What I do right now is out of love. Take my love-filled missile and run towards the training camp from the forest. I was immediately fired on to go flying down towards the ground. When I came back up, I glanced up at the top and shouted. WHO in their right mind shoots a missile at someone out of love. This area is privately owned, so you're free to use your quirks. Mandalay shouted this for the thought of this to confuse a bit. Why would we? I was cut off from my thought with some kind of ground shaking to turn and see a massive monster in front of us. I didn't even feel it come near us. My friend, please calm down. We are not your enemies. Kota began trying to speak with it to have it come at him. Not good. I ran as fast as I could before activating my flames and hockey. Fire. Fist. The thing was obliterated for me to turn back and shout. These things are made of earth, probably by Pixie Bob's quirk. Fight with your quirks. Third person POV. That was amazing. Pixie Bob began shouting for joy as she watched several people start taking a stand, with Izuku's group primarily working together to avoid threats to them. That Fire Fist kid is really cool. I do wanna ask though why he's doing such evil things like he's done in the news. He didn't. That's Akainu's influence. Monet points this out while looking over to the small boy beside Mandalay. She immediately walks away, not wanting to mess with children anymore. Before she got on the bus, a woman with black hair in pigtails and glasses came in front of them. Quote. Who are you? My apologies. I was sent by the Marines in hopes to assist you. My name is Maya Kamada, Captain of the Marines. I never was told about the added assistance. Tashigi points this out for Kamada to turn to her. This was a last-minute decision. Everything was handled by Admiral Kizaru. He gave the paperwork in for Nezu today. Aizawa heard this to question if he should mention it to Nezu. However, he more questioned if he should, mainly due to the fact he'd make more trouble if he did. Should I call? This is last minute and really unexpected. The pro mulled this over for a moment before sighing. Alright, I'll just confirm with Nezu tomorrow sometime just to be certain, but he probably has a decent amount of work to do to not mess with him. Until then, I'll take your word, but you will be handled by all of us if you're lying. Understood, sir. Kamada bowed before turning to get on the bus. As the rest walked on, Aizawa quickly asked a question to Tashigi. Do you know anything about this woman as another captain of the Marines? Sadly, no, not every captain knows one another. I can ask the Vice Admiral if he knows of anyone, or if he can ask around for information on Miss Kamada, but I can't give you an answer yet. Alright, they walked off with Pixie Bob remaining where she was to continue fighting the students. In the forest, several of the students began attacking back, with some that don't exactly have combat-based quirks trying to act as support the best they could. Rebecca began charging while drawing her blade at one of the dirt monsters. Take this. She began swinging it downwards, with it beginning to tint purple for a moment right before impact. When she succeeded in destroying the monster, she looked at her sword with excitement. Hockey. Keep going, Princess Braids. Bakugo shouted as he blasted an even larger monster into nothing. Just one isn't enough to start getting cocky. Soon enough, several small green lights began coming around all the monsters to have everyone stop. Stay away from the lights, everyone, Izuku explained as his hands glowed green with green lighting around him. Firefly. Massive blasts of flame came from the lights to destroy the dirt monsters and turn them into ash. Alright, let's get going. Everyone came back from their shock to run forwards in the hole Izuku made. Izuku, we've got something big coming. Kyoka shouted for the ground to shake before showing a giant dirt monster towering over the trees. He began running back with Monoma opening his mouth. What's wrong? Afraid of a little monster? Face it like a man or die, you monster. He laughed at this before Izuku charged with his flames and OFA activated back towards the monster. Itsuka, launch me. Itsuka understood this to grow her hands and held it for Izuku to hop on. When he did, Itsuka threw Izuku as hard as she could while Izuku used her hand as a springboard to go flying up towards the head. When he did, the flames turned green with his right arm pulling back coated in hockey. Green Hawk. The impact was made to create a loud impact with a bit of wind being felt by those underneath. Izuku comes barreling down towards the ground and lands on his feet before turning towards everyone. Let's get going. Everyone was in shock as those that cared for Izuku to smirk at his antics. Damned show off. Bakugo smirks at this with the rest of the students coming to reality this was happening. Few hours later, as the students came towards the camp, the Pussycats, their teachers and assistants stood in front of them. 3 minutes to spare, not bad. Aizawa looked at his phone with Tashigi speaking up. You're getting lazy, Izuku. You'd be able to do this in 2 hours before UA. Consider your training starting today with me. She walked over to pull Izuku's ear towards the side to have it impress everyone how stern Tashigi could be to Izuku's training and how obedient Izuku was during this. So we doing Spartan training of you sitting on my back while I do push-ups or me giving you a piggyback ride? Regardless, you get me all to yourself. I'm trying to keep your training regiment, damn it. It's nothing pervy like you think. Sure. Izuku smiled with Tashigi's face going red and avoiding it from being seen. Oh yeah, who's the sexy glasses chick? Kaminari asks this for Kamada to giggle a bit. I'm a captain of the Marines and I'm going to be helping you in training this week. My name is Maya Kamada and I hope for all of us to train well. Kamada bowed. Weird, Tashigi didn't tell us anything about this. We also didn't hear this from Mr. Aizawa. It was a last-minute add-on, Uraraka. For now, just accept it. Aizawa says this for them to start heading inside. As they did, Shoko looked down to see Kota glaring at them to have her head go back up and follow along. He seems angry. Wonder what happened to make him look like he wants to fight people. With Izuku and Tashigi, as everyone begins eating, Izuku was out in the forest training with Tashigi in a clearing. She was having him carry a log around the edges of the clearing. In a way to help avoid his school shirt getting ruined, Izuku pulled his shirt off to go shirtless for the wood to touch his own skin. Keep going. Don't stop. He continued this for probably about 20 rounds with the length equaling out to almost a mile. Alright, now let's keep your hockey up. I'm going to use mine on my sword and attack you. Your job is going to be use it only on the body I'm going to hit. This'll also train your observation hockey in order to get stronger. Fair enough, but I know more specifically why you brought me out here. Izuku explained for Tashigi to question. You wouldn't care if people watched us, but you specifically went a distance away. What do you want to talk about? Tashigi tried to think of the best method to say this, but said it bluntly. Watch yourself around the Marine captain. I'm not even sure if she's even a Marine as she's saying. That's strange for you to be so distrusting of a possible Marine. There's reason. I've never heard of anyone by the name of Maya Kamada as a Marine captain. Not a surprise since there are quite a few and it's lower down the chain where it's a shock if you do know every single Marine captain. It's not a title that carries as much weight as someone would believe. Granted, it is a decent rank to have if someone asks you about it, but nothing to be cocky over. Izuku understood Tashigi's logic in this, knowing at least how the system works being around her and Smoker for so long. But that's not what has you concerned, is it? I decided to message Smoker on the bus away from Kamada's prying eye. To make things simple, the Marines didn't even want me helping. However, Garp, Nezu and Smoker mentioned the severity of the situation, having Doflamingo flat out say he's going after you and willing to take down so many people with you that they were able to agree only on me. We were personally trying to get someone like Smoker to join or your great-grandfather, but Akainu denied anyone over Commodore rank directly above Captain. So they might have had a change of heart since you went for a lower rank. That would work, but Smoker and Nezu had no contact with Akainu from what I have been told for a few days. In short, this lady may not even be a Marine to begin with. Izuku pondered this for a moment before asking another question. Does Mr. Aizawa know this? I didn't say this to him knowing this could be detrimental to us all if she does become hostile towards us. It also doesn't seem safe for anyone if we immediately show distrust in someone the students believe are here to protect and help us. So for now we're pretending we don't know this. I'm not sure if it's the wiser method down the road, but for now it's the safest and less conflictive method, primarily because we have no idea who this woman is. Until she makes her motives clear, we can't act that well. However, I will be watching her to make sure she doesn't do anything dangerous. Tashigi pushed her glasses up while holding a bit of confidence. Night watched Tashigi on the prowl. So does that mean I can't fondle you during the night? Izuku laughed at this with Tashigi going red. Shut up and go back to training. Izuku did as she asked. However, Tashigi's comment hit him with some unease. They had no idea who this woman was or what she wanted, so making moves against her will have unknown consequences. Third person POV. The official first day of the training camp had officially begun. Itsuka had begun walking out of the agency with her class following their teacher Vlad King. Since it was still early in the morning, many were barely awake with the pro hero explaining what they are doing. Today we'll be working with enhancing your quirks. Just like how normal muscles are, you must work them until they're brought to their limits for them to attain a unique level of strength we are searching for. I wonder where Izuku and everyone is. Itsuka thought this as she noticed a crazy amount of firepower being sent into the sky that was colored green. What the nuts? Seems the captain is already in the process of helping out Midoriya. Let's get going. Class A is already starting. Vlad led the group into a clearing in the forest to notice something out of a nightmare. It was no different than a boot camp with every person holding some unique training in regards to their quirk. However, they were assisted by the Pussycats and Kairos for those with combat-based quirks. This is scary, Awase spoke up with some fear seeing the level of torment that was happening. Let's get going. For now, we're being helped by the Pussycats and the greatest gladiator in Dressrosa. Do not let this opportunity go to waste. As he said this, another force of fire came from behind him to shock everyone. What was that? Tokage asked in fear while Ragdoll answered. That's the little kitten related to the Pirate King's power. The two captains of the Marines are trying to get him on a level to make new colored flames and make his peak even higher. Another blast came with the cat pro laughing hysterically. He definitely knows how to make someone scared. Ha 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 ha. Everyone slowly walked away towards a table to work on. As they did, Rebecca was trying to land a hit on Kairos before seeing yet another blast of fire going upwards. Flare is truly working hard. Do not falter even for a moment. Kairos came at Rebecca with a slash downwards for her to block with the sword in her hands. As this happened, Izuku was a decent amount away from everyone with Monet using her snow powers to act as a safe barrier in case by some chance Izuku's fire started lighting the trees around them. Meanwhile, Izuku was pushing out as high temperature flames as he possibly could. This resulted in the flames starting to change color to a worthwhile green to indicate he was growing higher in his flame control. Sigh, how was that one? Izuku shouted at Tashigi for her to nod. Not bad. Hopefully you can increase your fire up to blue if you keep growing like this. Tashigi felt happy helping Izuku personally. As she did though, she noticed the one captain watching off towards the side with some interest. So what division are you from? 59th. Kamada answered calmly while watching Izuku continue to work. So you must know Vice Admiral Bonadoro. He was transferred last month to the 78th due to an allegation claim on the one that was leading it. Right now, the acting commander is Commodore Billick. 1. I see. My apologies then. Tashigi continued to watch Izuku as he blasted a mountain of fire up into the air that was starting to turn back to red. Keep focused. Your flames are losing the color. Right. The two watched in silence as Tashigi went over what she knew. I asked Smoker about this woman from what he knew. No information was given to him to indicate that this was something that was marked off. Not only that, but she knows inside information that wouldn't be as privileged to civilians. Either the fleet admiral withheld telling us knowing we're affiliated with Izuku, or this is someone who was covering for a marine altogether. The question for the later is more, who would she work for at that point? Doflamingo. No. Too early to believe that. Akainu. Perhaps. At this point, even the 5 elders and the celestial dragons aren't off this radar. But the bigger question right now is, what is her end goal? Tashigi. We might wish to call this here. Monet walked over to explain while Izuku was on his hands and knees panting. Right. Sorry. Take a break, Izuku, and get some water. Pant pant, yes ma'am. Izuku got up and glanced into the forest. When he did, he noticed a kid no older than 5 staring at him with some irritation. When he went to focus more towards him, the kid walked away for it to confuse him. What's a kid doing here? He stopped a few moments before remembering something he was told. Apparently, Mandalay's nephew was staying with her due to personal reasons. It didn't bother him at all, but it was still something he was a bit confused over. Just why is he staying with her and not his family? Izuku, get some water in you quickly so we can go back to training. Right. He walked off before going back towards his things to grab a drink of water before running back to train. Later that evening, Izuku paused. Once training finally finished, I returned with everyone in the group. Basically, everyone felt like they just went through hell, with myself included in that feeling. Alright, as we said before, we aren't cooking your food anymore. Pixie Bob points this out as her and Ragdoll hang out next to a truck full of cooking supplies. You kittens are gonna have to make your own food. Starting with curry. Yes, we all gave an exhausted agreement, with Ragdoll laughing hysterically. Wow, you all look exhausted, but that doesn't give you the right to make sloppy cat food. I see, it's some form of training. As heroes in training, we must learn to help people by not just simply saving them from bodily harm, but also help them by offering a tasty meal if the need arises. Come along everyone, we must make the most delicious curry. I glanced at Iida, not wanting to deal with his stuff, while Rebecca came up beside me. Where did he get to that conclusion? I don't know, and I'm a little too tired to ask. Honestly, I think just letting him do this is enough to get him to work. Let's just make the food and call it a day after. I was too tired to deal with it. I just simply went towards the vegetables and started cutting. Beside me was Kachan, who joined in. For some reason, we started making it a little bit of a game to see who could do their work faster. Oh snap. Deku, you and Bakugo are really good with knives. Kinda creepy. Ochako was amazed with the act, irritating Kachan a bit. Shut up. Why do you losers have to be so damn bad at everything? He's not blowing something up for once. Look at that. Kaminari points this out, with Kirishima looking like he wanted to die. I'm way too tired for this. Once the veg was cut, all that had to happen was lighting the fire. Hey Shoko, you mind giving us a light? Ashido asked for her to walk over and calmly light it. Definitely a useful power if you ask me. You mind lighting the other? Already lit. You can thank Izuku for that. Shoko points at me, who held a small bit of fire on my finger with the firewood lit before blowing the one small spark out like in a Wild West show. Show off. Momo smirked while saying this, with me shrugging my shoulders. The rest of the job was simple, with the food being ready in almost a half hour after for all of us to sit down and eat. I didn't want to say it was the best food I've ever had, but we definitely weren't any slouches. I was about to go for another large plate before realizing something. Did the kid eat? I thought about it before grabbing one of the plates we didn't use and made a bit for him. I pulled my own plate up and moved it to the sink to clean it and head off to find Mandalay. Hey, Mandalay, where's your nephew? Not exactly certain where exactly. He tends to wander off but knows not to go too far. She glanced down at the plate to understand what I'm doing. Now that I think about it, there is a spot he does regularly hang out around. She pointed me towards the area and I headed out towards it. Once I got there, I noticed the kid sulking while his legs are pulled in and looked like a ball a bit. So this is where you were. Kota glanced at me before scowling and turning back to the forest. What do you want? I got ya some food. Figured you might be hungry. I don't want it. You fakes are all the same. He continued to glare out into the distance with it starting to hit me with this kid. You lost your parents, didn't you? Yeah, what about it? He was more ticked off when I said this to sit down next to him. What if I told you, I understand what you're going through? You can't. I decided to pull my hat that I was able to wear off to show it to Kota. Have you ever heard of the Fire Fist? He shook his head no while still not looking at me. He was quite a notable person around the time I was your age. He was strong, amazing, courageous, and he stood for everyone he deemed a friend. If you messed with him, you'd be in for a world of hurt. So what? He's just another dumb corny hero. I laughed at Kota before explaining. The Fire Fist wasn't a hero. He was a pirate, and a darn good one at that. I said the last bit with some sass to have Kota finally look at me. So what happened to him? He was captured by the Marines while trying to take down a rogue former member of the crew he was part of. They sentenced him to death, but wanted to make an example because of people he's related to. As such, a war broke out between the Marines and the pirate group the Fire Fist was with. In the end, the Marines ended the Fire Fist when he did the one thing that would outshine any evil you could think. He sacrificed himself to save someone he looked at as a brother. But why does that have to do with me? Unknown to everyone, the Fire Fist had a son with a woman. When the incident happened, the child was around 4. He watched as the admiral of the Marines responsible for his death put a gaping hole in his chest and be smiled at as a hero for it. Kota's eyes went wide when he heard this to look at me. Wait, does that mean? Yes, I'm his son. To me, my father even as a pirate was the most amazing person in the world. He lived how he wished and still wanted me to do the same. Unlike you though, I couldn't take pride in saying that bit. I'm not sure what your parents did or how they died, but you can say this, you are proud of who they are and talk with your aunt to hear some great stories about them and keep those stories yourself. Kota held his head down before asking another question. What happened to the Marine that killed your dad? He was promoted to the highest rank a Marine can be. He became the Fleet Admiral. And because of my blood, he's stopping at nothing to find a way to kill me in hopes to finally rid the world of what is believed to be a cursed bloodline of the late king of the pirates. The funnier thing of it would be if he found out I was his son when I was your age, he'd arrest me and my mother and execute us passing it off as he was doing his noble duties. What a load of horse cra poop. I was so focused on the fact of things going on that I almost swore in front of Kota. Sigh. What I'm trying to say is, I get it. It's hard losing someone you love. But that doesn't mean their memories are gone. As an old quack once said, someone only dies when they are forgotten. Stupid words in a sense, but are heartfelt. Quote. Water hose. I looked at Kota as he explained. My mom and dad were the pro-hero duo Water Hose. I heard about them. I feel sorry for you. They were great heroes if anything, and I'm sure if they were still around, you'd want to be just like them. No, why would anyone want to be someone that is willing to kill themselves? It makes no sense. Sigh. It's just something that people do. They probably didn't want to leave you and wanted that to be the last thing to happen. But the cards played weren't for that. It hurts, but there's nothing I can tell you to make that pain go away. The only one that can make it go away is you. I got up and started to walk away. But before I did, I wanted to show Kota something. Hey, Kota, what's your favorite animal? Quote. An armadillo. I used my flame powers to make the outline of an armadillo and showed it in the air. He noticed it to marvel before I had the outline look like it was curling up in a ball and rolling away. Just keep strong. I'm sure things'll work out. I walked away with a smile on my face knowing I was at least able to make Kota a little more happy before feeling a bit of pain myself. Some days are easier than others with this pain, I'll admit to that, kid. Third person POV. As the events of the first day finally came to a close, several of the students began falling asleep in their beds offered by the Cat Pro heroes. However, on the edge of the forest looking over it, a group of villains were watching the camp with suspense. This is so annoying. This mask is not cute at all. A blonde commented in anger as Doflamingo sat on the edge of the cliff they were on watching. Why can't I have something flashy like Daffy over there? These are costumes given to us by the black market. Be fortunate that they work well with your quirk if anything. A kid that looked no older than a high schooler pointed this out while glancing down at the agency. I'm getting so bored with waiting around. Can't we just go in and kill them? A bulky man in an overcoat and mask commented in an impatient manner with the heavenly demon laughing. Oh my, quite an interesting group. Don't you think, Dobby? Dobby didn't answer as he was waiting on a few more people to show up. As he did, a man that looked like he had feminine features and another man in a straitjacket with only his teeth without a form of a bind to restrain him. Sorry to make you all wait, lovelies. So is this everyone? The feminine man asked for the man covered in stitches to not answer and simply nod. So what's your objective in all of this? From what you're doing, it makes me believe that you gain more with the heroes gone. He. It's a bit of a show if we're being honest. Right now it's more keeping a way to handle Portgas if he were to go out of our expectations. However, there is something I have in mind in case he does the unthinkable and was able to overwhelm me. Doflamingo began laughing hysterically before shouting out into the forest. Get ready Portgas D. Izuku, for the fun shall soon begin. The next day, Izuku Pav. The second day of training came with it being just as intense as the first day. From the lack of rest before the last training day, it probably felt much harder due to the lack of energy reserves. Keep going, Izuku, Tashigi shouted at me as I forced more fire into the air before the fire in my blasts turned into weaker firepower. That was pathetic. Go harder and focus. Right, I blasted more into the blasts before noticing someone come from the forest. Meow, he's going really hard. I noticed the person was Pixie Bob with her walking over. Hey, kitten, tonight after dinner we'll be doing a test of courage. You can be happy to know that you can work hard and play hard after. My playing hard is probably something you'd never expect. You can even ask Tashigi about it. I made a joke at Tashigi's expense with her going beet red before throwing a rock at my head in hopes to get me to stop. You jackass. Quote. I didn't know you were that type of a kinky captain. Meow. Please don't think that too deep into it. I felt some satisfaction seeing this before blasting another shot into the air. Well, that was all I was going to say. See y'all later. Don't have too much fun. I felt a little more fun with Tashigi holding some anger. So do you wanna have that fun now or later? I laughed at this before seeing little Tashigi shouting in rage. Keep working or else I'm going to beat you into submission. I continued what I was doing before noticing Kota come out of the woods to watch me a bit. I smiled at him and waved before blasting a larger shot of fire into the air as a way to show off a bit to him. He found it kinda interesting to make me happy a bit. It's the little things that make me satisfied. Later that night, after training finally ended, everyone started dinner with it coming out rather well. Once we were cleaned up, Pixie Bob smiled at us before cheering. All right, we filled our bellies and cleaned the dishes. Now it's time for a totally awesome test of courage. Ashido started cheering with it having Sato, Siro and Kaminari cheer for them. Fortunately, I explained something to Kirishima where he isn't too destroyed over what's about to be said. Hold it, it pains me to say, but the remedial lessons students won't be participating in this. I haven't seen as much progress in your training today to merit it. We all saw the color go out of Ashido as she was told this to start shouting and disapproving of what happened. All right, let's go. This isn't fair. She was practically kicking and screaming while being brought away with Kirishima being the only of the few that went willingly. Have fun, Portgas bro. Thanks. Hope our teacher doesn't kill you with his lessons. They went off with the pussycats explaining how we were doing this. In short, we were split with Class B starting as scarers while Class A went around the path in groups of 2 every 5 minutes. As long as we weren't touched, anything was fair game for Class B to scare us. In addition, the winner will be whichever class can get the most markers given by Ragdoll on the other side of the path. However, Tiger's explanation went a little. The winner is whoever can make the most students wet their pants. Did we need that mental image? Kyoka was a little disgusted before Rebecca went a little pale. Oh yeah, since the ratio is off, Ms. Gladiator will be with Class A for the duration of the game. Quote. I don't do scary so well. Rebecca pulled away, not fond of this, as we tried to get her mind off it. Though, something caught my eye for a moment to raise a hand. Odd question, but where's Tashigi and Braid Woman? Braid Woman. Oh, you must mean Captain Kamada. Her and Tashigi had to put in some reports, so they're back at camp. For now, just relax and focus on having fun. Mandalay smiled for me to have an odd feeling in me. I couldn't explain it, but something felt off. With Tashigi, third-person POV. As everyone from Class A and B went to do the test of courage, Tashigi decided to finally do a little digging. She avoided doing it right away to avoid any scare or suspicion being known to Kamada, but with both working on reports, it would make more sense for her to do it now when she'd be less expected. Okay, let's see here for the roster for captains. She went on a list of known captains on duty first just to see if any information on Kamada could be found. Once there, she found her name and started skimming through what knowledge there was on her. Born in the East Blue, enlisted when she was 16, obtained captain status at 26, deceased as of 2 years ago. Tashigi looked at the picture of the Marine captain to notice it was exactly the woman she was with moments ago. This can't be right. Now curious, Tashigi looked up the obituary of Kamada to see she did die. Now wanting to see the active status date, she went on a more unique site under smoker's status. I apologize, Vice Admiral, but this is a somewhat important bit of information I need to find. She found Kamada to notice her active timeline was only for a few weeks to a month at best. Quote. So if the real Kamada is deceased, then whose? Tashigi was cut off by feeling something pierce her stomach. She looked down to see a small hole with her coughing up a bit of blood. What? She fell back with Kamada behind her smirking. Sorry. Couldn't have you ruined my objective. If it means anything, I didn't want to resort to this. But you stuck your nose where you shouldn't have, and if anything, I can blame the fact you were using another Marine's authorization to steal information on them if you end up dead. Tashigi couldn't hear anything as she glanced to the side and noticed Kamada pull off a wig and reveal blonde hair while also pulling off colored lenses to reveal who she truly was. Well, that handles one loose end. Now time for Doflamingo and the League to handle the others. Stussy opened a window and began walking out with a smirk on her face. I think I'll have a little fun tonight. She walked deep into the forest with Tashigi still on the floor struggling to breathe. Damn it, I let my guard down. She struggled to get on her chair to call for help before falling over and dropping onto the ground again. I need to warn someone. To think, Buckingham Stussy was here of all places. With Izuku. As the events with Tashigi was taking place, Izuku was waiting off to the side with Kyoka, who was paired with him during the test of courage. There was some satisfaction on her end since Hagakure was given the unlucky hand of being paired with Mineta. Most of the groups had already entered into the forest with everything seeming normal. However, an odd scent as well as fire being lit in the distance had caught everyone's eye. Hey, did all the fires from your training go out? Kyoka asked for Izuku to nod. That's definitely not from me. Hey, what's going on? Before anyone could react, Pixie Bob was lifted up into the air by an unknown force for everyone to be in shock. The bewilderment was over when they saw the cat pro hero be struck in the head by a feminine acting man slamming a giant magnet into her. Oh my, seems we've found some feral cats. I think it's about time we get rid of them. Seeing Pixie Bob on the ground, Izuku watched closely as blood trickled down her head. You, heartless, he stormed at the two in rage as his body turned to fire. Get your hands off of her this instant. The anger Izuku felt clouded his judgment. During this, a solid kick to his stomach came by Dellinger, who shot him into a nearby mountain. Oops, I guess I put a little too much power in that. Hee hee. The half-fishman laughed at this as the group noticed 3 officers of the Don Quixote family came out of the forest. Our objective was to capture Portgas D. Izuku, not kill him. A man with an abnormal outfit on spoke up while Dellinger laughed. Sorry Gladius, that's just how it worked, ha 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 ha. Let's just hope that the young master won't be too upset by your goof. And that's goof with a capital G. What the, who are these people? Kyoka pulled back a little in fear as Rebecca explained. They're members of the Don Quixote family. From right to left, They're Dellinger, Gladius and Lao Ji. Executives of the family that are just as much dangerous as you'd expect. Good thing for you that we're not after you, Rebecca. Tiger went for Gladius for him to dodge and hold his hand out. Our job is just to stall you while our real objective happens. A massive explosion happened to send the Cat Pro hero flying back. With Izuku recovered from his hit to stagger a little. Damn it, fucking Dellinger. He glanced around to see Kota and a large menacing figure in front of him. He slid backwards slowly away. What the? Guess you're not into playing around, kid. Guess I can handle that. The man pulled his mask away to show a serial killer that Izuku knew too well. Muscular. This man was wanted for several counts of murder, with one just so happening to be the death of the pro-hero duo Waterhose. However, he didn't come out of that fight unscathed, as his left eye was gone, leaving a humongous scar on it. Well then, show me. Kota. Izuku went over to activate his flames while coating his body in haki to make him a furnace to touch while staying between Kota and the villain. Your blood. Muscular stopped mid-sentence to confuse both Izuku and Kota. He fell to the ground with his chest bleeding out and showing the hit he had was directly in front of his heart. This ended him fairly quickly for another set of footprints to come out. Oh my, it seems he's quite a blabbermouth. I'll just falsify a report in case something can be traced back to you. The source of the voice sent a shiver down Izuku's spine as Stussy showed herself. Hello, you must be Portgas D. Izuku. Then again, we have met before. Just not in the circumstance of you seeing what I really look like. Understanding this, Izuku glared at Stussy with a hint of surprise. So you're Kamada, aren't you? Or, we're to be more specific. Correct, at least. Slightly. Captain Kamada has fallen in battle some time ago. All I was doing was holding the mantle. Now, I think that's enough talk. Stussy raised her hand up a bit to show her pointer finger aiming at Izuku. Flying finger pistol. As if it was a gun, a force of pressure came directly at Izuku for him to jump out of the way and see a boulder get destroyed. I didn't even see a blast. Was that a bullet or? You're aware of the 6 powers, correct? Stussy smiled while holding her finger up. You're also aware of the secret 7th, correct? But I thought that was the 6 king gun. An understandable misconception. You see, the 7th power changes depending on the person. In someone such as Lucci, it turned into a power similar to that. Mine, however, has turned into a long-range pistol technique. A blast from another flying finger pistol came at Izuku for it to go directly through his chest. If his power wasn't active and had the hit go through flames, it would have hit his heart. Of course, I don't think that will be as easily as I'd expect. Stussy stormed at Izuku with her leg coated in haki to aim for his head. Izuku blocked this with his forearm, but was sliding back about a foot to get near the edge. She's trying to kill me just like Lucci. I can't waste time with her. I need to find everyone and help them against the Don Quixote family. Third person POV. Izuku began powering himself up with his fire while holding a bit of worry. Seems your mind is a little off. Are you worried for your classmates? I would be if I was you. Doflamingo isn't a person to ignore. However, my objective is nothing to him. As long as I can accomplish mine, then that means nothing. So you're not worried if he kills people or the people he's connected to are going to? Izuku felt rage hearing this for Stussy to smile at him calmly. And why should I? It has nothing to do with me, so why should I care if people die that I have no reason to worry about? At the end of the day, my objective has nothing to do with them, so I genuinely have no reason to worry over people that I have no reason to care for. Izuku was in disbelief before going towards Kota to grab him and run towards the opening to get down. Unfortunately, a shot from Stussy's flying finger pistol stopped him. Now don't worry about trying to leave me. If you want to leave, you'll have to win against me. Stussy came at Izuku again to push her finger into his shoulder and force Kota to be dropped. Looking at his side, he didn't see or sense any haki from Stussy to question what just happened. Sea Prism Stone. If you're wondering, my nail polish is made with Sea Prism Stone. And that's not all I have that's coated. She leaned close to Izuku's neck and breathed onto him. She smiled before taking a bite onto Izuku's neck, forcing pain into him before he used haki to push Stussy back. He held his neck to see she didn't hit anything vital and wasn't that deep. My lipstick is also laced with sea prism stone. Now, I think it's time I have a little fun with you. She gave a tempest kick to Izuku for him to duck down and see the slash go forwards towards a nearby small mountain and slice it in two. If I don't be careful, she'll kill me. He focused now to make certain to go at Stussy with all he had. Fire Fist. He sent a blast at the CPO member for her to dodge it with ease. This however was a ploy for him to get close and pull his fist back. Red Hawk. He went dead for Stussy's face with the Cypher Pole agent taking it head on without a dent on her. No way, she didn't even feel that. In one motion, Stussy grabbed Izuku's wrist, flipped him over, and gave a solid kick to the center of Izuku's spine for him to get the wind knocked out and hear a popping sound. Izuku went flying due to this and went into the side of a mountain with a loud slam. And here I thought you'd be more of a fight since you defeated Lucci. What a shame. With little hesitation, Izuku shot 2 spears of fire at Stussy for her to dodge them. Firefly. Izuku shouted as several embers came by Stussy. She dodged this however to head up into the air. During this, Izuku jumped up using moonwalk as well for him to continually try to punch the agent. Unfortunately, his chivalry was getting the best of him to not desire to harm Stussy and forcing him to make openings for the woman to exploit. She came close to him and gave another finger pistol aiming at his heart. Fortunately, Izuku was able to pull himself out of the way and have her shatter a nearby boulder. However, he was given a hockey-infused heel to the side of his head, sending him back. Izuku held his side which revealed it was coated in hockey. You're never going to get anywhere if you only defend against me. Then again, you'll just make my job easier. Stussy came towards Izuku again with him blocking her attack and sending a shockwave out from the impact. At the camp, Aizawa began running out of the building in hopes to assist his students. However, he noticed a large wall in the way to make leaving out the door impossible. I'll need to find another way. He stormed towards a window for another large mass of what seemed to be stone to block his way. This forced him to continue running around in hopes to find any form of an exit. Sadly, there was none he could take without the stone blocking his route. Hoping to try and defend those that were present, Aizawa stormed back towards the area Vlad King and the remedial students were to see some of the students that weren't in the forest in the room. Aizawa, what's the situation? Something's blocking us from leaving, Vlad. I'm not certain who it is, but we can't escape. As this was said, Ashido began screaming and pointing upwards. Ah, ahead, everyone looked up to see the source of the problem staring down at them. I take it this guy's responsible for what's happening. Aizawa began activating his quirk to try and stop the stone man for it to not work. Must be a devil fruit user. My power doesn't work on him. Then take this. Vlad went at the head with all his might to shatter the stone head into smithereens and look around. Now where did you go? He glanced up to see the head reform directly above them to shock everyone as he scanned the room. Rebecca, I see you're still squirming around. The man spoke in a high-pitched voice to make everyone stop and mentally tell themselves not to laugh no matter how hard it was. Unfortunately for you all, I'll be keeping you here until we complete our objective. Doldo, do you know who this guy is? Aizawa asked for the pink-haired woman to explain. His name is Pika. He's a top executive in the Don Quixote family. He had a devil fruit that allows his body to merge with stone. As he is now, you'd be better off fighting the land itself. So stopping him right now is next to impossible. Aizawa held some irritation before looking up at the man. So what is your objective? I'd figure someone as smart as you would have figured it out already, Eraser. The pro scowled before answering. Portgas, correct, but that's only one of our targets. Daffy is handling our other targets that are more a personal matter to us himself. Since you're all nothing but insects to me and are my prisoners, don't think you can escape and just accept being where you are. Everyone realized right now that they were nothing more than rats in a cage with any hopes of escape being next to impossible. With Baby 5 and Monet. How long is it going to take to help her? Baby 5 asked as Monet was patching up Tashigi. In an attempt to offer her some tea, the weapon woman came in to see their friend on the ground trying to stop from bleeding out. In a haste, she grabbed Monet who had to seal the injury shut and get a blood transfusion to replace the blood already lost. This is the last stitch. Monet finished the ceiling and cut the thread that was left before moving to Tashigi's head. Okay, I'll need your help bringing her on the bed. Grab her legs. Baby 5 agreed to have both lift up and carried Tashigi on the bed. When stable, Monet attached an IV with a blood transfusion on it in hopes to avoid problems of anemia. Alright, she should be safe for now. Good, then let's go find Izuku and help him. That won't be necessary, you two. Both women froze when they heard the voice to slowly turn around and see Doflamingo standing in the room. I think it's time we get going. Don't you think? With Bakugo and Shoko. Damned bastard. Bakugo and Shoko began evading multiple attacks from a man with teeth growing out of his mouth as well as a man turning the ground into ripples. Shoko sent a blast of ice at the man for him to swirl around it. Stop evading, asshole. Bakugo sent a small explosion to force the man to pull away and smile. Seems someone's a little stronger than they look. Come on, kid. Why don't you show me what you can do full force? The man laughed at this with the ash blonde now enraged. You fucking. He's trying to get to you. Shoko stopped him before explaining what she knows about the man. This is most likely that man Diamante. The top executive of the Don Quixote family. Tell me something I don't fucking know. Bakugo blasted a razor-sharp tooth coming at them while Todoroki sent a blast of ice for the villain to dodge. I've already memorized the Don Quixote family members and their shitty powers. This loser can turn anything he touches into a flag basically. Look at you. You're smarter than you look, dumbass. Diamante began adjusting his sword to have it swing at them like a whip. This was thwarted by Shoko sending ice to freeze the blade stuck, forcing the man to let go of the weapon. And that girl next to you knows how to use her powers right. No wonder Daffy wanted us to take you both in. But then again, our main objective is already being handled. What are you talking about? Shoko asked for the Don Quixote family to explain. Why would we come to this pathetic place and pick a fight with some kids in a game outside of their jurisdiction? Wanna take a guess? No, fine, I'll explain it where you can understand. We're here to get your little boyfriend. Daffy wants to have some fun with him before we gut him like a fish. You son of a bitch. Bakugo heard this to get beyond pissed. Wanna hear the best part? We'll do it live, show the world what a loser like him is and how we do business. That sound fun to you both? Shoko was now livid. She knew that people wanted Izuku dead, but going this far was downright despicable to her. She glared at the villain in the air as he let loose another attack to use armament haki to shatter the blade tooth and grab it to force the man towards her. When he was close enough, she froze his legs to prevent him from going anywhere. Bakugo. Bakugo saw the opportunity to blast the villain and destroy his teeth and knock him out. When done, Shoko glared at Diamante with nothing but rage in her eyes. I swear, even if this ruins my chances at being a hero, I will stop at nothing to make sure you and your disgusting family will not do a single thing to Izuku. And if I have to end you here and now to do that, that's fine with me. Diamante smiled at this as he saw the fire in the dual hair color woman's eyes. Now that's a look I wanted to see. It sends shivers down my bones. With Izuku constantly blocked and evaded the continual attacks from Stussy. She smiled at this as she mercilessly went for dangerous but not lethal attacks. Evading me won't make this easier. All you're doing is delaying the overall inevitable. Then why don't you just step off and leave if you're that troubled by me doing this? Izuku was able to create a massive wave of fire to push Stussy back and float in the air with moonwalk. Seeing an opening, Izuku shouted towards Kota. Get to camp and ask Mr. Aizawa for help. I won't be able to win this fight by myself. Okay. Kota ran as fast as he could down the mountain with Stussy glancing at him with a smile. You put so much faith in a little boy. However, you've made one problem. She aimed at Kota with Izuku realizing and running towards him. You left him defenseless. She sent a flying finger pistol towards the young boy with him turning to notice the attack. He shut his eyes in fear of what's to come before feeling something warm and wet splash on his face. Opening his eyes, Kota was met by a horrid scene of Izuku standing in front of him with a hole in his chest, protecting him from the attack. Portgas. Stumbling, Izuku tried to calm himself and sear the injury shut while glancing back at Kota. Get help. Pant, I need you to get someone to help me. But you're hurt. I know. But the longer you're here, the more of a danger you're in and the more I have to defend you. I can defend myself, but I can't do that if I have to defend you as well. If you really want to be worried, make that a point to move quickly to find someone to help. Hearing this, Kota realized the truth. He's right now a reason Izuku can't avoid getting hurt. He ran as fast as he could away from the area with Stussy aiming again at him. I think it's time I finish this up. Flying. Flash burn. Izuku gave a massive burst of fire at Stussy, with it keeping her from having a clear shot and getting Kota to the forest line to protect him. So you've succeeded in protecting him. But how are you going to handle this yourself now? The same way I handled your shitty friend Lucci. Izuku activated both OFA and his flame quirk to merge together and show green fire that coated him more naturally as opposed to his previous times. Seems someone's become stronger. But are you now strong enough to beat me? With Itsuka, third-person POV. After succeeding in defeating the villain responsible for coating the majority of the area they were in with sleeping gas, Tetsu and Itsuka felt a little relieved. Pant at least were good now. Thanks to the undiscovered abilities of the villain as well as him able to see the two in his gas thanks to the thickness around him, the fight was far more dangerous than they expected. Sorry you had to go through that. You okay? Itsuka asked for the iron quirk user to sit up and calm his breathing a little. Yeah, I've been worse. We should probably get some of our classmates that are asleep to the main building. You're right. The two began walking before something odd caught their eyes. The light from the moon was being covered for them to look up and see something monstrous in size above them. 10-ton vice. Tetsu, get back. They jumped away at the last minute for a massive crater to be made by the person responsible. Kendo, what was that? The figure from above came out of the ground while smiling. Seems that giving you a thrashing won't be as easy. No matter, I'll still have my beating to give you. The large blonde and with stubble spoke calmly with a smile as the group looked around to find some sort of way to manage him. Don't think of escaping on my watch. For we will be the ones whining today. You punk. Tetsu went towards the inn for him to float back up in the air. How is he doing that? He's a member of the Don Quixote family. His name is Machvis. He ate what's called the ton fruit and can change the weight of him in metric tons. Impressing to know someone is quite knowing. However, you won't be able to win. So stay where you are so I can continue with the killing. Machvis jumped up in the air again for both Class B students to prepare for his next attack. Now, 10-ton vice. He slammed into the ground with both pulling away before going to attack him again. This only failed as the executive flew up into the air again. Damn it, how are we gonna stop this guy? Tetsu shouted in anger as Itsuka tried to think of a way to stop this. For now, we're gonna need to find a way. With Ochako and Sue. Ochako, are you okay? Sue looked at Ochako as her arm was bleeding from a cut. What kind of crazy person slashes someone out of the blue? The two glanced at a blonde girl with a strange mask on along with some odd tools. The more notable thing was the girl couldn't be any older than them to make the question this more. Oh, my, you truly are a unique little girl, Toga. However, your fur of artistic ideology is truly something that needs work. The blonde known as Toga turned to a woman in a dress and held a very unusual hairstyle. Shut up, Giola. I'll handle this the way I want. You and your friends are just people hopping in on our fun. Now leave me alone so I can make these two more and more cute. Giola sighed before stepping forward. Truly art is wasted on the likes of you. Now, allow E to show you the true abilities it can do. She began closing her eyes and thinking of something before a strange rainbow ball came to her. Now, it's time for you to witness my creativity. She threw the ball of whatever it was to Ochako and Sue for it to explode right next to them. Once the dust cleared, Sue looked like a cartoonish frog with hair coming out of its head while Ochako looked like a Gashia from older times. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. What did you do to us? Ochako shouted with fear as Giola was laughing. I simply made you pieces of art. You should be thanking me for making you superior than how you looked prior. But I liked how I looked before. Change me back. Sue was somewhat alongside Ochako with this thought as she looked at her now abnormal body shape before giving an honest answer. I feel stupid. You are my art child. So as long as I wish for you to be, you will forever be like that. Ha 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 ha. Giola continued to laugh with Toga looking at the two UA students before giving her own response to this. Modern art is stupid. 1. With Izuku. Izuku continued his attacks on Stussy. He didn't enjoy fighting a girl, but he accepted it knowing there was little he could do in hopes to stop her. Green Hawk. Izuku gave a blast of flames once again for Stussy to jump back in hopes to avoid it. Made you dodge. Izuku came right behind her to give a roundhouse to Stussy for her to be pushed into the ground. She succeeded in preventing hitting the ground entirely before Izuku came back for another attack. This time, he was met with a punch coated in hockey. Stussy was in close range now to attack Izuku with her flying finger pistol being used. Unfortunately, Izuku was able to see the attack coming to kick the CPO agent away. She recovered however for Izuku to come back with both his hands on fire with green flames to constantly punch at her. He's keeping me from responding. Is this a way of keeping me from fighting back? She then realized the rushed aspect of Izuku to understand what this was entirely. Now I see. He's trying to prevent himself from overusing his power. As she found this out, Izuku's fire turned blue for him to slam into the mountain beside them and melt the rock to make it start cracking. He pulled away quickly to see Stussy come at his side with a tempest kick to have Izuku duck down and hold onto a spear of blue fire. Saint Elmo's fire. He jammed the spear deep into Stussy's shoulder for her to wince in pain while seeing Izuku smirk. I'm not done yet. Fire fist. Before he could finish, the mountain that they were on started to collapse and have Izuku fall off the side with Stussy using moonwalk to go up into the sky. She glanced down at Izuku who noticed some of Class B below him unconscious and Awase with Momo trying to fight against some kind of monstrous Nomu with chainsaws coming out of his hands. 1. I think it's best we end it here. However, you're free to come after me if you so wish it. Though I don't think your friends down below would be able to survive the debris in their situation. Stussy went off with moonwalk for Izuku to look down and dived towards the group to shock them. Portgas, what are you? Flame commandment. Izuku coated everyone in blue fire for the debris from the attack to dissipate and melt it to leave everyone safe. He then turned towards the Nomu for it to come at him and only see Izuku punch the creature in the head, incinerating it in the neck connected to the body in hopes to prevent it from attacking again. When the situation was calmer, Izuku deactivated his quirks and looked at his classmates. Is everyone okay? A lot now that that thing isn't around. Awase gave a huge sigh of relief before going over to pat Izuku's shoulder. Thanks for the save, man. Things could have gotten dicey if you didn't help us out. Didn't exactly plan to, but we've got bigger problems on our hands. The Don Quixote family is here as well as the League. We figured as much, but the issue right now is we don't know where they are and who's where. For now, I think our best course of action is to get back to camp. Momo explained this for Izuku to trail off and notice Monet walking with Baby 5. Izuku. Is that Monet and Baby 5? Both turned the way Izuku was staring to notice them alongside him. What are they doing out here? Hey. Izuku ran off towards them with Awase and Momo going after him. Monet. Baby 5. What the hell are you doing out here? Portgas. As Izuku went past some trees, a large amount of fire blocked Momo and Awase with a giant man with what looked like slime dripping off of him stood in front of it. 1. Bahehehe. Looks like that little thing you had wasn't that great. The man looked at another with a smile. Hey, what's wrong, Dobby? You mad that we couldn't succeed as easily in killing these punks? Come on, what's wrong? 1. Shut up, Trable. Dobby scowled a bit as Trable laughed at this. Come on, don't be so mean, say something. Momo stiffened hearing the name of the man. This is bad. The man that looks like he has snot coming off him is Trable. He's a top executive to the Don Quixote family. Wait, you serious? Awase was scared a bit as Trable turned to the group. Hey, you wanna hear something fun? Your friend is gonna die soon. You see Daffy has all this planned. All we have to do is catch him and then he'll be hanging out with the League. When we finish what we wanted, we'll kill him and we'll do it on air. Bahehehehehe. Behehehhe. 1. Momo was enraged as she began having some kind of cannon coming out of her arm. You bastards. with Izuku. Izuku ran as fast as he could towards the direction he saw Baby 5 and Monet going. Baby 5, Monet, where are you? He continued to search for him to find both standing in a clearing. They stared in his general direction with some worry. Izuku stopped a few steps in front of them and caught his breath. Pant, what are you doing out here? The entire forest is going to hell. Both tried to look away with it confusing Izuku a bit. Baby 5, Monet, what's going on? Monet glanced at Izuku for a moment before mouthing, run, to him. Well, isn't this a surprise? Izuku looked up to see Doflamingo sitting on a tree calmly with a smile on his face. Hello there, you must be Portgas D. Izuku, it's so nice to meet you. Doflamingo. Izuku glared at the man with him laughing. So nice to know you understand who I am. This makes it simple. He jumped off the tree and landed behind Monet and Baby 5. His hands keeping the close to him. I do want to thank you for keeping my family safe. But now, I think it's only fair that I bring them back to where they belong. What are you talking about? Izuku asked for Doflamingo to laugh at this. Girls, let's go. Everyone's having some trouble and I want you both to be safe. He put his hand out for both Monet and Baby 5 to look worried. They glanced at one another before backing away from Doflamingo and Izuku. Monet, Baby 5, are you okay? Hehehehe. Now this is quite a sight. Let me point this out for you to understand. Monet and Baby 5 are part of the Don Quixote family. Even if you think that they're part of your life, they're still my family and that runs deeper than anything you think you have. Izuku was angry. He knew that they were part of the Don Quixote family and never formally resigned. But they understand the truth about the family and how it was more occult than anything. Monet, Baby 5, is this what you want? We're members of the Don Quixote family. Why wouldn't? I'm not saying what Doflamingo wants. I'm asking what you want. Izuku stood strong for his opinion as both looked uneasy with answering. Quote. Just let this be. Baby 5 spoke up scared of what would happen. Just let this be and walk away. There's more important people in camp that need your help. Izuku didn't want to budge on the topic. He wasn't focusing on what was going on behind him to have a clone of Doflamingo come and knock him out to a strike to the back of the neck. He turned to the back and saw the grinning clone behind him. Son of a. He collapsed on the ground with the clone lugging Izuku on his shoulder. Tisk, you had an opportunity to walk away from this. All you had to do was walk away and leave Monet and Baby 5. All you were to them was a means to avoid punishment. Nothing more, nothing less. Both women looked away in frustration as they heard this. However, they didn't want to say this due to the fact of who they'd be going against. All right, time to handle this. Kurogiri, time to head out. A portal came behind for Doflamingo to begin walking off into it. Monet and Baby 5 looked at the forest in sadness before walking into the portal as well, with the clone lugging Izuku in as well. Meanwhile, the members of the League and the Don Quixote family were brought into a portal that were conscious and or alive, in Muscular's case for only him, the gas villain Mustard, and the death row inmate Moonfish being the casualties on the villain's side. People were relieved that the threat was over, but the pros and those who were in Izuku's relationship and friend group knew what this meant. The villains and the Don Quixote family won. Momo Pav. After the incident at the training camp, paramedics and other pros showed up. Out of 41 students, only a small handful of us were actually kept out of harm's way. Fortunately for them, they understood not to fight against the top executive Pika to avoid injury. Among those that were injured, most were due to the effects of the gas villain, with only a few having more serious injuries as opposed to scrapes and bruises. In addition, Pixie Bob was injured by a blow to the head while Ragdoll went missing. It was clear though from where she was in testing it that she lost a lot of blood in the process. Another factor that was yet released to the public was the case of Tashigi being stabbed and the disappearance of Monet and Baby 5. The media though was spinning Izuku's kidnapping as something a little different though. Slam *WHO the fuck is gonna agree with this bullshit article. Bakugo began shouting while Ojiro read the article aloud for us in the common area. Descendant becomes runaway. During the incident of the training camp for the Hero College UA, world's #1 threat Portgas D. Izuku escapes. He had craftily concocted a plan in order to avoid the hand of the law allegedly given to him by Fleet Admiral Akainu. In a heroic attempt to stop him, pro-heroes the Wild Pussycats had obtained casualties in the face of one being severely injured to the head while the other being kidnapped. Eyewitnesses speculate that he most likely took her to enact sexual acts upon her while also attempting the same with the Marine captain who had been injured in a nearly fatal way. Who honestly is gonna believe this crap? Kirishima was livid with all of us that sided with Izuku in agreement. Quite a few people if we're being honest. Everyone turned to see a man with tattoos on most of his body and wearing an overcoat in the doorframe. The more notable parts of him though were a large sword he had on his side and a cap that looked almost like the head of a mushroom. "Who are you?" Ochako asked for the man to answer. "Trafalgar D. Water Law, captain of the Heart Pirates." I was a little worried when the man stated he was a pirate before it hit me who he was. "You're the Surgeon of Death. A member of the worst generation like Izuku's uncle. If you're referring to Straw Hat, then yeah. I came more when he told me who's involved in this." Well, more Nico said something. As if on cue, Izuku's uncle and his crew came along with Smoker and Tashigi who was still recovering a bit. "Hey, Trappy, you made it." He seemed to be friendly with Trafalgar with it not being mutually related by the Heart Pirate. 1. What the hell, Straw Hat? I have to hear from Nico first out of all of you that Doflamingo got out and this is the best you can do. I would have started hunting him down if you'd have said something. Our apologies, Trafalgar. We wanted to handle this as silently as possible and Luffy thought it might be for the best that you were not informed given you have some form of a life now. Jinbei mentioned this for Trafalgar to glare at the UA staff coming in as well. You couldn't have told me this yourself, Kayama. Sorry Law, I wasn't even fully in the loop what was going on. I just recently discovered that the Don Quixote group was let out and targeting Portgas. Wait. Why did you ask the stripper lady why she didn't tell you? Straw Hat had pointed this out for all of us to nearly bust a gut hearing. Law looked away while answering. That's classified. I'm dating him. Midnight explained for Ashido to come down the girl's side at the right moment. What? Midnight's dating a pirate? 5. The world's not as black and white as you're thinking, Ashido. Law though is a pain at times, is a good person at heart. No I'm not. To me you give that air. Besides, who always cries into me after we have a passionate night of. Getting back on topic now, grab everyone from upstairs so we can get started. Mr. Aizawa put a stop to a mental image in our heads we'd rather not have and had us go up and get everyone. Once we came down, Class B was sitting in our commoner with Nezu standing in the front. It's good to see that most of you are alright. I'd like to first formally apologize over what had happened. What you all had gone through was supposed to be our way of keeping you all safe. In addition, I'd like to discuss the matter of Portgas D. Izuku. I held my breath waiting for the answer. The pros can do nothing for him at this point and the Marines are putting this on the back of their priorities. Are you fucking joking right now? Bakugo. Please refrain from. Fuck being calm. 4 eyes. The freak shows from the Don Quixote family kidnapped Deku and neither the Marines or pros can do shit about it. That's horse crap. Why the hell are you allowing this to even happen and not doing shit about it? We would if you'd shut your mouth. Smoker spoke up for him to take the lead. The Marines as a whole agreed not to send more troops because they do not deem it adequate. In addition, the pros are handling the discovery of the League of Villains hideout. The goal for them is to take out an immediate threat that seems to gain some leverage that they couldn't prior. This would require any able-bodied pros to be put here. Even All Might and Endeavor aren't able to assist. Which is why me and Straw Hat are here. To make this simple, we're here to help you take back Portgas and take down Doflamingo. The Vice Admiral and Captain even agreed to help out. Trafalgar pointed this out for Tashigi to hold her side where she was somewhat irritated. I'm ashamed of myself that I had put looking into the captain that was brought in until that evening. Maybe if I checked before, things would have been different. CP0 assisted in this, which means it's our responsibility as Marines to take down Doflamingo. While this is happening, I'll need a group of people to take on the Don Quixote family along with us. The chances are, we'll also have to face Baby 5 and Monet. Smoker held a bit of irritation as he said this. They both seem to be taking orders by Doflamingo which means they could be siding with him. There's no way Baby 5 or Monet would willingly do any of this. I protested in anger as Smoker points out the obvious. I don't want to believe it either. But we need to prepare for the worst. In the best scenario is Monet and Baby 5 join because they had no choice and will betray Doflamingo if given the chance. Worst case, they sided back with Doflamingo and this is a way for them to take out Portgas. I personally want to hope for the first, but not preparing for the second, which is just as possible as sheer idiotic at best. Smoker tapped his cigar in an ashtray he had before looking at us. So who's gonna help get the kid back? Are you kidding me? Who's gonna be stupid enough to go with? All of us that sided with Izuku raised our hands in hopes to prove that this was just as much something we wanted as everyone else. Kendo, you too. We screwed up, Monoma. We thought that we could side with Izuku and failed. I'm not gonna let this mess up go without being rectified and letting him know we're still on his side even when the situation gets rough. I understand how you feel. I felt ashamed while holding my hand up. I had the ability to help before but failed. Now I wanna make it up to him as an apology for what I couldn't. Same for me. Bakugo stood up while walking towards Smoker completely calm for some reason. These assholes think it's a riot to attack us, insult us, take Deku and then act like they'll get away with it. I'm gonna fucking rip them a new asshole for what they did. For once, I side with Bakugo. Shoka seemed to join this thought to scare me a little. Izuku was someone I looked at and admired. He was someone that was willing to face his demons head on. I loved him for that. Yet these fools thought it was right to take him from us. I'll make them pay for what they did. Oh great, now even Shoko is being corrupted to Bakugo's antics. Meanwhile, Izuku Pav, I started to wake up in a dimly lit room on what I thought was a chair. I tried to pull the chains off with all my energy being zapped from me for some reason. See Prism Stone. You're wasting your time, Portgas. Those are made for power holders to be unable to escape from. Though you aren't one yourself, you still hold the same properties as one. The sound of Doflamingo came from the distance for him to walk over into the light with a smirk. I don't think we officially met before. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Flare. Or would you prefer Izuku Midoriya? Or would Portgas work just as well? He started laughing a bit more as lights started to show up with us in some kind of storage area. I tried moving my body again before glaring at the man. You're lucky I can't kill you right now or else you'd be charcoal where you stand. Haha. You and I both know that you wouldn't have the guts to kill me. Knowing what could happen to you and your mother the second the Marines catch wind of it. The fact he said this made any doubt that he could be working with a Kainu non-existent now. So what now? Are you gonna kill me after hearing this? Seems a little too simple for you. Oh, but I have a far better plan. You see, I recently came into an agreement with an enemy of your teacher All Might. I'm sure you're aware of a man named All for One. When he mentioned this name, I started to worry a little. All Might told me about OFA's origins to know about the villain he's talking about. You see, the heroes think they're smart. We allowed them to attain the information of the League in order to bring them into a trap. Once it's sprung and All Might and AFO start fighting, I'll go live and present your execution. Once it's done, I'll bring your corpse to their battle and present it to your teacher. Heartbroken, he'll lose the will to fight as AFO gives the finishing blow. But before that, you're going to give me something. And that is, Doflamingo held my face to glare me right in the eyes. Don't play stupid. You and I both know what you have that AFO wants. So here's the deal, you give me OFA and we can make this death go very smoothly where you won't suffer. I'm at least nice enough of a guy to do that. What do you say? He smiled at me like some kind of psychopath for me to stare right at his face and spit in it. You think I'm that gullible to give you something like that? OFA can't be taken from the user and can only transfer if the current holder wants it passed on. Don't ever think I'd be willing to do something so idiotic as give you such a blessing as that which this world needs. You can go choke on a spiked dildo for all I fucking care. Doflamingo pulled the spit off his face to start having veins pop out of his head. Without mercy, he jammed a knife into my hand to have the pain flow into my head. I give you the chance to have a quick death and this is how you repay me. Guess stubbornness and idiocy runs in your family. He started twisting the knife with some satisfaction as I glared at him with a smirk. Ah, did I hurt your little feelings? Let's face it, you were so up your ass when you faced my uncle that you couldn't realize you could be beaten so easily by a ragtag group of pirates who ignited the flames of anger you gave your people. All you have is just a crap ton of L's to your name. So what makes you so certain this won't blow up in your face as well? This seemed to piss him off to give a slash across my face to have a bit of blood come off it. That your best, I thought better of a former warlord and celestial dragon. I knew I was starting to get to him as he lost his smirk on me. Don't think you're so smart. You'll give me what I want one way or another. He walked away with most of his family doing the same. The only ones that weren't going immediately were Monet and Baby 5. They stared at me with unease before walking away as well. Before they were too far, I spoke up for them to hear. Don't worry, I'm gonna get all of us out of this, I swear. Just worry about yourself right now. It's not worth trying to help us. Monet seemed irritated saying this as both walked away from me. I knew they didn't want to do this, but the question was how am I gonna get us all out safely? Izuku Pav. I sat in the chair I was bound in watching a TV in front of me. It was showing an interview with Nezu and Mr. Aizawa. First and foremost, I'd like to formally apologize for what had happened recently. Due to our carelessness, some of our students had been injured. We will strive to do better in the future. Nezu started by addressing the main point for a reporter to realize his hand. Excuse me, but what can you say of the boy that was taken and his affiliation with the attackers? The reporter seemed hellbent on trying to find out about this to go off on what he most knew. From what we are aware, this was most likely a ploy that he used to escape the Marines. How can we be safe knowing this could be a possibility? I know for a fact that headline is a lie. Portgas has no connection with these people that attacked the training camp. Aizawa points this out for the reporter to continue to push. So you are saying a respectable news source is not able to be trusted but your word is? How are we able to take your word after this incident when even Marines have vouched for this knowing the boy's lineage? The reporter seemed to know where to hit to push my teacher's buttons. Doflamingo started laughing at this while resting on the chair I was on. Well, isn't this comical? They think you and I worked together to take you away from UA. Hey. It's even funnier that the people that are saying you're dangerous are actually the ones that are forcing this upon you. He got up and walked towards the TV to lean on it. The world doesn't give a damn if you live or die and would salivate at the idea of you dropping dead. Face it, kid, you're put on the wrong side of what people are to think good is. Why are you fighting this uphill battle? Why not show the world how much of a scum of the earth you can be? Come on, it's not fun being on this side, right? They don't want your best and refuse to see you trying. Why fight to show your best and it not be good enough instead of showing your worst and be feared as the worst? I watched as Mr. Aizawa spoke up. Portgas is a good person and deserves the benefit of the doubt. During the USJ incident, the Marine Fleet Admiral had come and pulled a gun on him before we discovered the truth. He was right, but the radical ideology was not right and very out of line instead of coming to our school and giving us this information to handle this more privately. The sports festival had a member of Cypher Pol nearly kill Portgas in an attempt to have a test of his strength, as mentioned. However, this was an act that would have killed someone on public television if it had not gone down the way it should. During our end-of-term exams, they even stepped in and refused to allow us handle his practical test how we should have as a school. The only reason the Marines are pushing so deep into Portgas's possibility of being a threat is only because of his father and grandfather being who they are. He doesn't show any desire to go against the world's rules and is trying his best to uphold the law more than anything. If we're being honest, I can't think of another student who's worth being a hero than him in his year. I smiled hearing that and turned to Doflamingo with a smirk. There's your answer. You think I'm stupid enough to side with a thug like you? To be honest, you're right. This world is fucked up and doesn't give a damn if I die. But here's the difference between what you think I am and what I really am. I'm someone that will stand for what I think is right regardless of what others think. I'll play the little games you and the world government are playing because I know deep down, you all fear the fact that I can be something you all don't think I can be and get your narrative thrown in your face and called out on your bullshit. That's why you all want to kill me. You're scared of me. I seemed to hit a nerve with the former warlord for him to lose his smirk and start scowling and stab my hand with a knife he had. Wanting to destroy what you don't like. Oh, how normal you are. Doflamingo started to calm down and laugh a bit. You know something, kid. We're a lot alike. You were treated like a monster as a child. I was treated like a monster as a child. You saw the evil the world could be over something you had no control over. I had witnessed the evil the world could be to me over something I had no control over. But here's where I think you and I should be friends. What do you say? With your power and my connections, we can do it. Overthrow the people that have denied us how we should live our lives. What do you say? What makes you think I'd want that? Baby 5 and Monet walked in while having knives in their hands. The world won't stop hunting you down till you die. But you have the chance to become a ruler. Baby 5 and Monet are women you hold dear to you. So do I. I'm happy they have love, but understand they're still loyal to me. Doflamingo held my face to look me in the eyes. I can give you a life of your own. A life you can be enjoy with them. All you have to do is side with me and we can overthrow this world's order, make you a king and the women you have as queens and worship the way you always wanted them to be. All you have to do is say you'll side with me. I glared at Doflamingo in anger before answering. You're a joke. I think the crown you want to put on me and you should be a paper one or one a fool would wear. I know damn well you're just going to use me, so don't think for a second that you sway me with sweet words. And it's insulting to know that you're trying to guilt trip me with Monet and Baby 5 here of all things. Doflamingo lost his smile entirely and looked towards both girls. Fine, I gave you a way out. However, I'm not completely convinced both of these girls are on my side. But you've given them the opportunity to prove themselves. Monet, Baby 5, if you want to remain in my good graces, I'd like you to torture Portgas here. Make him wish to give me OFA, but don't kill him. Not until he gives me what I want. Both girls looked at the knives in their hands before at me with a look that could tell it all. They didn't want to do this, but didn't know a way out of this that would have all of us come out safely. Outside the warehouse, third-person Pav. Smoker and the group he was leading was outside the storage area Izuku and the Don Quixote family was. They came to the group and went inside to hide behind some boxes to watch. Just stay still and wait for an opening. Smoker prepared his staff with Tashigi pulling her sword out to prepare to cut off Doflamingo's head. Why are both of you hesitating? You know what will make it all better. All you have to do is begin butchering Portgas here and all your mistrust will be swept under the rug. Doflamingo smiled at his two former subordinates as they looked at the blades. If we do this, there's no going back. Monet looked at her blade with fear as a memory of Izuku came to her head. You don't owe anything to the Don Quixote family anymore. You are your own person. If you want to go back to them, that's your call. If you want to be your own person and live your life the way you want to, that's also your choice. But the thing is, this is a choice you have to make yourself and be willing to live with the consequences of that choice no matter what. She gripped the knife in anger before throwing it on the ground. Monet, if this is a joke, it isn't funny. Screw this, she spoke up before turning to Doflamingo with her eyes holding rage in them. I have given so many years of my life to you. I even was willing to kill myself for you. And in the end, that's not enough for you. Snow swarmed in the area as Baby 5 looked at her friend as she laced into Doflamingo. For over a decade, my sister and I have served you faithfully and even now you hold our situation against us. Meanwhile, Izuku has every single right to hold me accountable for what he did. But his words are that I live the way I want to. Me, nobody else. So consider this my resignation from the Don Quixote family. I don't need you nor this crew anymore. Her words echoed in the room with Doflamingo now having notable veins popping out of his forehead. Monet, you have no idea what you have just done. Now I'm going to show you why you never double-cross me. Before he could do anything, Tashigi ran forward with everyone as they took the Don Quixote family by surprise and sliced Doflamingo's head off, leaving him decapitated. I don't think you're in the right position to argue this. The Marine captain spoke up with a smirk as everyone watched in shock how easy it was to defeat Doflamingo. At this moment, Tashigi realized Izuku was still in binds. Momo, can you make a key for the handcuffs? I'll try my best. The creation quirk woman did her best with what she knew of keys as Tashigi saw the entire crew remain silent. Don't any of you come any closer or what happened to Doflamingo will happen to the rest of you. She held her sword up for the crew to not act in any form of shock. They just lost their captain. How are they so calm about this? What a way to go, am I right? Everyone looked at Doflamingo's head that was smiling on the ground before Pika picked it up and held it for them to see. Monet, I'm surprised you of all people would betray me. I am very deeply hurt by this act of betrayal. And Smoker, it's been a while. The screen on the TV showed the raid happening with All Might and AFO beginning to battle. Seems they're going on. However, things have taken a turn in a spot I never believed they would. Veins popped out of the decapitated man's forehead as he scowled. It's come to this. I'm going to have to use the bird cage. The sound of the name sent shivers down Baby 5, Monet, Rebecca and Tashigi's spines knowing exactly what it was. 1. Get me out of here now to stop him. Izuku panicked as a shadow loomed over Momo for everyone to turn and see Doflamingo over her. Run Momo, run. The downward slash of Doflamingo's threads came towards the girl with Tashigi using her sword infused with Haki to block it. Oh my, seems you're all quite determined. I guess we should have some fun. Pika began transforming the land around them for the building they were in to be shot up into the sky with Izuku and his friends sent out of it and falling towards the ground. This is bad. We're gonna die. Ochako started to panic with Itsuka getting an idea. Uraraka, make us all float. Yao Momo. Make a parachute we can all hold onto. They did as they were told with Ojiro holding onto the chair Izuku was strapped on. They landed on the ground with the pavement and buildings all breaking apart and reforming into a giant mountain. In rage over the situation, Doflamingo released a clone he had of himself and sent out massive amounts of string into the air. The strings began spreading on all sides before finally landing and encasing a large amount of the area in threads. What the heck is this? In the reaction, several pros and villains were trapped in the prison with some even attempting to break it with no avail. Just what is this stuff? Mount, Lady questioned as her and several of the members in the raid looked around. I don't think this'll end well. Endeavor glared at the strings with everyone else in the prison doing the same. Once the media got close enough to them, they started recording what looked like a mountain of earth made inside the cage. No, this is bad. Izuku looked up at the bird cage with unease alongside everyone in the group. Just what is this? It's a technique known as the bird cage, Kirishima, an inescapable prison that will only be stopped unless the caster is defeated or dispels it. The same thing happened to Dressrosa a few years back. Doflamingo's plans and position in the kingdom was put in jeopardy and thus, resorted to attempting to kill us all. Rebecca held her sword on her side with frustration seeing the prison once again. All we can say right now is we are prisoners and the warden is Doflamingo himself. As this was said, a video projector was shown with Doflamingo's face near the top of the threads. He seemed calm and confident. Hello, everyone. I'm sure you're all aware of the prison above your heads. Well, to make things simple, many people who aren't working with the heroes nor marines have done things to make me angry. But hey, I'm a nice guy and I'll willingly give you all a way out of this if you want. So starting now, everyone in Kamino Ward is a bounty hunter and your job is to give me these people dead or alive. The pirate started laughing while stretching his hands out. It's kill or be killed. Which will you choose? Third person Pav. As the madness of the bird cage became active, All Might and the pros had begun facing off with AFO. The pro and villain began clashing with brutal shockwaves happening. The two stopped however when they noticed strings coming down. What's happening? The fool. He's already going too far. AFO began trying to activate something with it not working. That power must have a jamming function for quirks that could transport outside. Right now, I'm trapped just like you are. As they spoke, Doflamingo came on a screen for everyone in Kamino to hear. They heard about how the game would be and how Izuku and his group had pissed him off royally. Now to have everyone understand and have some fun, I've decided to put bounties on all those that have to be taken down. You bring them all dead or alive to me and I'll pull the bird cage down. Easy as that. Now, I think it's time to present the targets. Each star will be worth 100 million yen in order to make you more enticed. The first set came up for Kirishima, Ojiro, Rebecca, Itsuka, Sue and Iida to come on. Now for the 2 stars. The next set held Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, Tashigi and Baby 5 on it. And now the 3 stars. Smoker, Bakugo, Shoka and Izuku came on for All Might's face to drop. And lastly, the face of the person who's angered me the most with the turn of events who I'd enjoy you bringing back with only a head. This person will be worth 500 million yen. Monet's face was plastered on the screen with 5 stars on the bottom for her to stare at it with some unease. To be honest, I shouldn't be shocked that Doflamingo wants me dead. I did anger him notably. Ah, we're all gonna die. Ochako started panicking with Doflamingo giving one final regard. Now to those of you who do not feel comfortable trying to take these people down, you can just simply come after me and all your problems will be over. Until these people are captured or you defeat me, the bird cage will be active with no help from the outside world. I hope you all enjoy putting on a show for me, for I'll way to top the mountain. He laughed as the feed cut out for everyone in the city to look at one another. If we're going after helping people, shouldn't we take those people in just to help save the majority? Mount. Lady asked for Genus to look at her in irritation. What makes you think that'll even help the situation in the slightest? He said he'd take down the barrier wherein if we capture them dead or alive. If we can stop this the fastest to avoid people getting hurt, wouldn't that mean we're okay to do this? That is if Doflamingo even stays to his word. We're dealing with a pirate. Treachery and lies are part of what you should plan for when dealing with them. Tiger mentioned this while holding Ragdoll unconscious in his hands. Personally, I'd want to avoid bringing those kids into this and will take down the bastard myself. Another shockwave came from AFO to send All Might sliding back. What is your angle in this? Is this how you want to take the power you've wanted for all these years? Please, do you honestly think I'd want that? I'll be honest right now in saying that this is beyond what I desired, but look on the bright side. I'll help take down this prison if anything. All I need to do is kill those people on the screen and take their corpses to Doflamingo. If anything, my group will be able to leave once that happens. You think I'd let you kill those people so easily? Quote. All Might continued to attack as some of the pros were uneasy what exactly they should do. It's true, the people on the screen weren't at fault for what was happening because they weren't dangerous per se. But at the same time, people will get hurt or worse if this situation progresses any farther than it already has. Many split into 2 groups of those that believed Doflamingo's words and those that wanted to handle the problem at its source. Outside the barrier, Law and Luffy's crew came upon the cage to look inside it. Damn bird cage again. Luffy started using armament to try and punch the prison open, but Law held his sword out. Wait a sec, Straw Hat. This might not end well if we interfere. What are you talking about, Trappi? He's right, Luffy. Robin spoke up while looking at the cage. Think for a moment if by some chance we do interfere. We're technically on the opposite side of the law. If we join in, the Marines can spin this as we were protecting the heir to the king of the pirates and make Izuku out to be a worse person than he actually is. But if we don't do anything, Mingo is gonna. I actually must side with Law in this situation, Captain. Jinbei spoke up while explaining. Though I understand your situation and why you wish to help is only to help your nephew, that does not make the situation we hold any better. Right now, Izuku is wanted by the world government and his only chance to escape this without any repercussions on him is if he defeats Doflamingo, not us. So we're supposed to wait here until that happens. That's stupid. Maybe, but this is arguably the best course of action that won't have difficulties in the future that could worsen Izuku's already unstable situation. Most are still believing that he had planned the raid on the training camp to make this need to be handled by him to prove them wrong. Jinbei watched the strings with some discomfort. If things get bad, we'll interfere just enough where it won't look like we're protecting the boy. That's the best we can do as of right now. With Izuku's group, welp, I know where I'm going. Izuku calmly spoke up as the cuffs on him came off thanks to Momo's help. You do realize he's playing you and wants you to go after him. Tashigi mentioned for Izuku to look at her. So what do you want to do? Right now, Kamino's under lock and key thanks to Doflamingo. Out of everyone here, I'm probably the best to handle him. With what? That combination you used in the sports festival. You're gonna fucking kill yourself if that happens. Bakugo points this out for Izuku to smile. I have another skill of mine. One that I invented a while back but perfected after attaining more control. Izuku laughed at this with Baby 5 running off on her own and jumping towards a roof. Hey, where are you going? Leave her, Juro. Monet mentioned this for Kyoka to turn at her. We have bigger problems. She motioned towards a set of people armed with whatever they had coming towards them. Though we aren't intentionally their enemy, these are people that have decided the best course of action on their own. So we fucking murder them. Fine by me. Bakugo started making explosions with Ojiro a bit worried. They just want to avoid the trouble and bring us to Doflamingo to stop this problem. The only way we'll get them to stop is by going with them or taking down Doflamingo. If that's the case, then let's handle the second as soon as possible. Smoker states this with Izuku leading the charge down the incline they were on towards where the former warlord is. He's intent on stopping this quickly. Atop the hill, Doflamingo sat calmly watching screens that played the situation around with a smile on his face. His crew was beside him watching as well as they all held a glass of wine in their hands. So they decided to come after us, that's fine. Let's see how they handle our might, don't you think? Monet and Baby 5 were fools to think they can betray us. What gambles they played, and that's gambles with a capital G. Lao Ji spoke up with Doflamingo smiling. To our inevitable victory. He raised his glass up with the rest of the family doing the same. They drank to it as he smiled happily at the screen showing Luffy and Law. You can't do anything right now unless you wish to sully Portgaz's good name any further. You're trapped like rats just like everyone else. And when I finish killing the pros and the boys' little circle, I'm coming for you both next. Law and Straw Hat. 1. At the foot of the mountain. Izuku and his group ran towards the mountain top to see Baby 5 jumping up towards the top as fast as she could. Wait, Izuku tried to follow, but was met with Dellinger attempting to attack him to pull away. As he did, Senior Pink grabbed his legs with a shadow coming above him. Now, 10-ton vice. He slammed on the ground with Bakugo making an explosion on Senior Pink's face to force him to let go and allowing the flame quirk user to jump out of the way just in time as the executive crushed the ground he was formerly on. I owe you one. Just leave the losers to us and we'll handle it. As he said this, MT. Lady came over to grab Izuku and lift him in the air in her giant form. Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Trying to stop this before someone gets hurt. Izuku was calmly staying in the pro's hand as he looked at her with a serious expression. Let me ask you something, MT. Lady, how certain are you that Doflamingo's gonna be truthful to what he's trying to do? He's bound to lie and in all honesty, is gonna kill all of us here and leave no witnesses. And what proof do you have that this is gonna happen? I know this guy, he lies through his teeth a lot. He'll let you do his dirty work that way he can walk away not having to get his hands dirtied. All you are to him is a tool to get a job he needs to do done. Mount. Lady thought about this with several other people wanting to avoid the threat coming behind some pros. Look, I don't like this, but that doesn't mean there's a better choice. Gang Orca said that between both enemies, you'd all be willing to see reason better and handle this with less sacrifice. As she said this, a large flame barrier was made between the group and the people. Endeavor walked out of it looking determined with Shoko a bit worried. So this is where you all were. Good, that means we're on the same page. The top pro glared at MT. Lady with her having a shiver down her spine as Izuku used his flame powers to escape her grip and get down. I'll handle giving you all some cover. You just focus on getting on top of the mountain and ending this. Thanks. The group ran off with Shoko looking at her father with some unease on what he was doing. I'll be fine, Shoko. They're mostly civilians. There isn't reason to fear. She ran off with Endeavor glaring at the top of the mountain. Doflamingo. To think we tried to plan a countermeasure towards you and you do something like this. I hope you get burned to death for what you've done. A pro was able to escape Endeavor's flame wall to be punched in the face by Tiger, knocking them out. Hope you can forgive me for that. On a plateau near the middle of the mountain, the group had ran into the three from before alongside multiple other Don Quixote executives. All of them seemed ready for a fight with Izuku starting to itch in excitement. So it's a fight you want. I'll be happy to give you one. Izuku. Wait. Itsuka held her hand out while looking at the group. Let us handle them. You take down Doflamingo yourself. You sure you'll be able to handle this? Don't worry, man. We've got this. Kirishima hardened his body for Izuku to nod and run off. As he did this, Laoji attempted to attack with Ojiro coming over and using his tail as a defense against him. This forced the two to be in their own skirmish with the tail quirk user smiling. I've heard about a strong fighter with the Don Quixote family, but I feel bad fighting an elderly man. You fool. Don't you know not to judge a book by a cover? You're going to pay for that thought greatly. And that's greatly with a capital G. Everyone started a fight with one of the executives with Iida facing off against Dellinger. His speed forced him to struggle trying to keep up before seeing him come right for his torso and dodging at the last minute. Wow, you're quite fast on your feet, this'll be fun then. The half-fighting fishman smiled evilly as he went again for this to be met by Itsuka giving a solid punch to slide him back. You're one of those sluts Portgas has. Must be nice having some fun with a criminal, hehehehe. Says a crook. Kyoka and Kirishima began fighting off Senior Pink with him using his devil fruit abilities to swim underneath the stone and avoid them from seeing him. Juro, you able to hear where he's gonna pop up? The ox cord quirk user tapped into the ground to hear him coming from behind. He's coming up. Kirishima charged to where Kyoka was looking to punch the executive and have him tank it. HMPH, was that a breeze that tickled my face? His nose started to bleed with Kirishima not understanding why he didn't walk away. He saw the man look back to a stray cat who was in the way and give a thumbs up to it. 1. Sniffle, that breeze must be a manly one if it's making me cry. Kirishima started to tear up with it not making sense to Kyoka at all how much they're trying to be manly before seeing Senior Pink give a punch to Kirishima. Seems a little flower is tickling me. What the hell is this? A contest of macho behavior. 1. Ochako had been forced to take on Mach Vice with Momo for them to have difficulties holding him down with his powers. Alongside them, Giola was being taken on by Sue who seemed to want payback on her. Gladius was being handled at the moment by Shoko and Bakugo who seemed all too eager to take down the executive. One of the last members of the family there currently was being handled by both Monet and Tashigi. This one being Sugar. To think you'd betray the family, Monet. My own sister. Monet, I can handle her if you want. Monet shook her head and glared at her sister. I think it's been a long time coming for this sister-to-sister talk. Third person Pav. Heading towards the top, Baby 5 felt absolute disgust and desire to end everything that was going on. To think I let this get so far. Izuku, I'm sorry that I went off on my own. I just want to avoid you getting hurt. She felt the ground move under her before looking up and seeing the earth reshape and form into Pika's head. What is it? Daffy wants to speak with you. Good, 'cause I want to speak with him too. Pika smiled at this comment as he let the weapon fruit user pass by. As this happened, Izuku alongside Rebecca and Smoker who had followed after him, began reaching where Pika was with him glaring down at them. Don't think you'll be able to slip by so easily, Portgas. All three stopped when they heard his voice for there to be a silence between them. If you wish to take on Daffy, then you'll have to go through me first. Izuku was shaking notably with it making his two companions confused and worried. Flare, are you Alri? Ahahahahaha. His voice is so high. It sounds like he's huffing helium. Ha 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 ha. Izuku couldn't stop laughing as his laughter was slightly contagious to Rebecca for her to start snickering. He, we shouldn't laugh. He's our enemy and is. Ha 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 ha. Both couldn't stop laughing with Smoker glaring at them with irritation. I taught you better to control your emotions. Smoker looked away while wanting to laugh as well. However, the top executive did not find this funny in the slightest. He glared down at the group and began pulling more of the ground up to create a massive form of him with his eyes having veins shown from his rage. I'll make you regret ever laughing at me. He gave a punch towards Izuku for Rebecca to immediately stop laughing and panic at what she's assisted in. This stopped when Izuku used his powers to melt the stone and Smoker using his devil fruit to fly up and attack Pika's stone head, forcing his attention on him. Get going you two, I've got here. The two nodded for them to head off with Pika focusing his attention on the Vice Admiral in front of him. And here I thought the Marines and us were on the same level. You might have gotten Akainu to side with you filthy low-class hides, but I'm not willing to give up my morals in hopes to get who I want. The executive glared at Smoker with some impress. There's very few of you left in this world. More just because people like you die like dogs. He attacked the Vice Admiral for him to block the attack and smirk. Then let's see if you can succeed in that, Soprano Man. On the lower level, Monet and Sugar stood across one another staring intently. What do you think you'll accomplish trying to talk with me? You've already betrayed the young master, so just die in a ditch somewhere. I already did, twice if we're honest. But you know something, death has a funny way of making things turn a new light. Monet looked at her sister with unease. Since we were children, we never knew peace outside of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo found us and took us in. I don't hate him for that because it gave us a home. If anything, I'm beyond grateful he did. It gave us the one thing we were missing. A home. Somewhere we belonged. I didn't care if I was a pawn or a piece of disposable garbage to Doflamingo. I already owed my life to him. Then why betray him? If you're so in debt to the young master, you should be willing to side with him. Monet gripped her wings in anger. It's because. Quote. She tried to explain it the best she could, but struggled to get the courage. We lived ready to throw our lives away at the order. To be fair, I was okay with this because we were a family. But now I know something that we both need to understand. What we lived in wasn't a happy life. It was a cult. We were forced to be part of it and were brainwashed to believe otherwise. I came here to try and help bring you out of this so we can start over. Please. Dying gave me the chance to look back at this and see the truth. I want you to join me and see the truth just like me and live your life free. Please, Sugar. I want my sister back. I want us to be a happy pair again. Thinking back to their past, both sisters were unable to know any form of peace in a war-stricken home. Every day was a battle just to stay alive. Monet made a promise here that she'd protect her sister no matter the cost. Sadly, there were limits to what Monet could do and failed to do such. When it was discovered to Monet that she couldn't see her sister again 2 years ago, she felt as if she failed Sugar. The small woman looked at her older sister with a genuine smile. She walked closely towards Monet while talking with her. You're my sister, Monet, and I wanted nothing more than to be with you again. I might have saved her. Please let this be what helped pull her out of this. Monet thought this as she held back tears in her eyes. She held her arms out for a hug with Tashigi watching with hope the two could reconcile. Sugar, we can start again. We can be a family again. Her arms were around her sister and about to pull her in close with the small woman reaching out for Monet's neck with a smile. Sadly, you denounced the young master, so you're no longer my sister anymore. She placed her hands on Monet's face, turning her into a small bird plushie with the smile on her face turning to a frown. I should destroy you while you're in this state. You don't deserve life anymore if you're willing to throw away all the young master did for some pathetic reject. Seeing the act infuriated Tashigi. She pulled her blade out and came towards the small woman. You monster. She swung in a blind fit at Sugar for her to dodge with some ease. Do you have any idea how hurt Monet was having to let you rot in jail while she got a second chance at life? Question mark. She begged Izuku to come to Dressrosa when what happened so you could be saved. She never once stopped thinking about how much you deserved a life outside of this and wanted an actual family with you again. We all were ready to accept you with open arms. We were that optimistic to have you return to her. Tashigi kept shouting in rage as she continued to slash towards Sugar with her dodging each and every one of the hits. I don't understand who she's talking about. Is it a person I used my power on? Strange. I feel as if the person she's talking about angered me greatly. She dodged another attack before being grabbed by Tashigi's hand. What a fool. I'll be happy to take you OU. As she thought this, a strange weak feeling overcame Sugar to look at her hand and see cuffs on them. See prism stone. But when the small woman remembered the cuffs that were on Izuku to keep his power from becoming active to go pale. She turned to Tashigi, who shouted in rage, balling her fist still holding her blade in it. Monet isn't the one that betrayed you. You betrayed Monet and she's better off without you in her life if this is how you treat her. Ah, Sugar saw her life flash before her eyes with her eyes bugging out seeing the sword come towards her about to slice her head off. However, it wasn't the sword but Tashigi's fist that connected and knocked out the small executive. She went flying towards a wall before busting it down and showing her eyes rolled back in her head and out cold. Once this happened, the powers of Sugar's devil fruit stopped working on Monet for her to return back to what she looked like before. Thank you. I was just doing my job. Tashigi looked to see Monet broken up over what had just happened to let out a deep sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't do anything wrong. I was just too optimistic and I paid the price for that mistake with you having to clean up the mess. If anyone should apologize between the two of us, it's me. No, I'm not apologizing for something I did. I'm sorry. Your family has to be broken again. Tashigi felt sincerity in Monet's words. She genuinely wanted the two to become sisters again and thought of the happy life they could have together if this was to happen. Sugar belittling Izuku for his antics, having a lecture from Smoker alongside them, even possibly enjoying the future of probably being an aunt if things went down the route they could've. I hate the fact you had to realize this. It's not your fault, but you're having to pay the consequences for it. It's not right. Maybe, but I made the decision I did to leave the Don Quixote family. Wise or not, I have to live with my own decisions and the problems that would come with them. I did though want my sister to see the truth like I did, but it was too late in the end. Monet walked up to her unconscious sister and gave her one final hug before accepting the fact they'll be separated again. I'm sorry I failed to help you again, Sugar. Please, forgive your failure of a sister. 2 tears came out of Monet's eyes and ran down her cheeks before getting up and looking at the mountain Doflamingo was on. Part of this was my fault. Even if we fix everything, that doesn't mean I don't deserve some kind of punishment. Monet and Tashigi walked over towards the others to see Dellinger overwhelming Iida. As the half-fishman was about to give a lethal blow, the snow woman went between them and used her feathers as a blade with her devil fruit. Oh my, seems someone's angry right now, the executive tried to joke at this with Monet clearly enraged. Yeah, I'm angry, but I'm not just angry. She glared at Dellinger with a glare that could scare even Doflamingo if he saw it with a sickening smile. I'm completely pissed off and ready to take down Doflamingo. Now get out of here right now before you get hurt, Dellinger. With Ochako and Momo, Ochako jumped out of the way of Mach Vice for him to fall on the ground and make a large indent. Tun. This would be over quickly if you would just accept your beating. Ochako slid on the ground and got on her knees before glaring at the man. Okay, think, Ochako, he's strong, but he needs to have some kind of weakness. She glanced around while seeing the large man float up again. At this point, she got an idea. Momo, I need you to hold Mach Vice down. For what? Just do it. Momo understood and began making ropes for her to grab the executive with. If Ochako's doing what I think she's doing, she'll need me to take him stay in one place for a decent amount of time. Mach Vice came back down towards them with confidence weighing as heavy as 2 tons for the girls to avoid him. This was however exactly what Momo wanted to hold him down with the ropes she had. What are you trying to do? Ochako ran up towards Mach Vice to touch his arm and float him up while unhooking himself from his large steel shield. I don't care what you think you're doing is right. Right now, we're doing what we think is right. Stopping all of you and helping our friends is part of that. Ochako's quirk activated to send Mach Vice up. Tun, you think this is going to stop me? Tun 10 ton Vice. Mach Vice's weight grew with Ochako feeling it weigh down on her. She struggled to keep her quirk activated with her body feeling the effects of her drawback immediately. Not bad. Now Tun 15 ton Vice. The weight continued to increase with Ochako being unable to keep up with it. Her body wanted to give up as the weight continued to increase on her. Her body begged for it to stop as her own head started to spin with her eardrums starting to rupture. Momo, I can't hold him for long. Send him flying, please. Ochako couldn't look up from the amount of pain she was in for Momo to understand. She made a cannon and aimed it at the executive with precision. Oh, this isn't going to end well. You're damned right, you jerk. She shot a cannonball at Mach Vice for him to take it to his gut and be sent flying upwards. Looking behind him, the large man panicked as he was approaching the top of the bird cage quickly. No 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 no. He impacted the top and had his back shredded up with Ochako putting her fingers together. And, release, she fell to the ground with Mach Vice slamming down and making a hole on impact for the two to fall unconscious. While this happened, both spat up blood before Ochako vomited on the ground holding her stomach in pain. Well, we won, but we wouldn't have if you didn't push beyond your limits, Ochako. I'm sorry that you had to do this. Momo made sure to keep Ochako on her side so she wouldn't have the blood or vomit coming out pool up before making C Prism Stone handcuffs and placing them on Mach Vice. That's one of the group down. But that doesn't make a difference if we can't beat Doflamingo. She glanced up at the mountain to see the destruction happen before returning to Ochako to keep her company. With Izuku and Rebecca, third-person POV. Izuku and Rebecca came near the summit of the mountain they were on to look and notice it was entirely open. We're getting close. Close only counts in pennies and dimes, kitties bang. Both Izuku and Rebecca jumped out of the way for them to see the source of the gunner to find a large man with a smile on his face holding a cape. Been a while, hasn't it, Rebecca? Last I saw you, you were fighting with your daddy in Dressrosa. Now look at you, all alone with only a villain like Portgas here to save you. You wanna call me that to my face, punk? Wait, Rebecca held her hand out for Izuku to look at her. I'll handle this louse. I have a score to settle with him that had been a long time coming. Oh, wow, scary. Are you gonna try to pick a fight with me of all people? How about we have a cute little trip down memory lane? You remember this gun? I used it to kill your mommy, now I can use it to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Izuku became more enraged as Rebecca looked at him. I need you to go on ahead. Our fights won't end until you win against Doflamingo. I can handle Diamante. Looking at both the head officer and Rebecca, Izuku nodded and tried running to the side to avoid betting in their way. You wanna try and run, kid? Let's see how you handle this. Ripple ripple. Don't you touch him. Rebecca came charging with her sword swinging for Diamante's blade. I'm not that weak and ignorant child you met in Dressrosa. I am a proud fighter willing to live and die for what I deem right. Now prepare yourself, Diamante, for a fight that I have long waited for. Seeing the situation was now turning in a negative fashion, Diamante pulled away and prepared to fight against Rebecca. Damned brat. You got a fire lit in you and now you wanna try and play a hero. Hate to break it to you, honey. But heroes don't always win in the end. Sometimes the bad bet the good. Your mommy should know that personally. Diamante continued to laugh with Rebecca trying to calm herself when hearing this. Today, I repay my debt to Flare. No. I repay it to Izuku and become someone he can rely on to accomplish a task without fear. She takes a fighting stance similar to her father's and prepares to charge. With Ojiro, Ojiro had begun a fight against Laoji with the two exchanging blows. In an attempt to get the upper hand, Ojiro had given a hit from his tail putting the older fighter towards a wall. However, it began falling apart for the tail quirk user to worry. Get out of the way. He tried to pull Laoji out, but the older man used this to his advantage and throw Ojiro into the wall in his place and have it fall on him. What do you take me for, a goof? And that's goof with a capital G. Ojiro pulled himself out of the rubble and looked at the man. We are in a life or death battle. There is no time to be kind or sincere. You do that, and your fate will be rather grim. And that's grim with a G. Scowling at the man for his lack of respect as a warrior, Ojiro was now irritated. I wanted to pull you away because I don't want someone to get hurt. Is that a bad thing? Laoji came at him with a fist to nearly hit him and instead destroy the building. Guess being kind here won't win any favors. Ojiro was sent back by another punch before going right towards Giola and Sue. You okay? Sue asked, stopping Ojiro for him to turn back to her. Been better. Ojiro noticed both Laoji and Giola corner them. I don't feel right attacking the elderly. It almost feels mean to do. I can understand your logic there, but right now isn't a matter of principles. It's a matter of them trying to kill us. Aren't you a smart little frog? My creative juices are just simply flowing out of me thinking of what I can create with your lively features. A swirling of a rainbow cloud came into her hands as Giola held it out and began to throw it. Taste my artistic beauty. Sue and Ojiro jumped out of the way for it to hit a rock and turn it into a rainbow swan to confuse both. You should look where you're fighting. Lao Ji attacked Ojiro for him to be knocked back. As he did, Giola aimed another blast at him for the tail quirk user to realize this and have it come directly at him. However, Sue was quick to pull him out of the way. What a bunch of fools you are. Thinking you can beat us of the Don Quixote family. I could almost laugh at how silly you are. But then again, I want to laugh more at how pathetic Monet was for betraying us. Hey yo, Lao Ji jumped into the air and went right for Sue for her to jump back just in the nick of time. You all should just die along with the traitor and the fool that thinks he can be more than just our ticket out of the world government as a sacrificial lamb. At least then all of you can be useful somewhere. Lao Ji attacked again for Ojiro to give a solid fist to his side to knock the older executive's hip out of place. Lao Ji. Giola took her focus off of Sue for her to jump on nearby rocks and increase speed to encircle her. You all make me sick. To think people like you used to work hand in hand with a government-organized group meant to keep the peace. Ojiro glared at both with Sue pivoting her body to hit Giola right in the face and knock her off her feet. Portgas did nothing wrong to deserve this and he's fighting tooth and nail for everyone he cares for. Meanwhile, your own boss leaves you here to be his lackeys for what purpose? The hit from Sue sent both towards Ojiro as he held a stance with his tail bulging in muscles while looking like it was coated in hockey. You wouldn't hit a lady, would you? Giola panicked as Ojiro showed no hint of restraint. Says the woman who isn't afraid to harm the innocent. You all make me sick. Ojiro slammed his tail right into Giola's face to have the hit crack her skull as she goes barreling towards a rock to fall unconscious with a few teeth knocked out and blood coming down her face, mouth open from the position she had her head in. Forcing people to attack others just because. How vile do you think that is? It's survival of the fittest, young goof. Lao Ji stood up with his body bulging out as if he was no different than All Might with his veins on his head bulging. And that's goof with a capital G. Sue looked at the bulky old man with some confusion. This guy just keeps getting weirder and weirder. How do you think I feel? I just dislocated his hip and felt guilty for it. Prepare yourselves for my ultimate G. Lao Ji charged at them with Ojiro jumping back and preparing to attack. However, Lao Ji blocked the attack and gave a counter-punch at Ojiro for him to defend with his forearms only to have him go slamming into a wall. Before Sue could say anything, Lao Ji came behind the frog woman to have her turn and see him with a fist right above her. It's foolish to turn your back and worry about others. To think that you all are willing to stand beside one another. As in the Don Quixote family is fully aware that sacrifices must be done. Thanks to you unable to take the initiative to attack me when the situation with your friend was happening was foolish. And you will pay, you pathetic grunt. And that's grunt with a capital G. Before he could attack, Lao Ji realized the arm he was about to use start to freeze. Sad. So it wasn't just Sugar that believed this. Some people feel satisfaction with being right, but this gives me zero emotion towards. Monet stood behind Lao Ji for the larger man to look back at her. Monet, how could you do this? He glared at her with her shirt blowing up to show the burn she had with a tattoo over it showing what looked like the Spade Pirates flag. You truly betrayed the family, Monet. No, you left me. I gave myself up for the family once and realized the truth. You're all nothing more than a bunch of cultists. And if you're not afraid to die for the family, then die now for Doflamingo. Lao Ji froze entirely up with her walking towards Sue. You all right? Sue was in shock seeing how little emotion she had, freezing Lao Ji to hold a bit of a face at Monet before coming to reality. I could have been worse. But what about you? He was a member of your former crew. I'm not proud doing this, but he gives us no choice. Monet walked over to Ojiro who was somewhat bleeding from his head. Are you all right? I think. That was a little bit of a heavy hit, but I'll manage. Monet looked at Ojiro to make certain his injury wasn't a concussion or anything. You'll live. Just don't overexert yourself. Monet gets up and looks at the ordeals that are going on. To think that all this chaos is happening all because of someone's desire to destroy another person. Monet gripped her fist in anger before holding her head down and shaking in anger. Was all this destruction and pain needed? She glanced up at the mountain where Doflamingo was and shouted at it. "Ha! Dof Flamingo! Was this the only way this had to go?" With Kirishima and Kyoka, Kirishima began fighting Senior with him tanking every punch while also repeating the process with his own hits for the hardening quirk user to take them. You call that a punch? I thought a butterfly was kissing me." Kirishima gave another punch to Senior for him to tank the hit as well. "It seems a nice old lady is trying to pat my shoulder." The two kept throwing punches at one another with Kyoka still standing where she was confused. "Look, Kirishima, you can play Macho Man later. We gotta stop this guy and help out Izuku." Senior stood up and looked at Kyoka with a look of sympathy. "This is not a matter of right and wrong, ma'am. This is a matter of two men fighting out their ideals. And your ideals is that what Doflamingo is doing is right. He's forcing several people to fight and attack us in hopes to just get Izuku's head. How is that something to fight for? I will admit, my boss's motives are questionable. But I made a solemn vow to him to fight for his ideals long ago, and a man never goes back on his word. Listen to him, Jiro. This has nothing to do with Doflamingo or Portgas bro anymore. This is just two men needing to settle things the only way men know how." Kirishima took another fighting stance with blood dripping down his face. "I'll admit, man, you're a tough one. If we were on the same side, I'd like to one day share a drink with you. The feeling can be mutual. What is your name?" Kirishima slammed his knuckles together while activating his quirk and putting armament hockey on it. "The name is Eijiro Kirishima. Remember, it is the sturdy hero. Red Riot." Senior smiled at this and prepared for the next strike. "I am honored to have met a man like you not once, but twice. Very rarely will a man's ideals be countered with a man of equal respect and honor as his own. This life I have lived has been a memorable one. Then let's see this through to the end, Senior Pink. Red." Kirishima came right at Senior for him to take the hit with no hesitation. Gatling. With no warning, Kirishima let loose a multitude of punches at Senior for him to take them and slide back. His face was being beaten bloodied as he was forced to look up at the sky. "The moon. It's quite beautiful tonight. It reminds me of the night you and I first met all those years ago. It was a downpour, but you did not care to be soaking wet. In fact, you loved the rain. But the part that was most beautiful was when it stopped and showered you in its radiance. Looking back, there were so many things I wanted to tell you, Russian. Many nights where I wanted to come clean and have a happy family life with you in our kindling. But fate was never meant to be." As Senior was saying this, Kirishima gave his final punch to shatter his glasses and land the man on the ground. Staring at the sky, the man shed only a single tear as Kyoka and Kirishima came up to him. "What was that about?" Kyoka asked for Kirishima to look down at Senior. "I see. So you had a chance at a normal life, but things fell short. I can't accept what you are doing right now. To be honest, what you're doing is wrong and I refuse to let you go about doing it. However, I can sympathize with wanting to protect those you care about and feeling regret over failing to keep them living a happy and peaceful life." Kirishima thought about Izuku's situation and held his head down. People shouldn't have to feel that guilt. The two were about to walk away before they heard Senior speak up. "Please. Wait one moment." He went into his diaper to pull out a small paper and held it up with his shaking arm for Kyoka to grab. "You have no obligation to, but the address on there and the grave marker. There are two there, one a normal grave and the other that of a child's. If you could, please, place the flowers that are on that note on the woman's grave and a small toy on the child's. I am most likely never going to get the chance to meet them again and I was going to give my final farewells to my Russian and kindling after this mission, but it would appear fate does not wish for me to. If you could do that, you'd make a man who has lost all chances at happiness in his life able to leave this world when the time comes with no regret. And why should we? You're our enemy. We'll do it." Kirishima cut Kyoka off as he grabbed the paper. "Senior Pink, as a man, I'll give your final words to your wife and son. It's the least we can do." Hearing these words, Senior began to cry a little before smiling. "Thank you, Red Riot. You are a man among men." Senior fell unconscious with his bonnet being broken and flying away. Kirishima started to cry a bit while looking at Senior. "You were a worthy adversary, Senior Pink." Kyoka felt somewhat irritated hearing this before letting out a sigh and accepting this before walking away. Well, I guess we can say he was a hard-boiled guy to the end. With Smoker, third-person Pav, Pika Pika Pikalalala. Pika began laughing as Smoker constantly tried to hit him with no avail. As he slid back to look at the monstrous stone man, he began to get irritated. Can you quit with that stupid laugh? It's getting annoying. You don't like my laugh. There is no way that is your laugh. Nobody's laugh is that stupid sounding. Hearing him call his laugh stupid, Pika glared at Smoker in rage as he pulled a stone fist back up and attacked him. I'll make you regret making fun of my laugh. He slammed the fist into the ground with Smoker evading it and running up to attack the head with his sea prism stone weapon. Grr, of course I had to get the one that can hide inside a mountain. With Itsuka and Iida, Dellinger continued to jump around with Itsuka and Iida struggling to keep up with him. Hey. Well, aren't you a quick one? Why don't you just give up? It'll make it easier for you when that fool dies. Enough of your prattling on, foul fiend. Portgas doesn't deserve any of this, and if anyone is going to fall today, it shall be Dof Lamingo. Hearing this, Dellinger glared back at Iida before adjusting his footing to slam his heel right into Iida's shoulder and send him back. Nobody dares disrespect the young master on my watch. I'll make certain that you pay for that decision. Not before I make you. Itsuka gave a punch to Dellinger before he could attack Iida to send him sliding back. Don't underestimate us for any means. We're fighters just like you and just like Izuku. Itsuka continued to attack him with Dellinger looking for an opening. This girl knows how to use hockey. How frustrating. Dellinger jumped back and saw an opening to her side. Now get ready to feel the punishment for siding with the wrong person. Take this. Iida came at Dellinger to kick his side and send him into a wall. You would never understand the level of respect we have of our friends. We will never accept defeat. Dellinger came out of the wall and smiled in rage at the two before his teeth fell out and showed sharp new ones that looked like they were for sharks. Now you've done it. He went with little hesitation towards Itsuka and sank his teeth into her shoulder. Kendo. Kendo held her ground and kept Dellinger from moving as his teeth went right to the bone. I need to get him off me fast before he chews through my arm. She grunted in pain as she tried to focus on using armament solely on where his teeth were in. When she did this, Itsuka lifted Dellinger up with her hands and slammed him into a bit of wall to have it shatter. Get off of me. She tried again with another wall for it to shatter by Dellinger using his heels. Get off. She finally lost her patience to go full force into a wall with Dellinger going head first into it. I said get the fuck off of me, you weirdo. She connected with the wall for Dellinger's teeth to break and finally let go. When he did, Itsuka's shoulder was bleeding heavily and her arm felt numb at the moment. I think he did some kind of nerve damage with that. Getting up and in rage, Dellinger glared at Itsuka with his fangs still trying to grow back. I'll make you pay for that one. He came at her again when his teeth grew back for Iida to get in the way now and have his leg be bitten into. A notable amount of pain was flowing into his head as the two glared at one another. I don't care who you think you are or who you side with. But know that my friends are who I side with even to the bitter end, and the last thing I will do is let even a single friend get hurt when I can stop it. Recipro. Iida's engines roared with Dellinger about to pull out, but was not fast enough to beat Iida at his max speed. Burst. Iida spun around at immense speeds to create a small tornado before slamming Dellinger's head directly into the wall and force him to let go when passing out. No way. I lost. To a bunch of brats. Dellinger thought of this as he fell face first onto the ground with his eyes rolled up in the back of his head. Pant, that's what it means to be a hero. You must fight with all your might. We who do this and stand tall at the end are the heroes who deserve our title. Iida fell to the ground with smoke coming out of his calves. He must have bitten right into the muffler inside of my calf. Iida, you all right? Itsuka asked, holding her arm that was still not able to move. I shall be all right, but what about your arm? I might need to see a hospital after this, but I'm not dead yet. Then, I consider this our win. Iida fell on the ground and looked at the strings above him. This feels almost like we're trapped in an endless game. Is this what Portgas feels when he looks at his situation? A little. Itsuka sat on the wall keeping pressure on her shoulder to stop the blood. It's hard to be him sometimes and he thinks he needs to do this stuff alone. For now, all we can do is show him we're on his side even when it's as bad as this. Admirable words. I see why your class respects you greatly. Itsuka smiled at this before looking at her arm. It comes with the territory, I guess. With Bakugo and Shoko. Bakugo sent a blast at Gladius for him to dodge and sent him a blast from his own powers. Pop pop shot. The force sent right at the ash blonde before a wave of ice came between the two. I don't need your help, icy hot. I can do this myself. Bakugo propelled himself above the ice to give another long-distance blast at the executive. Stop copying my quirk, Dr. WHO fan geek. My power came before yours. You'd be copying me if we're honest. Gladius sent a blast to counter Bakugo's with Shoko sending ice as a counter. Gladius noticed this to touch the ice and expand it to have both young adults start to panic at it. Hit the deck. Bakugo shouted this as both nearly were hit by shards of ice if Shoko had not used her fire to melt them. So the ice isn't gonna fucking work on this guy. We're gonna need to try something harder to hit him with. Right now we need to stop him from touching things to activate that devil fruit power of his. You have a way to get him into the air. Bakugo smirked as he charged forward. Just follow my lead and keep up. Bakugo gave a blast for Gladius to use his arms and the fabric on them as a method to explode. However, Todoroki was able to see this coming to send flames directly at the executive to force him to pull back. Ha ha, you fell for it. AP shot. Bakugo sent a condensed blast at Gladius for it to knock the wind out of him. When it did, Shoko came up to freeze his body up with her ice. I'm not only able to let loose massive blasts, but I'm able to manage in close range. Stupid brats. I'll make you regret this. You and what fucking army, Dr. WHO geek. Bakugo came at Gladius to blast him in the face and force his goggles to shatter. This made the ash blonde smirk before Gladius grabbed him by the neck. I've had enough of you punks. His body began to expand with Bakugo preparing to attack. Don't think you'll be able to. If you try that now, I go boom without much effort. You've lost, kid. Accept it. Grr, icy hot. Get your ass over here and do what you wanted to do. Shoko ran over with her hands being coated in hockey. She held them similar to Sabo's before grabbing Gladius and shouting, Dragon Claw breath. The force made from her attack sent Gladius flying upwards towards the top of the bird cage. When he saw where he was hitting, Gladius began to panic and try to fix himself. No. He hit the top of the cage for a massive explosion to happen with both young adults seeing him fall down struggling to stay focused. I don't care if I have to go down with you. As long as the young master wins here today, nothing else matters. And you thought we were done? Bakugo shouted with Shoko on his back propelling themselves up towards the Don Quixote family member. Shoko held her hand out with it turning to a fist to pull it back. Izuku, you've done so much and couldn't rely on us. The least we can do is show you we can handle these people without trouble. Her hand became a fist as she pulled it back with flames coming out of it to show what looked like they were swirling around her fist. Take this. Fire. Gladius panicked watching what he was as Shoko slammed her fist directly into his torso. Fist. Gladius went flying up again to the top and slammed into the bird cage with no protection this time as he began having the top half of his body shredded from Doflamingo's trap to have Gladius fall towards and onto the ground. Shoko and Bakugo stood over where he fell with the later of the two spitting on him. Is that necessary? Fucking asshole wants to claim he's better than us, then let's just let him stew in his own shit. The two walked away with Shoko looking at the top of the mountain. Soon enough, everyone rejoined with Momo speaking up. So what now? Should we rejoin Izuku and face Doflamingo together? That might be more detrimental than anything. Tashigi points this out with Monet flying off towards the top. Monet, wait. Let her go, glasses. Bakugo spoke for everyone to stare at him. She's looking to do something, so it's easy to understand that she's not gonna listen to whatever shit we tell her. The group let out a sigh before looking up towards the mountain before glancing back towards the bottom of the mountain to see the pros continue to hold off the people trapped inside. With Baby 5, stepping on top of the building, Baby 5 looked at Doflamingo and Treble, who were watching everything that was down below unfold. She threw a cigarette she was smoking on the ground to stomp on it and glare at the two. Well, if it isn't Baby 5. Treble came over and encircled the woman and laughed around her. Hey. What did you think of the show so far? Did you like it? Huh, come on, tell me. Doflamingo, you wanted to see me. Why yes, I think it's fair that we had a little chat if you don't mind, Baby 5. Doflamingo smiled at her while Baby 5 glared back at him. I think it's fair we had our own conversation as well since this was long overdue. Good to see we're on the same wavelength. To make something simple for you, I need you to help me with something. Baby 5 didn't answer as Doflamingo kept smiling at her. This whole ordeal has gone on long enough and has cost several people quite a bit. The people of this city are also dragged into this against their will. Then why not let go of the bird cage and let them go? Well, if I did, then the pro-heroes would focus entirely on me. Now here's the thing that I truly hate to admit. Monet's betrayal wasn't something I wanted to hear. She was a dedicated member of our family and seeing her betray us is something I detest having to accept. But in that same aspect, you never officially did this. So I'll give you one final chance in order to help prove a point and save us from all this destruction. Doflamingo smiled while looking at the weapon fruit user and laughing a bit. I'd like you to take down and bring me the head of Portgas D. Izuku. If you do this, I'll exonerate you of all your sins and we can start fresh again. You'll be part of the family once again. Be able to dedicate yourself to us just like before. And better yet, you'll be saved from all this destruction. All you have to do is kill a single person and all this goes away with a snap of the fingers. What do you say? Baby 5 held her head down hearing what Doflamingo said and thinking about it. He needs me. She was about to say something, but Izuku's words came to her mind first. Your life is your own. Don't live for the praise of others. Stand on your own 2 feet and tell yourself what is right and wrong. Baby 5 held her side with rage before pulling it off and showing a tattoo where her burn was. The tattoo was the same as the one on Izuku's back for her to glare directly back at Doflamingo. I refuse. Izuku is my husband and I'd rather slit my own throat than do this. The fact you're demanding me to do this is nothing more than a sick and disgusting act that makes me wanna throw up. What was that? Treble was about to go after her with Baby 5 pulling her leg up and showing it as a machine gun. Suck on hot LED you fucking assholes. This is my formal abandonment of the Don Quixote family. She fired the rounds at both repeatedly with the smoke starting to cover their act. I'll make certain that Izuku lives to see tomorrow and that you pay for your sins, Dof Lamingo. Now die and let this be the lesson you drag down to hell with you. Few months ago, Rebecca Pav. Ever since I was a child, I was taught how to never harm someone. My mother was a stern person that said that no matter what, violence was never the answer. She stood by that even by her end. Even when my father taught me how to fight to defend myself, I stood by my mother's beliefs about never harming anyone. I felt horrid having to fight in the Colosseum when I was younger, but I was able to find a way to fight without actually having to harm someone. As such, I was able to stand by my own morals. You'll one day have to fight. Holding back against people is only going to hurt you along with people you'll want to protect. That doesn't matter though. Harming people isn't something I enjoy. Neither do I. Then why do you do it then? I ask for Izuku to look at the reality of the situation as a whole. Morals you keep are great. But what you want to fight for is more important. I want to live in peace. I hate the fact that I can't live in peace, but I'll fight to keep the life I have. I glanced at my hands and questioned what he meant. The life you have. If you feel it threatened and you'd have to sacrifice your morals just to keep it changed to the point it isn't the same anymore. I thought about this as he sat and pulled his legs into himself. So if I have no choice, do you think my mother would be mad at me for not sticking to my ideals? Your mother might be more upset if you would take your morals over your own friends and loved ones. Father had come over to us and sat beside both of us. Your mother yes dedicated herself to not stand for fighting such as your grandfather. However, she refused to let one of her close ones get hurt. What Flair says is the truth. We are dedicated to stay to morals, but know that when the situation calls for it, we must fight hard and be people we can take pride in going to be. Izuku had cleared his throat to answer. Just know that when the situation happens, a choice will have to be made. Will you choose to stand for who you believe in or what you believe in? Back to present, third person Pav. Diamante looked at Rebecca with a laugh at her. Well, that's hilarious. To think you believe you're able to beat me is hilarious. Rebecca refused to hold fear as the man glared at her. I'll enjoy killing you and making you a corpse just like your mommy. His blade moved similar to a flag and fly right at the pink-haired woman. Ripple, ripple, she dodged this to have a slice to her neck come before charging at her opponent. Diamante. She held her blade up with the top executive with him altering the cape on his back to be no different than a steel wall. Enjoy my cape's true form. Rebecca has jumped up and went right for an attack. However, Rebecca hesitated knowing the fact she was about to rebel against her base principles is about to happen. Diamante saw this to pull a gun at her to make her jump away. This didn't help that well as she was scraped on the shoulder by the bullet. What's wrong? Can't fight back. Well, that sucks for you, because I'm not afraid. He kept shooting at Rebecca for her to readjust herself and move fast towards him. Diamante saw this to smirk before having his blade move and nearly hit the pink-haired woman and force her back. He's fast and able to deflect me. She spoke to herself while preparing for another round. You wanna be a tough girl just like your mommy and daddy. Well, your daddy's an old man now and your mommy died to a bullet through her chest. The top executive kept speaking and mocking Rebecca's mother with it not doing anything. If you're going to pretend to be Kairos, then I'm sure you can take this. Several poppers shot up what seemed to be black confetti into the air with Diamante pulling out what seemed to be a lead umbrella. Stardust release. The confetti turned into lead stars as they came barreling down at Rebecca. She immediately tried to react by knocking the pieces back with her missing quite a few and having a few cut up or go into her arms and legs. Ah, it's no different than last time. I couldn't do anything then either. I can't even defend myself. Why am I so useless? Rebecca felt extreme pain as Diamante laughed at her. Ah, are you trying so hard just like to be your daddy? How pathetic. Diamante kept laughing as he walked towards Rebecca. You're no better than you were last time. I actually feel pity for you. You're trying your hardest for someone that's going to die. He towered over the girl before kicking her in the stomach and letting the lead stars hit her in the torso with another hitting her eye to force Rebecca to turn and avoid another hitting her as she pulled out the lead star and could barely see from where it hit her. Pathetic. Thinking on it, you and Portgas were made for one another. Both of you are pathetic, useless and not long for this world. It's almost so pathetic it pains me to laugh. He kept laughing with Rebecca punching the ground and standing up to turn to Diamante. What? Trying to fight back, ha ha ha. Nay. Up, ca. What's wrong? Trying to say you're going to give up. Diamante kept laughing. Never. Give. Up. Rebecca. Ca. Izuku. You still thought so much of me to say that. The lead stars kept dropping for Rebecca to have blood come down her face and look at Diamante with a look that could kill. I don't care if you disrespect me. But Flare no. Izuku is better than that. She held her face up and shouted while charging at Diamante. A louse like you would never understand the troubles he has to put up with and has no right to judge him. She kept slashing at Diamante with him being pushed back and panicking. What the? She's stabbed with a bunch of stars. What is with her? She's just as suicidal as her crazy bastard of her father. Is this some kind of hereditary thing? Diamante tried to defend himself with Rebecca refusing to stop as the lead stars kept dropping on her as a sickening smile came on Rebecca's face. She's a devil. She's no different than that psychopath of a friend of hers. Get back. Rebecca slashed repeatedly at Diamante with a smile and a laugh coming at her. What's the matter, louse? You were so adamant about being a better person, what happened? Did you realize that you're not as tough as you believed? Rebecca laughed as she slashed at Diamante and shattering his sword. Ah, get back. I said get back. I need to touch the ground and force her back. He tried to touch the ground with an image of this coming to Rebecca's head to coat her sword with armament hockey and hit the arm to break it with the side of her blade. Ah, my arm. You think that's painful? This is just a touch of what I have to go through, let alone Izuku. Izuku. Father, mother, grandfather, Viola. C is my way of stepping forward. Forgive me for having to rid myself of my principles of conflict. She adjusted her footing to look as if she was about to go insane with bloodlust. Truino bastardo. Rebecca slashed down with a similar force to her father's when he fought Diamante in the past. The act made the top executive shriek in pain. I had dedicated myself for the last 2 years to make certain if I were to ever face a man like you again, my father would not have to risk his own life for my own sake, and I can help him. I am a proud fighter of Dressrosa here as a loved one to Portgasd. Izuku. Do not think I am anything less than, and do not think he is less than, a man worth my respect and best. Gah, she cut me where her bastard dad did. It hurts. The brats. Just like her old man. Diamante fell to the ground unconscious with a notable amount of blood being lost by him, with Rebecca looking at the top of the tower. Izuku. Please win this. She started walking to the side where there was a large piece of pavement to sit against it, wincing in pain as she did. I pushed myself a little with that. I think I should calm myself. She started to fall asleep with her body shown to be cut up and bloodied from the fight. She won, but it took a notable amount of her own energy to do so. Rebecca. Rebecca heard a voice to slowly open her eyes to see nothing. Rebecca. Rebecca pulled her eyes open again to look and notice the image of a woman she's seen constantly in her dreams of the past. Mo. There. Rebecca. I am so proud of you for standing up for your friends. You have made your mother proud to know you. Seeing her, Rebecca's mind went to what she did. Mother, I'm sorry. I hurt someone. You said to never hurt people. I know, and I know you've fought hard to stand by that belief, and even your father has pushed to keep that lesson I had in you alive. But I forgive you knowing why you did it. I don't like violence. But finding out about what had happened made me realize there are people who would kill for no reason or harm. I have come to the acceptance that someone will do wrong, but I never feared this because your father was beside me. And just like him, you have someone you want to stand beside. You did not raise your blade for me, but for you to help someone else who needs it far more. And for that, Mother can forgive and forget this. So please don't focus solely on this act and keep fighting how you can. But remember to only use violence on others as a last resort. Rebecca's mother disappeared after this for the pink-haired woman to start crying. Mother, I'll be the type of person you've always wished me to be. I'll be strong just so you don't have to worry about me. Rebecca kept crying as she faded out of consciousness. With Smoker constantly trying to take on the top executive, Smoker found himself pushed into a corner with having to try and take out Pika. It's a shame that you'll die here, Vice Admiral. But you chose to follow the wrong person here. Says the fool who's nothing but a lapdog who can't think for himself. Hearing this insult, Pika was not fond of this claim as he had the stone around Smoker turn into an Iron Maiden and try to trap him. This failed as the Vice Admiral turned his body into smoke and dispersed his body around to reform on top of the mass of stone. Ever since we've obtained information you're out of Impel Down, I've dedicated myself into finding out everything I could about your abilities, unique moves, weaknesses. And out of all that, I knew you'd be the biggest problem out of all of your members outside of Doflamingo. That's more why I wanted to face you in particular. Nobody else would be able to take you down besides me. Big talk. You think you can beat me? How utterly ridiculous. HMPH. Big talk from a man that sounds like someone's kicking his balls every 5 seconds. Hearing this, Pika became fueled with rage as he began growing the amount of stone he held to tower over even the top of the mountain. I'll make you regret ever thinking you can fight against me, Vice Admiral. Prepare to die. Pika's body was destroyed immediately with it confusing him. When he looked at who was responsible, Smoker's hands showed small blades coated in hockey. This isn't my choice of fighting, but there's little I can do to beat the likes of you. He was able to send the blades through Pika's stone body to keep him in the air before slicing off the stone bit by bit, feeling where his body was hiding through observation hockey. When the stone was put to one chunk, Pika came out and glared at Smoker. Let's see if you can take me with my hockey then. Pika coated himself entirely with armament for Smoker to coat his hand and blades with hockey as well. You want to go this route? Then go ahead. White blow. Smoker attacked with both blades going at the man with an X being made in his chest as the Vice Admiral stood behind. Pika fell to his knees and fell forward before both landed on the ground to create a dust cloud. Smoker walked out lighting 2 cigars while noticing how everyone was handling their own fights to smirk. Seems all's handled here. All that's left is for you to handle the boss, kid. He blew out some smoke to look at the top of the mountain. Don't blow this. Third person Pav. Baby 5 continued to blast at Doflamingo until smoke covered the area. Trable looked in shock at this before turning to Baby 5. What did you do? You just shot at Daffy. This is treason from the family. I don't care. Doflamingo can choke on a lead spike for all I care. This comment enraged Trable as he began sending out what looked almost like snot from his hand at the weapon fruit user. I'll make you understand that disrespecting the family is the worst thing you could have ever done. Stick 'em. Baby 5 tried to pull away, but was caught by her leg by the mucus-like stuff. Meteora. She was slammed into the ground to have it shatter and bring her under the area. Baby 5 moved to get up and aim her cannon at Trable. You wanna play too? Then take this, you nasty ass old fart. She shot a cannon right at Trable for it to go right through his body with a smirk being on his face. Hey, nice try, but you remember something about my sticky fluids. Trable points this out as he had the substance fall down into the hole. It's highly flammable. He pulled a bit of his cane's top up to show a lighter before lighting a stick and dropping it. Baby 5 saw this to try and jump out. But she was too slow for this as the fire hit the fluids and blew her out of the hole with the force of the explosion. Her back was burned from the act as she tried to stand back up. Baby 5, you're such a disappointment right now. Doflamingo spoke up as the smoke cleared to show him using his coat as a way to protect himself using armament hockey. A shame though, since I was not afraid to give you everything you could want for your loyalty. But hey, I'm a nice guy. I'm willing to look away from this incident if you swear your allegiance to me once more. How about it? All you've gotta do is give me Portgas D. Izuku's head. Seems fair enough of a deal. Doflamingo laughed at this with Baby 5 still scowling at him. You think I'd give him up that easily? You're pathetic. Am I? Then I guess you forgot who you belong to. He pointed to Baby 5's torso and smirked. You belong to me. That mark is proof of that. You are bound to the Don Quixote family whether you like it or not. With little hesitation, Baby 5 held her shirt up to show where the burn was with a bit of pride. However, the burn was overridden with something different. A tattoo. The fact that your image was on me sickened me to no end. As such, I figured if I belonged to anyone, I'd make it to someone I'd prefer. Flashback a few weeks ago. You want a what now? Izuku asked, eating from his food looking at Baby 5. A tattoo matching the one on your back. I wanna use it to cover something. Izuku put his food down and turned to give Baby 5 his full attention. You don't have to get this if you think this is your way to prove your loyalty to me. You've done that more than. It's not to prove my loyalty for you. It's to prove it to me and erase the loyalty I had to someone else. She looked down while explaining. I hate the fact that I have this on me. I feel as if I'm going to be sick having it stick to my body and I want nothing more than to get it off. But I can't so easily. Izuku saw tears come off Baby 5's face to grab her cheeks and pull them. You're an idiot. He let go and the weapon fruit user held them in pain. What was that for? You shouldn't think a life is owed to anyone. I don't own you as much as anyone else. The person who owns you is you. As such, I'd rather you not deal with thinking you have to prove that to me or prove that to anyone else. If you want to dedicate yourself to being by my side, that's fine. But understand my path is a thorny one that could get you killed. I'm not gonna have you accept this and not realize that much at least. I know, and I'm willing to drop into hell for you. That much I can at least do. Back to present. So suck it, Dof Lamingo. I'm no longer yours and I don't care if you don't like it. She turned her arms into scythes and went for Doflamingo. He dodged them and used his strings to make a gash on Baby 5's side. How sad. And here I thought I could get you back on the right side. Baby 5, I need you. Doflamingo said these words for Baby 5 to stop and look in his direction. I need you to do this for me. Only you can defeat Portgas D. Izuku. This job can only be given to you of all the people in the family. Baby 5 started to pant as she glared right at Doflamingo and breathed in deeply. You can take that request and knead and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. She pulled the bazooka out again to aim it at Doflamingo's head. Suck on LED, you asshole. She blasted it at the former warlord as he didn't dodge it. Baby 5 prepared to load another round before she was kicked in the stomach and sent upwards. You are such a shame to the family, Baby 5. I tried my best to keep you on the group, but you refused to listen. Doflamingo used his threads to slice at and cut her as Baby 5 held in the pain she wanted to scream out. Too tough to speak. Then, what about this? He jumped up in front of Baby 5 as a single string was shown connected to his leg and held to look similar to a blade. Guillotine string. The man held Baby 5's arms before coming down and chopping off her right arm. Baby 5 held in the screams as she felt her own arm be severed from her body up to the shoulder. Baby 5 held her arm in extreme pain, holding in the need to scream as blood was coming out at a somewhat fast rate. She rolled to her stomach and gripped the wound hard as a way to stop the bleeding while trying to maintain herself. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Why don't you just scream and let it out? Doflamingo laughed as he kicked the side of her calf. Come on, come back and rejoin us. It's not that big of a deal. Hey, Doffy is being more than generous right now, Baby 5. That punk you're trying to stand with is going to die anyway. Might as well drop him for a better group. Come on, join the winning side and you'll see it's a lot better than that loser that you're trying to get with. Hey. Treybol kept laughing at this as Baby 5 calmed herself before standing on her feet. Oh, have you come to your senses now, Baby 5? We do need someone like you in our family. Baby 5 didn't even answer to him yet as she calmed her nerves. She pulled out her cigarette case to take one out by her teeth. Once she had it, she put the pack away and went for the lighter to ignite and take in a large puff. She held the cigarette to pull it out and let out a breath of smoke. You have got to be the most narcissistic and delusional asshole I have ever had the pleasure of meeting, Doflamingo. The larger man didn't take kindly to these words as veins began to bulge on his head. Join the winning side. You need me in the family. Don't make me laugh. She continued to breathe in a bit of smoke while continuing. There was a time that I once called you the master or even captain. But those days are behind me now. She looked at the smoke that was coming out of her cigarette to see everyone in Izuku's group with Inko and Izuku near the end to smile with a shine in her eyes. I met people who love me just the way I am and only want the best for me. I don't have to prove something to them to have their love and commitment. They're willing to give it to me with no strings attached. So comparing you to them, I'm already on the winning team. She looked at Doflamingo while giving a smile of pure bliss. And nothing you do will ever take that away from me. Because you're no good pirate trash that is just a marine's lapdog and able to be disposed of the second you fulfill your usefulness. Seeing her genuinely happy saying the last part, Doflamingo became enraged. His smile went away as his fingers twitched in rage. Baby 5, do you understand what you're doing right now? Failure I can accept, but treason and disloyalty is the one thing I refuse to accept even among my own family. He pulled his arm back while holding a string that looked like it was of pure magma. I hope you enjoyed siding with Portgas. Because you've sealed your fate with death and agony. Overheat. The burning string went straight for Baby 5's heart as she watched it come at her to smile. Get ready, Doffy. The fight's just getting started. The thread was caught and held mere inches from Baby 5 for the three to look over and see Izuku holding it with rage on his face. Izuku, you came. Why wouldn't I? As your fiancé, it's fair to accept that I'd follow you through thick and thin. Guess your crazed idiocy was able to get you this far. It's something I can take pride in seeing. Izuku turned to look Baby 5 in the eyes and smile at her. Well, you're my future husband. I have to equal out your crazy with my own somewhere. She smiled before falling back into Monet's arms. I've got you. Monet looked to Baby 5's arm as she felt disgust. Monet. Izuku tossed her the severed arm of the weapon fruit user without breaking his scowl at Doflamingo. Handle healing Baby 5, I've got business to attend to. Izuku calmly walked towards Doflamingo for him to laugh while looking down at him. Oh, seems you've finally shown up. It's a shame you couldn't show up sooner so you can stop Baby 5 from getting hurt. But then again, we are talking about the weakling that chose to hide over fight against Akainu. He laughed at this with Izuku moving far too fast for anyone to see to give a solid punch right at Doflamingo's stomach. Gah. D. Offie. Trebol panicked at this as Izuku held up his hands with massive amounts of green lights being around the sticky fruit user. You both deserve this from Baby 5. Firefly. Izuku spoke as the lights began exploding and forcing Trebol up into the sky. He was about to fall downwards until Izuku showed his face to the man to show it was one of absolute rage. Now, Red Hawk. He slammed Trebol down into the building several feet below. Once the dust cleared, Trebol was seen unconscious with his sticky powers showing his real body. Izuku stood on the ground looking towards Doflamingo, who was still on the ground. Get up. I know that didn't beat you. You and I have unfinished business to deal with. Doflamingo got up from the ground to wipe some blood off his cheek and smile at Izuku with anger behind it. Seems the star player has come to the field. Tell me something, how does it feel knowing all of this was caused because of you? Do you feel mad, upset? Do you want to butcher me because of it? I wanna do a lot of things to you for what you made everyone I care about get put through. But right now, I have to put those to the side knowing that you're a problem as of right now. Izuku made his power seep out in his Conqueror's Haki with Doflamingo forcing his out as well. The force from both from the outside felt as if two monsters were about to start a fight. He. Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. I was told to get rid of you and your mother by Akainu. But the truth is, I wouldn't need the request of him to wipe you out because I wanna kill you already really badly. Funny. I was starting to get the feeling you didn't like me. Now I know that for the truth it is. Izuku smirked before using Shave to get behind Doflamingo and try to attack again. Fire Fist. Armament hardening. Doflamingo tried to block the attack with Izuku pulling back and going under to condense his flames. Flash Fire. Saint Elmo's Fire. He sent a spear of flames at Doflamingo for him to take it right to his chest and feel it singe him as he tried to keep his composure. It's working. From what I learned from Endeavor about condensing and using a massive amount of fire at a single moment, I can push out hotter flames without using OFA. Let's see how you like this, you stupid flamingo-looking freak. Flash Fire. Firefly. Several green lights circled Doflamingo as they blew up to make a more powerful blast than the last, with Izuku condensing his flames in his hands. Focus. Now the finisher. Flash Fire. Green Hawk. He sent the blast right at Doflamingo for him to block the attack with his foot coated in armament. What the? Hehehehe. Your uncle tried something almost similar to what you did before. Unlike then though, I won't be so easily taken down. Doflamingo towered over Izuku with a smile on his face as he knocked his arm away and sent a solid kick towards the green-haired boy's stomach to make him go flying into a wall and destroy it. I'm going to enjoy ripping you limb from limb, boy. Try to make this entertaining for me as much as you can. Pentachromatic Strings. Doflamingo sent the attack right at Izuku for him to see it coming and burn the strings away. You want a show? Then I'll give you one. This might get tricky. I guess I'll have to pull out a trump card. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.